All right. Putty banana bus. Banana bus. Yo, hey, what's up, Leafy? What up? You really are the strongest creature? That's funny as fuck. Forget about soccer. It's time to kill each other. Excuse me? Where's the ball? That's funny as fuck. Hey, what's up? Did I react to Sage's response of Kaido versus Madara? One second. Let me just put it in the Discord to let everyone know I'm live. I'm live. Oh yeah, that's right. Did he make a new one? I know that he like. I'm gonna be so real. I know at the very least. I just clicked on it. Then 5 minutes later, Eon went live. Oh, cool. Let us see. Hey, what's up, Decent? Got a full-scale response. Oh, that's right. I did react to this. What are the comments on this? Madara has so many ways to beat Kaido. He can use water style. He can pull off a country level double meteor to Kaido like a fate of dinosaurs. He can pull that giant perfect Susanoo. He can use Hashirama's wood, which is more effective in verse equalization. Hey, what's up, One Smart? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hey, what's up, Drake? Like, Kaido is a dumbass who lets his opponents hit him, and Madara is a genius strategist. Island level versus Continental Plus. Island level was pulling an island easily while fighting a whole army. Plus, islands like Wano are capped at continent side, so they are around the same size as the Australian continent. Characters in Naruto have no stamina and durability. The longest fight in Naruto versus Sasuke, it was 2 days. Meanwhile, you have Kaido and Big Mom fought for like 3 days straight against each other and then fought like 20 people at least. Yonko Commodore level each plus a whole army of 100k, and Akainu who fought against Kuzan for 10 days. Madara is planetary, small planet at best. Kaido beats Madara alive, not Jubito. I got a fusion battle ninja monster. What fusion battle ninja? What are we talking about? I'm sorry for that comment I made last stream. I completely forgot the details about them. I hope I didn't take it too hard. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, Brown Pants. You're fine. Uh, you're fine, dude. You're fine. I don't really. Hey, what's up, Nacho? How you doing, man? I really don't try to take shit to heart. I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about, so let's just leave it at that. Likely grab in and out for my break. Oh, all right. Some In-N-Out. I haven't had In-N-Out burger in a minute, dude. Oh no, we're fine. Something. Hear me out. Something gooning. Fuck off. Why is it that everybody here always starts off fine, and then my mods have to come in here and turn everything about gooners? Yu-Gi-Oh! Ninjas got some fusion monsters a couple years back. Are you talking about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters? Which I know the ninja support you're talking about. I tried to like play it on YG Omega. I know the ones you're talking about. The one that like when your opponent activates an effect, you could special summon a ninja from your deck face down or something like that, right? It was something along those lines. And then you special summon like Jiro, which is the gravity ninja that flips like 2 monsters face down and they can't flip back up. Kaido beats a live Madara, but not Jubito. Agreed. Jubidara. I hate the terms Jubidara and Jubito, by the way. I hate those terms. I don't know why. It just pisses me off. It's still Madara and Obito. I'd rather just say Ten Tails Obito, Ten Tails Madara. Jubidara just sounds so fucking stupid to me. That's like calling Minato, Cubinato. That's like saying it's Cubinato because he had the fucking Ninetales with him. It's always funny how Naruto fans will try to synthesis the most insane recipe for why this guy beat your guy, like people who say Baryon mode is a million times FTL. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Gabriel? What's up, Aster? How you guys doing? Susanoo, Kurama, Sharingan, and other jutsu, but honestly, Madara Susanoo is already enough for Kaido. I don't agree with that. Kaido is already Susanoo level, much faster, more durable than Madara's actual body has. Future sight. QB Nato. That's what I'm saying. Like it's like saying QB Nato, right? Like instead of Minato with the nine tails, or like Edo Minato, people are saying like QB Nato. Like I just think Jubidara or Jubito sounds fucking idiotic. Not saying that anyone who says it is idiotic, just saying like the term itself sounds so fucking dumb to me. For your eventual Luffy vs Naruto video, are you gonna respond to all the comments or not? I'm going to say in the video, this is my opinion. If you have issues with it, go cry about it. I don't give a shit. This is what it is. I don't know if I'm gonna reply to every comment. I'll probably just heart the ones that are nice, and I'll probably like the ones that are at least like fair criticisms. Are there any devil fruits that allow free flight? That allow free flight? There's like 4 flying devil fruits if I remember right. I guess you could also technically argue... I mean, you can technically argue that like, not Shambles, Trafalgar Law's devil fruit gives him free flight as long as he's inside of his area, like Borushiki. Makes sense. I don't know if Borushiki makes sense. Just call him Momoshiki. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like, just call him Momoshiki. We know that it's Momoshiki inside Boruto. You just say that. Or Momoshiki possessed. I don't know. I think Borushiki sounds so fucking dumb. I'd be surprised if that was ever a character's actual name. Technically, no, but Shiki's Fuwa no Mi allows him somehow. Isn't it that he can, like, manipulate, like, gravity or something with that fruit? Only Shiki's fruit, really? Oda said he really didn't want to put a fruit that allows flight without limitations. Then he shouldn't have given that to Shiki. Technically, Luffy can fly. Green Bull can fly using his flowers. Technically, Luffy also flies now. Like, Luffy can unironically stay up in the air for, like, really weird amounts of time. He just picked up speed and just started running on the air. I'm pretty sure that's, like, also pretty much close to, like, free flight. Like, the guy, like, he was, what was it? Was it in that, like, scene when he was fighting against, there was, like, that one scene when he was fighting against, no, he was watching, Zoro fight Kizaru. Not Kizaru, when he saw Zoro fight, Robert Lucius. What the fuck was this? Oh. Let's see, what was it, 126? It was like, yeah, like 126. Oh no, yeah, it was 127. If anything, meanwhile, Dofi swings on clouds. I mean, I'd say that's pretty close to fucking free flight. I'd say that's pretty damn close. It's like before this. Yeah, like right here. He's literally just behind Zoro. Hey, Duponison, thank you again for the 3 Canadian. As grateful as I am, Duponison, it's also just okay if, you know, we just chill here. I usually feel weird about getting donations sometimes. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, there it is. See, like, Luffy basically has, like, free flight, too. I don't know. I know what you mean by free flight, like, just fly around the sky or whatever, but, like, I would say that, hey, I mean, listen, Luffy's not even bouncing on the ground. He just fucking levitates. What do you think about Deborah's fraud allegations? I don't know what to tell you. He said he was going to travel at light speed for the first time. Cool. I don't really see him as fraud allegations. There's really no way to bridge Dabura to Sukuna besides Mahoraga, and Sukuna one-shot Mahoraga in the same chapter that he popped up, I think. If I remember right, it was like the same chapter, right? Let me see. It was like, what, 219? It was like 219, 220. Oh, no. It was 119, 120. It was like 119, 120. 119? Oh, no, it was 2 chapters. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. A 15 finger Sukuna struggled way less with Maharaga. I don't know, man. Him not scaling there. I mean, the power of friendship shit. Oh, that's fine. W dupe. Thank you. Yeah, let's get some W's for Duponis. Buffalo can also fly. That is also true. Big Mom can fly via the homies. Kizaru can sort of fly. Kid can fly via his mech. Yeah, that's all true. If I'm not mistaken, most Logia can fly. Not most Logia. I don't agree with that. Do you think Sanji is faster than Zoro? I would say so. At least in terms of like long distance travel, I would say Sanji probably. I would say in terms of bursts, instant burst speed, probably Zoro. In terms of long distance, probably Sanji. I see that's something a lot of people think. You can also just argue straight up Sanji all around, but yeah. Nah, I'd like to donate. Don't sweat it. I appreciate that, Duponis. That means a lot. He's got more maneuverability and can use Zoro along with Gekko. Chad, it was confirmed by Oda that Kaido flies using flame clouds. Chad Sukuna. That Maharaga was summoned by Fraud Gumi, though. Yeah? Okay. And the other one was summoned by, Fraudka. I don't know. Yuka. Fraudka. I don't know. Yuka kind of doesn't do much in the series up until there. Aokiji has his ice bike. Yeah, he does. This chat is filled with elementary school kids. I don't know about that. I don't know about elementary school kids, but thoughts on the latest chapter if I've seen it? I'm finally happy we're out of that fuck-ass flashback. I said backflash. I'm happy that we're finally out of the flashback, dude. I'm so fucking ready to finally see what happens. I'm so ready to see Loki's Devil Fruit. Like, holy shit, man. I am so over the flashback. Like, we were there since, like, June or July of last year. June or July of last year was crazy. Yeah, Loki might be fun to scale. No way you can prove that Yuka is more of a fraud than Megumi. I mean, it doesn't matter who the fraud is. The fact is they summoned Maharaga. And both Gojo and Sukuna had less problems with Maharaga than fucking Dabura. So, again, it doesn't... I've seen some people say that, like, now... oh, now this proves that Sukuna isn't light speed, but, like, it doesn't. And I was like, no, it was June or July, and I know this for a fact because I was in a trip with my family at the time, reading about Roxy Zebek show up for the first time. Definitely June or July of last month, dude. Last year. I keep saying last month, what the fuck? Last year. Especially if Loki has the power to kill immortals. I think that'd be pretty cool. Fraud Horaga, go handle Sukuna. I don't hate Sanji, but if Oda gives him Supreme Haki, the narrative behind it is just lost. What the hell is Sanji's ambition to be the tip-top of the world? The All Blue isn't worthy of it? I would think that the All Blue is, but I think it depends. That skeleton nightmare thing was massive, by the way. Like, it towered over Loki, who is a giant among giants. Yeah, it did. Does anybody, real quick, before I even pull up the chapter, does anybody mind me pulling up the chapter? If you don't, let me know right now and I won't pull it up. I'm gonna keep reading through these. What is Whitebeard's ambition? Having a family? Yeah. That's enough of an ambition. Yeah. That can be your ambition. That's the ambition of a king. A real king has a family and takes care of them. That's some king shit right there. You know what we call it in the modern day? Some king fucking shit, my guy. Characters in Naruto have no stamina. I already read that. Oh wait, have no stamina. The longest fight in Naruto verse was that. Meanwhile, the only thing in any damage Kaido was moon level attacks after Luffy turned his body into a giant the size of Japan. All right, right then. I don't know about that. I definitely don't know about that. See, that's crazy. FN characters in Naruto have no stamina and durability. Yeah. Kaido beats EMS Madara and Alive Madara, but loses to Ten Tails. I don't agree with that. I think Kaido still swats Ten Tails Madara like he's a fucking fly. Kaido outscales him. Even in physical stats, Madara still outscales. No, the fuck it doesn't. He also has COC despite not having any ambitions. I think it's about just being a headstrong motherfucker that doesn't stand down or back away from a fight. Base Kaido is weaker than base Madara. Kaido with all transformations is greater than base Madara. Ten Tails Madara is way farther. Not even remotely true. Yeah. Kaido maybe beats Alive Madara. Susanoo Rap Nine Tails is nothing to sleep on, though. It is. In One Piece, that really is something to sleep on, though. In One Piece, that is kind of something to sleep on, though. Especially if you're in the top half of the tier list. All claims and no evidence. Yeah. Yeah, base Kaido's weaker than base Madara, according to these people. Reanimated Madara is death winning, and Tentails Madara one shots with the Truth Seeking Orb. They're too slow to ever land unless he uses Advanced Conqueror's Haki to block it, and he has multiple and almost infinite amount of chakra, so no, he doesn't have an almost infinite amount of chakra. He just has a lot and a lot of chakra. So they would be moving. There's no such thing as almost infinite. There's no such thing. It's either something is infinite or it is not. Let's just be clear about that. The amount of chakra, so they would be moving around light speed for sure. Half of the Ninetales is stated to be planetary. It's really not stated to be planetary, except the 2SO got broken by Taijutsu from Gaia and was able to casually knock away 5 small country level attacks at possible light speed, so I would say Kaido gets... When the fuck does it knock away 5 small country level... Oh! He's talking about when Naruto like jumped in and like knocked them all away. The user of reincarnation, Kaido will just kill them. Yeah. Base Kaido did what Nobel never did. He one-shotted Luffy. That's what I'm saying. He unga-bunga'd Luffy. He out-unga-bunga'd Luffy, dude. Crazy how many people still think One Piece characters are island level. One Piece characters are country level max. Because even though the planet is at least 10 times larger than the normal size of Earth, still stated the entire world is covered in water, so at least 90% are land. Mountain. Your take is wrong on a lot of things. I couldn't even sit through 5 minutes without seeing BS. It isn't an easy fight for either, but Kaido beats any form of Madara high diff. He absolutely slams Madara's early forms neg low diff, however. TSO was broken by Madara being crashed into it. Guy never touched the TSO himself, and Kaido doesn't need to touch them himself either. Kaido doesn't need to touch them either. Besides, people act like the TSO, especially in a defensive state, are just outright destroying everything that they touch. You basically have to argue that that the TSO are in a constant state of destruction. You can touch a TSO. I hope people realize that. You are perfectly allowed to touch TSO. And there is no indicator of whether or not the destruction feature is on. Sakura literally got stabbed by it through the chest. She didn't get destroyed. I can dig it for the Library of Ohara. I can provide the later War Arc scans, chapters 620 through 700. Yep. Bro, that skeleton is taller than the mountains. Also, if you look at the older chapter, the skeleton destroyed a mountain. Yeah. Madara staring in terror as he gets stat diff because the only thing he has scaling to Kaido is maybe reaction speed? No! No! No, Madara gets outstatted in every fucking stat. There is, objectively speaking, no reason for me to believe that Madara has any stat whatsoever, even with the perfect Susanoo, that matches Kaido in anything. The only stat you can possibly argue that Madara supersedes Kaido in is height, and that's if Kaido is in base, and that's if Madara is using the perfect Susanoo. By the way, the TSO gets its erasure features when you infuse Yin Yang release. I don't know about that. That's definitely not true. They are constant balls of all forms of chakra nature, including Yin Yang release. I don't know why you have to infuse Yin Yang release to an item that already has it. What about charisma? Did you see the number of men that Kaido had behind his back, and did you see the number of people that wanted to work with Madara? That wanted to, not that were forced to work with. I would put my money on Kaido still. Just saying, nah, is my favorite shit. I remember that scene, Vegeta uses Final Flash against Hakai, and it did nothing. Suddenly, Family, Bulma, Trunks, Cabbage, and punches through a Hakai. I thought TSO just does the same thing as Particle Style or whatever because it has more than 3 elements. It can do the same thing while also shaping itself into different forms and shapes, but it must return. Obito, when unstable, hadn't had Yin Yang release. How can you prove that? How can you prove that Obito doesn't have Yin Yang release? Wait, what the fuck am I doing? I don't have to pull it up. I have it right here. Naruto. Right here. Are you telling me that DD Gates could just be crushed? How the fuck did he crush him? Raw physical strength? The Sage Arrow Seal has been suppressed by the Tentails. Yeah. Yeah, plus he has an attack that turns all to dust. This isn't Obito. Can you tell me where exactly it's stated up until this point right here that Obito is not using Yin Yang release? Because he just said, plus he has an attack that reduces all things to dust. So how is that not Yin Yang release? Hashirama low diffed Madara, but fraud Ruto fans keep glazing that fraud. I didn't know. He did not low diff him. Part of Minato's got erased, so that's what that means that the TSO can erase part of someone's soul. I don't believe it erases people's souls. It nullified the ninjutsu. Why would I believe that it why would I believe that it negates that it erases the soul when it's also stated to negate the ninjutsu? Well, part of Minato's soul, yeah, no. Madara literally encased himself in it, and Guy just used his punch covered in wind pressure to destroy it. The TSO was never stated to erase people's souls. Yeah, it's not stated anywhere. It's really not stated anywhere. He's also saying it right here. It's similar to Inoki's particle style, but its shape. It can shift either offensive or defensive and can be continuously maintained. Yeah. It's only stated to erase ninjutsu and matter. It doesn't state that it erases matter. It's never stated to erase matter. Because Madara begged in front of Kurama to even have a chance against him. Doesn't Tobirama say that they're only used now infused with Yin Yang release? When does he say that? Alright. Fixes himself. Alright, so Obito's back. Fixes himself. Marked. The fourth is using my jutsu. You'll create an opening, flying Raijin, plus I'll match your chakra levels, so surprise attack. You two maintain, Scorch and Nimbus release, you're laughing. We could hit him before he defends himself with those black things, yeah. No effect at all, we could avoid those black transforming robs, the offense and defense. It's likely dreamlike power, I doubt the dust swirling around him, yeah. Founder of Shinobi's power. Don't tell me your jutsu. Seriously, I suspect this guy is using jutsu based on Shadow and Light style that nulls all ninjutsu. That doesn't imply that he's only using it now. That doesn't imply that he's only using it now. I'm not sure of the term you'll use for it, but Cielo can do the same in the manga set. Alright, that's fair. That's fair. I think that's fine then. Yes, I read the new One Piece chapter. Yep. The new chapters are crazy. Big Raga is really giving Dabura these hands. No, you're fine. Doesn't the TSO seem to like disintegrate only because it's nullifying the jutsu or the Edo R1? That's the thing. Okay, so let me be clear. Let me be clear about something. I am perfectly okay with the idea of saying that that the TSO can erase matter. I'm fine with that. I don't think they erase existence itself, but I do think that they erase matter. I am perfectly fine with it. I agree completely to the idea that if the destruction application is activated for a TSO and it touches matter, it can possibly destroy it. However, the biggest issue with that line of logic, and it's an issue specifically because it's never been used to actually destroy a living person. That is the biggest issue. I am fine with the idea that they could erase matter, including a person, if they were to make physical contact. My issue is, and the reason why you can argue against it, is because under every single circumstance where the TSO either hits a person, or either hits a non-Edo shinobi and a non-ninjutsu-based opponent, not the ground, not the air, not the dust cloud, I'm talking about when it hits an individual or makes contact with them, it never erases the person. They are never used to erase the person. There isn't a single example of a single person within the entire context of the the last 50 or so chapters, the last I don't know, let's say 65 chapters or so, that implies, let's just say 70 chapters, that implies that if a normal person touches a TSO, that part of their body is going to be instantly erased. There is no implication of that whatsoever. That's never happened. You essentially just have to believe that because they are stated to be greater than particle style, that it would happen, but there is no feat that backs it up even in the slightest bit. Isn't atomizing just the same as erasure of matter? Kinda, yeah. Either way, in a fight against most One Piece fans, these things are way too slow. Yeah. That's the issue. It's just too slow. Fraudical. You gotta stop calling everything fraud. Fraudical style ain't even erasing Kaido's skin. I don't know about that. I would probably argue it could. So we might get FTL combat. Sent an image. High relativistic is confirmed for top tiers is all I'm hearing. I agree. And also, it doesn't debunk Sukuna because or Gojo, they literally no-diffed Mahoraga way easier. Diffed Mahoraga with less effort than Dabura. Alright. Give me Kurama, give me Ten Tails, give me Sage Jutsu higher. If not, then I retire. Madara, the fraud of the Uchiha is crazy. What's the stream about exactly? I kind of just started up stream specifically just because I was like, alright, fuck it, let's, I just had nothing to do today. I felt bad about not streaming yesterday. I wasn't sure if I wanted to get any work done, but I know that somebody told me that Sage put up a video, a reaction to, like, my thing. Okay, so he did turn it into a smaller thing, but I never got a chance to finish the full... The full stream. And I never got a chance to, like, finish the whole thing, and he made it shorter, so I was like, why not check this out for full, through and through. Sukuna versus Madara equal stats? Fuck it, I'll check that out too. Why not? I'll react to these two. I don't know how long I'm gonna stream. How fast are One Piece fans? One Piece fans are about as fast as Naruto fans and Bleach fans. We can't read. So, Unleash Toji, Gojo, Sukuna, Realize Monkey, and others just got a hard upgrade. Yeah, it's just good, because, like, it is clear Gege is likely to change the Mach 3 stuff a bit, maybe handling it a bit, like the Baki cockroach tackle. Bruh, don't remind. Bruh. That Mach 3 statement did irreparable damage. Did irreparable damage. Alright, Sukuna one-shots world-cutting slash. In 2 years, Kobe went from a complete bum to having at least competent use of forms of hockey, mastered Rokushiki and Rio. Because Luffy went Gear 5 and didn't beat Borsalino because Borsalino also wasn't serious, so Smooth Brains thinks he's stronger, at least it's proof. Kobe has the fastest growth of any One Piece character so fast. Is that true? I guess. I think that's fair. I think that's fine. It literally erased Madara's arm even in his soul form. Minato's arm, even it didn't erase his arm. His arm got separated. Tobirama literally saying they would get erased. No, he's saying they weren't going to regenerate. If people take out those face value numbers, that's just on them. At least for power scaling aspect, true. By the way, I'm live right now, so if I don't respond... True. Okay. It literally says they would be erased, but okay. Let me check that again. I can check that. Alright, when the fuck did that happen? When the fuck does he look at the 4th? No, lol. Ninjutsu, don't tell me. What does he mean? For try not to get. It also says, I suspect that this guy body gets you. You won't be able to regenerate and you can even die. Where does he state he literally said? Where does it state? Where is it stated that he literally said he would get erased? Where is that stated? Oh, Drake, thank you so much for the 5. No need to stream all the time. It's entertaining, but you shouldn't overwork yourself. You just do well, we have fun and feeling no stress. I like streaming. I do like streaming. It's just, it's a bit rough on my eyes. It's literally just a little bit rough on my eyes, but I think it's fine. Um, I went to a funeral yesterday. It was part of the reason why I didn't show up. It wasn't for a family. It was mostly for a friend. But I kind of just said fuck it. You know, you want me to go? They were like, would you? I'm like, yeah. Went said condolences to the family and then kind of just headed home. But it was a fuck ass trip, dude. Not fuck ass. It was just a very long trip. I basically had to go like 2 hours out of my. I basically had to travel 2 hours out just to like go. It was no, it's not for my loss. It's fine. It's fine. For their loss, sure. They're good. They're good. You know, things happen. They went out fine, but it was mostly just the whole thing of like. I couldn't stream yesterday mostly because I was like I had to be out of the house by like 3 p.m. and I was like I'm not gonna turn up the stream and just click through a couple of images just to then have to get ready after like an hour or two and then head out. I plan to get into power scaling actively for YouTube. Do you have any thoughts on where to start? Honestly, I just want to cover things I find cool. You, first of all, when it comes to create, if you want to create content, just make the content that you want to make first. I feel like the easiest time for a person to make content, Potato, can give me a chapter? Can you give me a chapter? It mostly just comes from the idea that like when you're starting off YouTube and you're not trying to be like financially active for it, when it's not something that like you're just doing it for the sake of doing it, if you do want to become a YouTuber and make money out of it, the thing I would say is make videos that do interest you, but try to focus on a specific topic and don't try to like branch out into too many different things. So it works for some, it doesn't work for others. Something that you're really gonna have to work towards is being able to something you're gonna have to work towards, especially if you don't have a mic like a quality mic or maybe like a location where like it you can kind of like drown out most outside sound. What I would recommend in that case is just trying to not recommend. Let me slow down. One of the things that comes when one of the things that I would say you really should just want to focus is just trying to find your niche first and foremost. If you know the kind of content that you want to make, try to start off a niche. Just try to put out content. It doesn't matter which video it is. Don't expect to make it your third video, your fourth video, your 10th, your 20th. Just put out content and try to do it as consistently as possible, especially if it's something that you're passionate about. If you are going to go out of your way to like, let's say, especially for YouTube, if you're gonna go out your way to like go to stick to either one genre or multiple, the thing I will say is that any of those videos, especially if you're talking about a topic that could be very controversial within a community, you'll likely be able to get likes, but at the same time it might be drowned out. Remember, even though you shouldn't be competing with anybody on YouTube, I remember when I had AirPods as a mic and now I have an Audio Technica mic. Yeah, it's not the worst thing to have a bad mic either. At the end of the day, you have everybody starts off from somewhere. I was gifted my mic from a friend who it was originally their mic. They simply just weren't making any content and they gave it to me when I told them like a year prior that I wanted to make some stuff. And a year or two prior. And the real thing is that like I will say this. At any point, any one of your videos could hit like a fuck ton of views. You never know which one, you never know when it's gonna happen. For me it was the Kaido versus Madara video. I think that one thing that even though YouTube, at least to me, isn't a matter of like competition, it isn't a matter of like who makes best or like other people here or like my rivals for like views and content or whatever. In whatever space that you're going to work out in, even though that shouldn't be the mentality, the unfortunate end is that you have to want to give people a reason to watch your channel. I would say that if you're going to invest in anything in your channel, if you feel like you've got a mic that is already at least decent quality, if you feel like you already know how to edit a little bit, at least enough to where like it's simple enough that you can put something out and you can feel like you can get better at it, I would say that, hey, what's up, Cynical? The best thing I would say is try to maybe get thumbnails. Thumbnails, I've noticed, are a big aspect of why people like will likely click on a channel, since it's the biggest representation. It's either the It's either the thumbnail or the title that will catch a person. Sometimes the thumbnail might be clickbaity. Sometimes the title might be clickbaity. Sometimes it's both. It's not something that I necessarily care for with the whole like clickbait thing, but it is something that does help you promote a video a lot better, especially against other people that might be working within the same niche. People are going to be up in arms when I make my videos on Bleach Rewrite. Go ahead, Lapis shit. And that's another thing. You want to be able to get a response out of people. That response can be positive or negative, but you shouldn't do it to an extent where you're only seen as a negative light. I think that it isn't, you think that it's fair to say that something called light isn't light speed based on the fact that it doesn't look like light? Is it stated to be, is it consistent? It depends on how consistent. In my opinion, it depends on how consistently it is considered light. If it is stated multiple times to be light, I think it is fair to call it light if the series is consistently calling it as such. If the series, especially if it goes out of its ways to call it rays, beams, light, photons, etc., I think it's completely fine. If it doesn't look like a beam of light, but they still call it light somehow, I think it is fair to be skeptical about it. I was thinking of making videos about reviewing fictional weapons to see how good they are. I think that would be interesting, see how good they would be in crossover battles. I think that would be interesting. Call it Bean Zeon? Alright. I'm gonna let that one slide. Kuma is definitely light speed. Yeah. Lapis Rewrite is quite good so far. Changes in lore expansion improve so much. I can't wait for it then. Shit. I'd be down to fucking sit down and just watch them on my channel. Shit. I'd be down to just live stream them. Why not? It gets people to watch your stuff, and it also gets and I get to sit down and just enjoy it. Well, if you dodge light, then you wouldn't necessarily be light speed in terms of reaction speed, since you have to consider the distance of light travel and consider it if it was aim dodged. Well, I hate the concept of aim dodging in general, because when people the problem with the concept of aim dodging is that people don't know what aim dodging is, and half the time when people call out things like aim dodging, it's usually not right. Aim dodging is, you know where the attack is going to be. This distance doesn't even matter. You know where the attack is going to be, you know and you know when they're going to shoot it, and you just react beforehand. Aim dodging only counts if you dodge beforehand. If I move out of the way before an attack is fired, that's an aim dodge. If you move at the exact same instant an attack is fired, fuck out of here. That shit's definitely light speed. You have to be as fast as the attack at that point, or faster. Do you think Rob Lucci Enies Lobbies beats Sukuna? He can't sense the slashes. He would be faster than Sukuna. Let me think about this. I did just download all of Alright. I had a debate with Six about whether or not Ceros are light speed a couple days ago. What did you guys come down to? Says they would erase in the next chapter. Cool. Kurama, Chakra, perfect soon. Little while, lecture, yeah. Don't you dare put it down. Okay. Okay, these are the new chapters. Bentails is coming through. Sage works. Senjutsu works. I get how to counter it. Thing aside, but he recovered and he's guarding his back. We can't teleport. We might get erased. It's because he put these up, though. It wasn't because of the TSO. It was because he put these things up. You haven't made a case for yourself yet. The only reason he even remotely mentioned this is because he also put up these flames behind his back. He literally also says it right here. It clearly worked, but he's recovered already, and now he's guarding his back. It literally says right here. It's guarding his back. He's not saying it in reference to the TSO. He's saying it in reference to these flames. Again, I have no reason to believe that. I still have no reason to believe they actually... So, let's talk about Rob... Okay, you guys want to talk about... Let me know if you guys want to talk about Rob Lucci versus... Should we talk about Rob Lucci versus Sukuna? Yes, no. Sukuna wins. Lucci wins. Aren't the flames just chakra barriers? Shouldn't they just regenerate? No, they're not for chakra barriers. The flames are shown every single time that he decides to get offensive. would beat the brakes off of Sukuna low diff. Or we're talking about post time skip. Well, we're not talking about post time skip. I agree. Post time skip, Rob Lucci blitzes and cuts Sukuna's head off. He can literally just rip off Sukuna's head without an issue. That I have no issues with. We're talking about pre time skip. I don't know if you can necessarily argue that a character. I don't know about that because like it depends on the kind of barrage of attacks are we talking about. Is it a barrage of attacks that's coming in from a single direction and all going in a straight line, or is it an attack like I don't know? Is it an attack like What's the? Give me a second. Is it an attack like this? Oh, yummy! I love this deck for Master Duel, by the way. What's it called? Kingdom Hearts 2 KH2 Xemnas Final Battle. Or are you talking about like? Give me 1 second. Because this is what I'm thinking about when you say, like, a barrage of attacks. Are you talking about, like, a Gum? Are you talking about, like, a Gum Gatling? Or are you talking about, like, this? Or are you talking about, like, this? A barrage of attacks that are coming in from, like, every fucking direction. Because that, I don't think you can aim dodge. That, I don't think it's aim dodgeable. That's coming in from every single direction. I didn't know pre-time skip before my vote. It's pre-time skip. Just to let people know, we're talking about pre-time skip. And we're talking about Sukuna. Fuck it. Give Sukuna, Maharaga and Agito as well. Why not? He's got the 10 shadows. Depends on where you scale Lucci's speed. If Lucci has observation hockey, he doesn't have observation at that point. I would most agree with your take with aim dodge being, with the exception of it takes place over incredibly long distance. I agree over incredibly long distances. I agree that over incredibly long distances, it is much easier to dodge light speed attacks. But like that again, the difference also has to be like insane, right? Like if you're talking about like let's say like 10 feet or like 10 meters, I think that like dodging a beam of light at 10 meters is still extremely impressive and at least still relativistic. You know what I mean? There's no reason for me to like now we're talking like a mile away, a light speed attack from like a mile away. Sure, I'm fine with saying that like you can probably aim dash a lot easier. You streamed the perfect time. It's your birthday, Christopher. Happy freaking birthday and welcome to your 20s. It is a hell of a decade, especially in a time of being, man. I don't know. I hope you have a most wonderful of days, Christopher. Seriously, have a good one, man. Happy birthday. Guys, can we please get some fucking happy birthdays for Christopher over here? A barrage coming from a singular point, not from all around. Is the barrage of attacks for light speed shit to be aim dodged? It has to be like 100,000 and 200,000 kilometers away. Can you elaborate? I'm turning 20 in December. I have to wait 11 months. Hey, man. Damn. Everyone here's so young. Hey, man. I would say just enjoy your youth. Just enjoy it. Honestly. It's a wonderful time to be alive. For the most part. If you're living in a first world country, I guess. It's just, you know, just be happy that, you know, you get to spend your time with your loved ones. And, you know, just do your thing. You know what I mean? Still gotta wait for July 20th for your birthday, for your 20th. Damn. Man. I feel so old now. Lucci would go for the throat finger punch. I would tag Sukuna and do damage, but since he has RCT, it will catch Lucci off guard with a slash. I'm not fucking 40! What the fuck? Do you play modded games? No, I do not have any. I do not play on my PC that often. More like 67. Alright. 67! Ooh, yeah. I'm 28 years old. No, you're not Unk. You're not Unk at 28 years old. We are not Unk in our mid to late 20s. That's not Unk status. Unk status is like 40, alright? Goddamn. Dabra stated to be able to destroy a country. I think Sukuna is compared to him. I would actually argue Sukuna is still more impressive, but yeah. You might, do you think you might make a matchup of Amadra versus the Espada Gauntlet? No, I don't want to make anything even in remote regards to the fucking Bleach series. I'm not 50. I'm not 50. What the fuck? I said we in our mid to late 20s. That should have been more than enough information for you guys, alright? Leave me alone. The reason I give such a large is because light circles the earth 7 times. I get where you're... No, I understand where you're coming from, Lapis. I 100% understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying, like, at least as far as, like, anime goes, if a character dodges a light speed attack from, like, a mile away, I'm still willing to think that's impressive. I don't know, man. Unk status starts as soon as you leave high school? Fuck off. That means that almost everyone here is a fucking Unk. Unk status does not happen after you leave high school. You know how much life is left after fucking high school? technically, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I was talking about this with my girlfriend yesterday. Anybody like under the age of 20, especially now, like in my late 20s, is basically just a baby. You're still just kids. We all lunks. 1 mile isn't aim dodging. Fair enough. Oh come on. There's some serious potential you're missing with. I'm sorry, man. Listen, by my metrics, I'm not changing my metrics just for Bleach. I do not have either enough care nor respect for Bleach or Kubo as a writer to even remote. And I don't like the series. And I'm gonna be honest with you, after this current read through, I hate the series enough to say that like I don't want to scale it. It's just a fucking nightmare. I have to use calcs, and I'm not gonna use calcs. I don't care if I use the lowest end calcs possible. I'm not. Even if I could use them, I have the free will to use them. I don't want to use calcs. Otherwise, I have nothing to go off of. There is nothing to go off of, and I have no reason to say that even a place like not Hueco Mundo, Las Noches is the size of a fucking country if it's not stated to be there. I don't even have to say it's the size of a state, man. It's basically headcanon. I'm not gonna just argue off of the perspective of headcanon just for that. I don't know. It's just not for me. Then you will enjoy my rewrite. I will certainly enjoy it. Switch to alt chat, please. Sure. Unk is not based biological age. It's about mental age. I'm an Unk since I was 10 years old. No, the fuck you were not. I turn 21 next month, and the little kids are calling me sir and mister. Yeah, it gets weirder as you get older, too. It doesn't get any easier. If you go with the multi-mountain tier and island scaling for the Espada, I'm fine with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but it's still so fucking rough, because it's like, what am I supposed to be comparing it to? There is no real-world location I can compare Las Noches to. I don't know, man. I'll think about it. I will think about it. I promise I will think about it, but, like, because I don't know how I'm going to feel, like, a month from now. The one thing that I do know for sure is that I don't know how I'm going to feel a month or, like, 6 months from now. I might bring in, like, Bleach stuff, but if I ever make the why I might not scale Bleach video, then I'm probably just gonna call it why I hate Bleach scaling. Can you do more JJK scaling? Because I think JJK matchups are very interesting, especially something like Yuta versus Kenjaku. Six recently did a Yuta versus Kenjaku. I swear I was worrying about taxes when I was 10. That's not kid shit. That's real. That's not Unk shit. That's realistic shit. We should all have been worrying about taxes as we were 10. Unfortunately, most governments don't teach their fucking citizens how to do their taxes. That's the part that sucks. That's the thing. In a video, I said I'm turning 20 this year, and someone said, how was the dinosaur era, Unk? Yeah, get used to that shit. It only gets worse every single year. Did you at least check out the sources? I told you I have them right here. I told you I'm gonna check them out. I still have them here. I'm gonna check them out when I get back into Bleach. I'm just on this right now. Don't worry, Thor. I promise you. Pinky promise, I will check out these sources whenever I get back to Bleach. I promise I will check out the sources. You don't have to worry, they're right there. I haven't moved them from there, alright? I'm one of the people, I'm the type of person, I am the type of person that if it's not congruent to what it is that I'm doing now, I don't check it out. I will check out the scans when the time comes, alright? I got you. What did Six make one? You'll watch it later? Yeah, Six made a Yuta versus Kenjaku back to back. I haven't checked it out. I'd probably check it out on stream real quick. No. Let's see. No, go back. Where the fuck is Six? Let's just add Yuta slander again. That's funny as fuck. Add to queue. There we go. We'll check it out together. Don't worry. You think Toji is FTL? No, I don't think Toji is FTL. I don't even really think Sukuna is actually FTL. Or at least I don't think that like Sukuna at his top speed is FTL. At least in terms of movement speed. You can make an argument for like the WCS, but that's basically it. Easiest proof we are Unk is we still wish Fur Tiger and Y2K were back. I don't wish Y2K at all. Okay, don't forget then. Cross your heart if you don't mind. I'll remind. Yeah, no, I don't mind if you remind me later as well. I don't mind if you remind me. I'm just letting you know. I will check it out. Yeah, Sukuna's like relativistic to relativistic plus. I'm fine with light speed. Like, I'm fine with that. It's just... But I only believe it like in terms of short-term movement speed, not in terms of like long-distance travel.
He is trying to say that you can use observation hockey to sense limbo. No, bro, you literally need the Rinnegan. But he's gonna use future sight.
Yes.
To sense the... I don't understand.
Oh, right. All right, when was the last thing we checked out before, by the way? Let me see. I don't even recall what the last thing that we checked out was. Haki active. For
He
reference,
literally
observation
lets
Haki.
himself get hit by fucking bums who are way slower than him. So for him to not, like, he was talking about
Letting himself. Okay, so letting yourself. By the way, let's just be clear about one thing. Letting yourself get. Also, anyone else love Greek yogurt? I'm not a fan of yogurt at all. Let me be so real with you. It's basically above the old gen now. You think so, Brandos? You think so? I don't not have an opinion on Mayhawk yet. Have you read the latest One Piece chapter? Want to know so I don't spoil? I have read it. Don't spoil for other people here that don't want to get spoiled. I think it was a very good chapter, and I'm finally happy we're out of the time skip. Hopefully things pick up in speed. Just out of curiosity, if you assume that light from Devil Fruits isn't light speed, where would you scale One Piece in terms of speed? It'd be unquantifiable at that point. Faster than lightning speed at the very least. If for whatever reason, under the assumption that One Piece doesn't have, that none of the Devil Fruits that have light speed statements are light speed, I mean, you can technically still go with, like, Henry Blazer, light speed blade, Henry Blazer, but that attack specifically, you can always go with name fallacy on it, so you don't necessarily have to argue it. It's rough. If you don't go with the light Devil Fruits being light speed, and you don't go with the statement from Oda for Enel in the data book statement, it just completely fucks up all the One Piece light speed scaling. What do you think of Loki's Devil Fruit is? I'm not sure I'm not sure. What do you guys think? What do you guys think Loki's Devil Fruit is? There's still the Pad Cannon and Kizaru's Kick. No, because at that point, it's like, if none of the Devil Fruit's speed is actual light speed, I would take away the Pad Cannons, and I would take away the... And I would take away I would take away that, I would take away Foxy, and I would take away Kizaru. At that point, it's really hard to, like, get them to light speed. People act like Kaido tries to tank every attack, but Hybrid Kaido literally dodges an attack in base Haki-less Luffy. Kaido dodges attacks that harm him and doesn't for ones that don't. Well, not just that, he also doesn't dodge attacks that can harm him. Sometimes it just depends on his mood, honestly. Part of the reason that Kaido started taking hits, just started tanking everything, Sage debunked and cooked your scaling, what's stopping Madara from one-shotting Kaido? Like, dude, we're gonna ignore the Mountain Slash? Okay, Stro 8-Train. Can I ask you a question? Like, legitimately, right? First of all, Sage did not debunk my video, and he did not debunk anything. I don't agree with him debunking anything in my video, and I don't agree with any of the logic, for starters. But, second, if you want to actually have a conversation on this, there is an actual feat in One Piece from a mid-tier character that split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal, and in case you didn't know, that would be, objectively speaking, more impressive than the force of a blade splitting a mountain. Sorry, 2 mountaintops. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but Sage did not cook me, and he did not stop my scaling. Madara's slash would unironically not deal damage to Kaido at all. Like, unironically, Madara's Susanoo blade could hit Kaido straight up in the face with no, and I mean this in every sense of the word, with no, look at this, continent. This continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. What does it say right here? What's up with this stuff? Not even our fire or our pickaxes will break it. And then look, he split a continent of ice. Well, you never know, everyone has their different strengths in One Piece, that's the thing. No, here's the thing. It's stated multiple times in One Piece by this point that characters can focus their powers into a single point, and with that, the damage is extra powerful in the center, and there's no excess damage on the outside. You know when that was stated? All the way back when Sanji fought Mr. 2 Bon Clay. Definitely not, one second, let me go back. It's definitely back here. Anyway. So yeah, no. Also, Luffy is objectively stronger than the 2 guys in Dressrosa that could split a continent of ice. Why should I even remotely believe that Madara, who does not have a continental statement or feat, would be able to hurt Kaido when Luffy, with a continental punch, could not do it? With a beyond continental punch. You see that? He punched a hole in the wall with his foot. My swan slippers have limber necks and beaks of steel. Then what does he say right here? There are no cracks around the hole. When enormous force is directed at one point, it causes It doesn't cause extra damage. Just think of my kicks as bullet from a rifle, only a lot bigger. Then, let's look at Kaido instantly blitz and one-shot Luffy. Leave it to Eon. Let's not... Yeah, do not group on. If somebody comes here, then why wasn't Danchinja able to break the ice again? Because his head literally got fucking caved in by Garp. His head literally got caved in by Garp. What do you want me to tell you? You know Kaido dodged the slash from Zoro and was screaming in pain from Law's attacks? Yeah, and then you want to know what the Law's attack was? You want to know what Law's attack was? I could show you real quick. I could easily show you real quick. As a matter of fact, I might actually have to pull it up on the actual website. Let me pull it up for you real quick. Let me pull it up for you. By the way, nobody jump on him. Let's talk about that attack real quick, right? All right, I got you. Right here. Chapter 1001, right? Let's talk about the attack that Kaido got hit with. Gamma Knife. An attack that went directly from his heart. An attack that went directly for his heart. Kaido took... Yeah, I would yell too. If I was Kaido, I would yell as well. If somebody slammed a Gamma Knife into my heart to destroy my internal organs, yeah, I would probably yell too. I don't know about you, man, but I don't think there is a single character in Naruto that is taking an attack that destroys internal organs and prevents regeneration and not walk away from it. I don't think there's a single Naruto character that's walking away from that, my guy. There is no reason and no argument you could possibly make. Maybe Kaguya, I guess. Maybe Kaguya. Let's see, what was his devil fruit again? Trafalgar Law, where is it? Ope Ope no Mi. Here we go. Let's see, what are its strengths, its uses? Let's see, where are its abilities? Alright, what's its techniques? Unconscious, E-Stone Prism, the ability to fairly manipulate objects. Where the fuck is the Gamma Knife? Radio Knife. He uses Amputate. Where's Gamma Knife? Tact Scan. Injection. Gamma Knife. Law's strongest non-awakened attack. Law creates a short blade of energy before stabbing his opponent with it. The Tis technique destroys the victim's internal organs without leaving any external wounds. According to Law, not even someone of Doflamingo's caliber could survive this. This was the first used to fatally wound Doflamingo, who managed to mitigate the worst effects by stitching his damaged organs back together with his string ability. You explain to me how the fuck anybody in Naruto's surviving that shit, especially when you can't regen. To put 2 cents in, Sasuke stabbed Madara and then he didn't have any pain. Yes! Through his arm! Through his bicep! Yes! Sasuke stabbed him through his bicep. Imagine getting stabbed through your heart. Isn't it stated? Is it stated to negate? I think it's either this one or it's Gamma Knife. Sorry, it's Radio Knife. Where the fuck is it? Where's Amputate? That's Amputate. Radio Knife. Electricity, which is stating the target to separate several limbs and the cutting itself is not harmful. However, it does prevent the target from briefly being able to reattach their own body. It is meant to counter any ability where one can reassemble themselves from Law's original amputation abilities. Oh, okay. That's wrong on me then. It prevents you from being able to put yourself back together. Can you do Control F with the exact words on a website? Alright, perfect. Thank you. Would One Piece versus JoJo Stance, who can manipulate reality, Fate be a bad matchup against One Piece characters? It's a bad matchup depending on whether or not you think that JoJo characters are able to keep up. But you can argue that Madara and Kaido endured the same. No, they did not. No, they did not. You cannot argue that Madara and Kaido endured the same level of punishment when Kaido is taking punches from people that can inject the damage past his skin into the inside of his face with beyond continental amounts of force. This version of Luffy massively outscales... Not this one. Not this one. This version of Don Chinjiao. This version of Luffy objectively outscales this version of Chinjiao. There is absolutely and objectively speaking no reason for me to believe that Madara even remotely goes at it. It's fine. Madara can't take the same level of punishment as Kaido. That's not a bad thing. That's like saying Madara can't take the same level of punishment as... I don't fucking know. What's a character that can take a lot of punishment? I don't know. It's like saying Madara can't take the same level of punishment as... I'm kind of drawing a blank here. Let me think. What's a character with like really crazy amounts of... I don't know. Andy from fucking... Undead Unluck. If we're talking about JoJo's, I don't think anybody in One Piece beats Wonder Review. Nobody in One Piece does beat Wonder Review. I wouldn't say Goku, only because Goku does get fucked up by certain things that I'm like, alright. Like, Goku and Vegeta, like, the worst they go is, like, they get their heads slammed somewhere or their arms break. That's kind of it. I'm pretty sure base Madara and even... No, base Madara doesn't have continental scaling. Edo Madara doesn't have continental scaling. Revived Madara with a Rinnegan in Sage Mode does not have continental scaling. No version of Madara has continental scaling. Even technically, Ten Tails Madara, the closest thing to planetary scaling he has is creating a giant planet-sized tree, and even then the tree doesn't terraform the planet, it just sends things, it just shoots out tree roots around the planet. He doesn't actually destroy anything. Don't even read One Piece if you're seriously asking. Garp literally said he punched mountains for practice. Yeah, I've seen truly insane finite calculations for the JoJo abilities called Made in Heaven in respect to speed scaling by Christian member. Would you like to hear the calc? You're more than... Yeah, you can put it out. You can let me know right there. I don't feel like watching a video on calcs. I'm not gonna really follow it. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a few stands that nobody in One Piece could beat. It's not just one to review. I agree with that. There are a couple stands like what's his face? Gold Experience Requiem. Gold Experience Requiem is absolutely fucking stupid. Wonder Review is absolutely carried by NLF, No Limits Fallacy arguments. Not gonna lie, Goku one taps. I think it depends on whether or not you think. Give a moment. The calc is pretty damn long. Yeah, you take your time. Take your time. But yeah, okay. But like, you know, Madara's Light Fang that sliced up the TSO. Okay, what do I care about that? Yeah, it sliced up TSO because it's a Sage Art. Madara's Light Fang. You mean the Sage Art technique? You mean the Sage Art technique that also affects TSO? You remember when like. Here's why, again, that means absolutely and objectively speaking nothing to me. I'll show you right now why that means nothing to me. Let's see. Go, he gets his powers, yeah. Creates the thing, yada, yada, yada. Right here. So you're telling me that because... What the fuck, where is it? Syrup gun. Did I not get the fucking page? Are you fucking dead ass? Did I not get the page? What are the odds I didn't get that fuck ass page? Alright, give me 1 second actually. Give me 1 second. What is it? 642? 642 page 7. Right here. How the fuck did I not have this? Yeah, so I guess that Gamakichi is also on that planetary levels of force that can just destroy anything. His syrup gun is just super overpowered. It's one of the most powerful abilities of all time. Yeah. You realize that Madara's Sage Art Light Fang, Sage Art Storm Release Light Fang is also a Sage technique, right? A Sage technique that affects the TSO, right? It's not doing anything to Kaido. I have no reason for me to believe that it does anything to Kaido. Unless you take the databook statement hyper literally and say it does cut all things at light speed. Meaning it just cut anything regardless of what it is. I forgot after being defeated, Chinjao cracked the Colosseum just by falling on his head. Yeah, his head's kind of crazy. I'm glad we as a community agree that GER is hella fraudulent. I don't know, it depends. Wonder if you has limits though. If you are over universal, then the law of calamity, which in the JoJo is just universal constant, doesn't work on you. Wait, about characters moving around and damaged organs, are we forgetting Heartless Obito? Yes, but Obito could barely fucking move. Obito has Hashirama cells, can barely fucking move. And the best he could do is put his hands together to create the chakra necessary to form one jutsu. Okay, but like Kaido's getting pressed by base Luffy, come on. Yes, because Luffy's stronger than Madara! Come on, man! How many times do I have to tell you this? Yes, Luffy is stronger than Madara. Objectively speaking, he's stronger than Madara. Well, subjectively speaking, he's stronger than Madara. In short, Christian Kemper got Made in Heaven to a speed of 10 to the 10th to the 10th to the 10th power... 10th to the 10th to the 10th to the 10th to the 2.3826 times the speed of light. That's insane. Yeah, that outspeeds anything in One Piece. That 100% outspeeds anything. To be fair, Acid did nothing to the TSO. The TSO took 4 Biju bombs. Yeah, but you can also argue those Biju bombs weren't infused with nature energy. You can also just argue the Biju bombs didn't have nature energy. It actually did do something to them, though. It does affect them. As a matter of fact, the Syrup Gun is the reason why Naruto figured out that it's just as effective. Ninjutsu might work, but it seems Senjutsu does. The Senjutsu Toad attack wasn't nullified or erased. Yeah, it does affect the TSOs. Hashirama cells. Madara fought the source of Hashirama cells. Okay, and? Hashirama cells, all they've really been used for is to give the person extra chakra and a healing factor. Keep saying that, I absolutely... keep saying that absolute one-dimension flat character with no writing wins against the pinnacle of manga. Yeah, he does. He does win every single time. He wins every single time. Yes, he absolutely curb stomps Madara. That base Luffy absolutely curb stomps Madara. Every single version of Madara. Every single version. It just doesn't disappear. It was effective. You can see it right there. Damn, the glazing would make donut stop shops jealous, yeah. We're gonna triple glaze, we're gonna quadruple glaze this shit back to back. Where's the dude? Did the dude that like Sage was watching Kaido isn't a top one iconically good villain though? I don't give a shit about what you think. I don't know about that. A lot of people like Kaido. A lot of people. What did it do then? I need to lower this. Nope. I'm gonna have to find the episode itself. I'm gonna have to find the episode. What episode does Naruto hurt? Anybody know what episode Naruto hurts? It doesn't matter. Here's the thing, Esther. It doesn't matter that Kaido is in top one fucking comic iconic good villain or whatever. Again, and as I've said this before, they are just trying to find a reason to say that their character is better. They're just trying to find some win here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Izil. It doesn't matter. Everything you've brought up, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about Madara being a more iconic villain. I don't care if you like the series more. That's all fine. You're perfectly allowed to feel or whatever you like. None of that matters here. All we're saying is, or at least all I am saying is, there is under no circumstance anything that Madara could do to Kaido that would even remotely hurt him. What does he have? What jutsu does he have? If you don't like us saying that, you can always just leave. I've always said it. You don't have to put yourself... Dude, I'm not looking up what episode this is. Fuck that. That's a pain in the ass. Anyway, I'm over it. Kaido's simplicity is what makes him good. A cunning brute with a drive and ambition to dominate. Yeah. Sometimes in life, there's just no win. Yeah, sometimes you're just not going to get... Yeah, sometimes in life, you're just not going to get the answer that you want, and you're not going to have people sit here and tell you Hashirama physical abilities are inferior to Alabasta characters. That's crazy. Sometimes I like Kaido more than Madara. Dude let his clan get wiped out and was obsessed with Hashirama. When Hashirama ignored him, he got visibly upset. It's going to take some extremely fast version of Flash in DC Comics to beat the fastest calc of Made in Heaven for JoJo. Yeah, the sad thing is that Kaido is a simple character, isn't a simple character, much less a badly written one. People just don't read. No, yeah, people just don't like One Piece. It's just people just don't like One Piece. That's really what it is. And this dude does everything that he does. He makes every little gotcha argument that he can to try and make it so that the character he likes more wins, and I'm just not gonna give it to him. I don't care. Like, listen, the only thing I'm talking about right now is whether or not one character beats the other in a fight. I don't give a shit which character is better, which character comes from a more iconic series, which character is more likable, which character is more sympathetical. I don't give a shit about any of that. All those things don't matter towards just the context of the fight. If you want to talk, we can 100% sit here and talk about how great of a character Madara is. I think Madara is a fantastic character by many different fronts. He's a great character. I also think that Kaido is a very good villain. It's not about which character is better or which character we like more. I'm just telling you straight up, I think Kaido, with a club, in base form, slaps Ten Tails Madara with his Kanabo club into the ground, and he literally turns him into a wall splat of blood. You know how like when you have like a mosquito that sucked your blood, and it's got like that little thick thorax, and you slash it and you slap it in between your hands, and now like you have like a little bit of blood from like the blood that it took. Yeah, that's basically what Kaido's gonna do. That's literally what Kaido's gonna do, man. What do you want me to tell you? Madara is a more complex villain, yet he's so ironic in wanting to end conflict by instigating even more conflict just to force everyone to a magic matrix world to save the world. Yeah. Madara is a Katakuri victim. Madara is a victim. Almost every version of Madara is a victim to anybody post-time skip onward by the simple sheer fact of speed. Is far more iconic than Naruto. Love both series, but has been the best-selling manga for decades. It outsold Superman, something that came out decades before. Yeah? Madara is a Katakuri victim. He is a Katakuri victim. What do you want me to tell you? Unga Bunga style jutsu's crazy. That's really what it is. Nobody has an issue with anybody saying... Nobody ever has an issue with saying someone like Cell or Frieza can one-shot Madara in the entire verse. But when you say that a One Piece character does it, oh, then it's a problem, right? It's a problem. Yeah. It's only a problem because it's One Piece. That's the problem. It's only a problem because it's One Piece. That's the issue that everybody has. I don't know how many more times I have to go into this fucking rant on my channel, dude. You just don't like One Piece. That is the only fact here is that you just don't like One Piece. It's definitely not winning. Yes, he is. There's nothing Ten Tails Madara has. Why would I believe that Madara has anything in his arsenal that could beat Kaido, who can speed blitz him in base? Who can speed blitz him in base? Current Flash, no diffs, made in heaven. Depends on which version of Flash you're talking about. You need like a very top tier version of Flash, especially if you like. If you go a bit on like high end versus high end, yeah, you can argue Flash. Like, what's he gonna do? Throw in a bunch of meteors? Come on, man. We've been dealing with meteors for a minute now. We have weaker characters than Kaido taking down flaming meteors. Why the fuck would I sit here and believe that Kaido is going to lose to a couple of meteors thrown at him? Especially meteors he doesn't even have to take on. He just makes Flame Dragon Bagua, and it's bigger than the entire Shinobi battlefield.
Character at the beginning of the video, for him not to bring up Kaido in character. Kaido has future sight. And
do I have a favorite insanely overpowered character? I like Simon the Digger. At least I like him, the concept of him. I did see the Death Battle version of it. I've never fully watched what's the series? Gurren Lagann. I've never seen it. I've seen maybe 1 or 2 episodes, and I was like, yeah, it's not for me. But that was when I was a kid, and it was on Toonami. I don't have a favorite overpowered character. I like Goku, I guess. They have a One Piece section at Universal Studios for a month-long event. Among other franchises, they will even have a show replacing the Waterworld show for a while. That's awesome. A lot of Dragon Ball original series tier characters will defeat Madara. Yeah. You should give it a shot. I'm not against giving it a watch. I just don't watch stuff anymore, man. I just don't watch anything. I'm gonna be so real with you guys. What I watch if I sit down to watch anything at all lately is either, if it's not YouTube specifically, is either The Boondocks with my girlfriend or Parks and Recreation, just to stay away from the power scaling bit. We're at season 3 of Parks and Recreation, and we're on season 3 of The Boondocks. That's basically where we're at. We recently saw the episode where Uncle Ruckus made... I can't put it... there's no way I could stream this, but, yeah, I only stream, really. I only stream and, read. I don't do much else. Kaido's just too fast for Madara and far too strong. He's taking Madara's head off with a One Thunder Bagua, and then we go about his day like he did against Gear 4 Luffy. Yeah. But we're not watching season 3 of JJK. I'm not watching it until it's fully done. I already know what happens, and I don't care for the Culling Games. The only part of the Culling Games that I want to watch are Hikari fights, Yuji versus Higuruma, the Kashimo fight with Hikari, and Sukuna take over Megumi's body. That's all I care about. I don't give a shit about anything else. And I guess seeing Yuta fight. And maybe throw in Maki. That's really it. There's nothing... I only care about the fights. The actual story beats and shit, I don't care about. I read the manga for that. For me, the purpose of watching anime at this point, especially if I read the manga, is to just watch the fights. I could not give 2 shits about what development they're adding on in terms of the anime. In terms of, the actual writing. My favorite overpowered character is Muga Ryoshu. Gee, would you have guessed? I still don't know who that is, but hey, happy for you, man. Even being hit with an L, he'd lose. An L can effectively spam Kirin on steroids. I just don't know what Madara's doing to that. Yeah. What does Madara do to an L? Madara's meteors are big, but they're slow. Most of the energy comes from the meteor, is from the speed. Yeah. I mean, even though he used Haki, the fact that he killed Luffy about 4 times and get back. East Blue Dawn Krieg is the strongest man in the world. Will go band for band with Sage Madara and win. That's crazy. I don't know about that, Penenza, but that's funny. That's pretty fucking funny. I don't know about that, but that's pretty entertaining. He is the strongest man in the world. He did say it himself. You know, you're not wrong about that. Don Krieg did state he was the strongest man in the world. A lot of S-class heroes and Dragon class monsters and One Punch Man would be Madara very easily. Like Monster Garo and Flashy Flash would one tap him. Yeah, I agree with that. So would Atomic Samurai. Have you seen the shit that Atomic Samurai can do? I don't even watch fucking. I don't even watch Saitama, and I think like he's kind of crazy. One Punch Man, I mean. To me, JJK gets soloed by, like, Alabasta Luffy. Alright, I mean, shit, if you feel that way. Like, and see, and here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. And this is something that I want to, like, explain to the people that, like, you know, like, people, and this is something I want to explain, right? Let me put it like this. Omega Vanja just said, to me, JJK gets soloed by, like, Alabasta Luffy. Do I agree with that? No. I'm not gonna sit here and try to make an argument back and forth between myself and Omega saying, oh man, dude, how can you say that? Sukuna totally solo. Sukuna should be quantifiable. I don't give a shit, man. Have whatever opinion you want. Just don't try to push that on me. That's really what it is. My only issue really comes in when people try to push their beliefs onto another individual. That's when I have a problem. I don't care what opinion anybody personally has. I only care if you are so adamant and so, like, if a person is extremely adamant about, like, trying to make me trying to like change my mind over like a specific like line of scaling or whatever. Doesn't really have conditions against Ten Tails Madara? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He can blast breath him. He can blast breath the fuck out of Madara. There's no way Madara's reacting to it. He can unironically blast breath Madara, and what is he gonna do? If a blast breath is as powerful as one of his shocks, fanatical people piss me off. Yeah, I don't like fanatical people. Whether it comes to religion, politics, or power scaling, I don't care for fanatical people. I will respect whatever opinion you have. If you believe that Madara one-shots, it's fine. But if you're trying to make it into an argument or a debate, I mean, we can hash it out. But like, I don't like the idea of people trying to tell me like, oh, I'm wrong for my beliefs. Like, no. Is there any character in Naruto that is 100% continental with an objective continental feat? I guess the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, if you want to go with like the Ten Tails explosions. Yeah, my guy almost killed Madara. I feel like people constantly forget. Madara is not objectively immortal. Madara is not objectively immortal. He can die. If you erase every bit of Madara's body, he is going to die. If you take out, his body can be broken. His body can be melted. It can be shattered. If you hit Madara, if you beat Madara, if you hit him, I almost died. What does this mean? Madara can die. And why would I believe under any pretext or subtext that Guy has continental levels of attack potency? What makes this attack right here continental in terms of attack potency? What does make that? Nothing. Nothing makes it continental. Nothing makes this continental. Nothing makes a Ten Tails Beast Bomb a continental attack, because they are fighting on a continent and yet they are only destroying small portions of that continent. And if you want to say that, I mean, technically that was before the statement. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, if Kaido just keeps whacking at Madara until there's nothing left but a bunch of mush, I don't have no reason to believe he's going to come back from that. Why would I? Always ignore that he got done in by a sword to the back while Kaido had an electric outlet of continental AP and was tickled. Yeah. AP and DC are two different things. Yeah, they are two different things. Okay, so how do you quantify the attack potency of this stuff? Because, again, how do you quantify the attack potency? I agree. None of this has continental destructive capacity, but what makes it continental in terms of attack potency? That's my answer. Does DC equal AP in Naruto? Not necessarily. It doesn't have to. But the thing is, what makes the attack potency continental in the first place? Where is the statement? Where is the feat? The only reason I say that Don Chinjao is continental is because he says, this is a continent, I split it. Then he has a feat splitting it, and then later on, against his grandson, he says, now you too can split the continent of ice. That is what I say. It's not disingenuous. That is what I say he is. Why doesn't Goku explode Namek? By that logic, why doesn't Goku explode Namek while fighting Frieza? Because he will die and Frieza won't. That's the reason. That's the reason why. He will die and Frieza won't. That is the reason. That is the reason why Goku doesn't do it. Why would he blow up Namek? What's your reason for him doing it? People always ask, well, why didn't the character do this? Okay, why would they do it? Why would they do that? What reason do they have to do that? I hate that line of logic so much. I'm not saying that you're doing it, but I'm just saying, like, what makes it Continental in the first place? If it was Continental, believe me, I would say it is Continental. I would have no reason to say that a Naruto feat is Continental if it actually was Continental. I have no issues with saying that Naruto characters are Continental if they actually have a feat to back it up. Or a statement that remotely backs it up, but they don't. They don't. What am I supposed to say? I have to remember, like, the exact fucking chapter. I have to remember the exact fucking chapter for this dude, man. I always forget what fuck-ass chapter this dude was, the Don Chinjao statement comes from. Where the... Does anybody... Oh, man, I hate this fuck-ass statement so much. It's gotta be, like, in the 70s, right? It's gotta be, like, 72 or something. Let's go, like, right here. He's fighting Vice guy... Luffy's still fighting him. Yes, right here. Right here. This is the reason why I think One Piece characters are Continental. Was caught off guard by Madara, so it's understandable why he got lost and keep the same energy when Kaido got off guard by Red Rock. Yeah, he didn't really get caught off guard by Red Rock. He still took the hit to the face. A stab to the back and a punch directly to the face that he saw. Yeah, wait. Let's do this real quick. Izelmai, you want to talk about him getting caught off guard by Red Rock? Let's put up Red Rock real quick. Gum, Red Rock. Yeah, no. Stay right there. Gum, Red Hawk, right? Gum, Red Hawk, right? Alright. Keep up that energy. Oh, look! Kaido's looking at Luffy. Would you look at that? Kaido is looking at... Look at Luffy as that. He's all the way up in the air. Oh, Kaido's looking at him. Oh, man. Luffy's throwing the punch. Oh, look at that. Really big fist. He's sending it to Kaido's face. Look at that. Kaido's eyes making direct contact with Luffy. Looking at Luffy. Oh, yeah, he got caught off guard by it, right? Okay, wait. No. Yeah. Right. No, I meant, why doesn't the explode Namek accidentally when fighting Frieza if they're above planetary? Same with my guy. Because in Dragon Ball, you can control your power. There is such a thing as area of effect. What's poppin'? It's called area of effect, Omega. It's called area of effect. People can affect the area that they're fighting in. That is why a Ki Blast from a Universal Goku in the Goku Black Saga. That's why a Kamehameha from Goku in the Beerus Saga, in the Battle of Gods Saga. That is why those attacks can be universal, they can be multiversal, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, but they only blow up small amounts. They manipulate the amount of energy they are outputting so it doesn't destroy everything else. Dragon Ball characters can do that. Same with One Piece characters. They can affect their DC. One Piece characters can affect their DC. Right here. One Piece characters can affect them. It's called control. The thing I like about One Punch Man is that the stronger power tier gets stronger, unlike Dragon Ball with splash damage, and area of effects gets worse. Red Rock surprised him because Luffy was literally one-shotted a few chapters prior, but a while back. Madara literally uttered some words after he got stabbed, my guy. What does that have to do with anything? How does that even remotely push a point? How does that even remotely help your argument? Who gives a shit if he uttered some words? He literally died to a sword in the chest. It's not implied anywhere. Where can you give me a page where it's implied? Because I read through all of Naruto and I have 47 pages worth of stuff. If there was even a remote statement in Naruto that said if there was even a remote statement in Naruto that says you can manipulate the destructive capacity of an attack to do the same thing like they did for One Piece, I would agree with it. I would agree that maybe the DC is higher. And here's the thing: it could have continental levels of DC. Hashirama's sword. What's Hashirama's sword? I will admit it does get ridiculous how in Dragon Ball Super the restraints of universal attack potency just remains casual things. There's no struggle to maintain such restraints in Super. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? That's just part of Toriyama's writing. I never said Toriyama was a good writer either. Do you think Eon crash outs are regular occurrence? You can make a hell of a drinking game out of it. You could. Yeah, you don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do a drinking game based on me crashing out. You might get liver cancer. I'm not gonna lie. You might fuck up your liver. I forgot about that. If he gets money every time he crashes out, he'll be rich as Elon Musk. The majority is well informed to be agreed with. You'd be proud, minority, even if you're wrong. Hey guys, let's do it. Don't do a drinking game. Do not do a drinking game based on me crashing out. Because I know for a fact at that point, then the rest of chat will try to make me crash out. No, at that point, the rest of chat will do everything they can to make me crash out, and you might get liver disease. Don't do that. I'm not going to crash out if you guys are going to make a game out of it. You guys will not get drunk. Are there any examples of One Piece controlling their DC other than Bon Clay? I got you. Dressrosa, I know for a fact it's on this side right here. Here. Cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. Stated by the very man who has the Continental Statement. We let you keep your Continentals. Why can't you do the same to ours? Because you don't have any statements. Give me the Continental Naruto Statement. Give me the Continental Naruto Statement. Give it to me. Where is it? Give me the chapter page. Where is it stated that Naruto characters are continental? This is a statement. Don't give me any bullshit from a fucking data book. Don't give me any bullshit that could be that like the Ten Tails having planetary levels of chakra, because I've already explained many times before, having high chakra reserves does not automatically equate to having the same level of attack potency. The reason why you can't counter my argument is because there's no other interpretation. That is what it's saying right there. There is no way you can interpret this in any other way. This is a continent. He split it. They say it again. I have seen your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. There's not outright said, but Kishimoto's writing is about subtlety. Don't hit me with that bullshit about it being subtle. Where is the subtlety then? Where is the subtlety? Kishimoto, don't give me some bullshit about Kishimoto writing with subtlety. The difference between Kishimoto and Oda is that Oda gives us statements that help quantify, Kishimoto does not. I've had a tough time giving a proper quantification for Naruto and the others because Kishimoto does not write in such a way that is easily quantifiable within the context of the story. It's like Kubo, except worse. It's like Kubo, except worse, because at least Kishimoto shows relativity in terms of his art style. Kubo doesn't even do that. With Kishimoto, I can say, tailed beast bombs are at least mountain level because they blow the fuck up. But it's made of chakra, so probably won't even make sense. It's like, for example, Kishimoto draws the tailed beast blowing up mountains. I have no issue with them saying that they are mountain level. With Kubo, he either has them in a separate space where there is no sign of quantification anywhere because the Soul Society isn't near any mountains, and neither is Hueco Mundo. It's just sand. So I can't tell you how big Hueco Mundo is. Sorry, not Hueco Mundo. I can't tell you how big Las Noches is. Biju's bodies are their chakra. People who damage the Ten Tails would absolutely scale above. No, it would not. No, it would not. No, it would not. Sasuke hurt the Ten Tails with Amaterasu. Does Sasuke's attack potency all of a sudden scale to Amaterasu's heat? That's bullshit. I don't agree with that at all. A great example. Kaido's Ragnaroku showed less destructive capacity than Luffy's King Kong gun in Dressrosa, but Kaido is objectively stronger than anything Dressrosa Luffy could ever hope to do. Correct. One Piece characters, generally authors don't try to be subtle when showing the power of a character because showing it is the point. What you see is what you get. Correct. So their chakra is not chakra equals AP. No, it does not equal AP. Otherwise, Naruto would have objectively higher objectively higher attack potency than Kakashi as a child. No way you just randomly said Biju have planetary durability. Yeah. Gumball versus Baldi rap battle. I'm not watching that. I don't like rap battles. Anyway. Ah, shit. I kind of removed the thing that we were gonna watch. Do I have them in my history? It was this one. Okay, let's No, it's not that. It's so weird. Sukuna versus Madara. I forgot what the third video I was gonna check out. Who is Dubis Goobus? You guys want to see some Dubis Goobus? I don't know if I'm gonna get the stream. We can check out Dubis Goobus real quick.
What would you like today?
I have double quarter pounder with only cheese, please. Not a meal. Remove the buns.
That's to my colleague. Could you put the buns in? I can't see them.
No, without the buns, dude. Without the buns. I don't want buns.
Oh, can you change
I'm
that?
eating right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Give me a quarter pounder.
I don't know
only
what that
cheese.
is. I don't know what a keto is.
Keto. K-E-T-O, bro.
Keto?
Okay, so after that, can I get the chicken salad with grilled chicken?
Oh my fucking god, can you just come back later? I just can't do this right now. I see like 5
Yes, he's responding to one of my videos. Alright, that's enough of Dubis Goobus for now.
Kaido fights.
Yes, he's reacting to one of my videos. Granted, this wasn't my best work. I would probably go back to this video and actually, like, revamp it completely. But also, that means that Kakashi can just train to be stronger than Naruto, no? Also, can't chakra just be a part of your AP also? You could argue it, but have fun doing so. Have fun doing so, like... And even then, like, I want you to consider it like this. Most tailed beast bombs, I've said this many times over. Most tailed beast bombs only blow up mountains. Does that mean that the tailed beast bomb can't be stronger than mountain level? No, it doesn't mean that the tailed beast bomb cannot be stronger than mountain level. The only thing is, I can't tell you how much stronger it is. There are almost no feats where a single tailed beast bomb that isn't charged up by a character over a period of time, their bodies physically change size based on their chakra. That's never been stated or even remotely implied. And I know that for a fact because we just read Naruto. That's not even remotely implied. Sasuke's strongest move, Indra's arrow clashing with Naruto's strongest move, and it barely outreached the Valley of the End. But also that means Kakashi, yeah. And Sasuke also had the Biju of all the Biju chakra in him. Well, inside his thing. Alright, I'm going to finish reacting to this and then we'll do that.
He's having observation hockey active. For reference,
He literally
observation
lets
hockey.
himself get hit by fucking bums who are be turning it off on purpose.
He grants access to a kind of extrasensory perception that can allow the user to sense presence, strength, emotion, and intention. With it,
To be
In a data book.
fair, observation hockey is still better
That's the thing, and it's just as Thor just said, right? My argument is and always has been the same. The way I scale is, I go by the lowest metric possible. The reason why is because the lowest metric possible is the most irrefutable form of evidence that you can find. There is no way you can go lower than the bare minimum. That is why I stick to it. Could a tailed beast bomb be stronger than mountain level? Yes, I don't deny that. I'm not saying that it can't be. I would never deny such a thing. However, without a feat of them blowing up islands, without a feat of them blowing up countries, I cannot go, or anything bigger, I can't go anything higher than that. There's no reason for me to believe it. Hey, what's up, Halo Jeff? Video Eon is streaming so different from a stream Eon is insane.
precognition than Sharingan, which reads physical movement.
Oh, don't worry. I've started writing my videos a while back. I've been starting to write my videos more and more in such a way. Where, like, I give you a more reasonable voice. Name is Jeff. Yeah.
Cellular level to do so. I mean, I think physical movements on a cellular level to do so. Sharingan, which reads. To be fair, observation hockey is still better precognition than Sharingan, which reads physical movements on a cellular level to do so. I mean,
It doesn't read physical movements on a cellular level. He reads physical movements on a muscular level. They're looking at their muscles' movements. That's why it was hard for Sasuke to keep up with the Ninetales chakra when he first awakened his 3 Tomoe Sharingan. He couldn't see the chakra's movement in the same way that he could see the Naruto's muscles and what the next step could potentially be. That's the problem. That's why they also have such an issue. That's why Sasuke also had such an issue when he was fighting against not Rock Lee, against Killer Bee. Because when you see the moment where Sasuke's eyes are shifting between blade to blade, it's more difficult for the Sharingan to read a constant amount of erratic movements. Literally changes inside the screen on panel when they rip some of his chakra out. Because the Ninetales is bigger than all the other tailed beasts. One Smart, you are making a blanket statement for all the other tailed beasts. Kurama is the most different of the tailed beasts. Not only because of his chakra mode, but because of the fact that he was also larger than every other tailed beast. He only switched and he's the only tailed beast that got split in half. And he was still only the same size as the other tailed beast. He is the only tailed beast you can even remotely argue, if you gave him the full scale of his chakra, would be twice as big bare minimum. People fail to realize that a single country tier explosion equaling dozens of teratons would devastate the surface of the planet. Just explosions like that would burn nearly all life on planet. Yeah, outside the sun is hotter than the surface of the sun.
I think
I don't know about that.
observation hockey and 3 Tomo Sharingan are like pretty comparable in terms of what is it called, precognition.
You can perceive enemies who lurk hidden out of sight, grasp their numbers, and even what they are attempting to do next. In other words, Kaido can sense a person's aura and know if they are camouflaging,
Sharingan
hiding
is, like,
behind
damn near
buildings,
the
or
same level.
No, it's not. Don't even fucking lie, Sage. It is not the same level. The Sharingan cannot tell you how many people are around you, especially if they're all hidden behind objects and shit. If you are facing forward, and there is an unstated number of people behind you, there is no way with the Sharingan you're going to figure out where everybody else is around. You can destroy mountains. Okay, I'll give you that, but Madara destroyed 6. It wasn't casual. Izil Mai, I keep telling you, man, don't come back here to try and push some narrative bullshit if you're going to be disingenuous about it. Because if you keep doing that, I will keep showing you that you are objectively speaking wrong. You've got to stop, dude. You're only going to keep frustrating yourself more and more, and you're only making it annoying, man. I don't know what to tell you. Where the fuck is the Madara thing? Right here. Yeah, this is casual for Madara. Right? This is casual for him. He's in the middle of a massive battle with Hashirama with the Ninetales out, a perfect Susanoo already active, mind you, stated to be his full power, and yet this is supposed to be casual? Yeah, you're saying it's easily and casually, with no effort. Right, so Kaido using his Zoan transformation is him putting every last bit of effort, even though Madara, right here, right now, has his verbatim stated full power, the perfect Susanoo, with the strongest tailed beast, all while combining them both in a life or death struggle against Hashirama Senju. Right. But it was casual for him, right? Yeah. I can't stand this level. No, I'm not telling you. I'm not. It's not close level of. It's not this level of close-mindedness. You simply don't like hearing the truth. You simply don't like hearing that a couple of years ago you watched a video by other scalers that basically told you these guys were super duper powerful, and now there's another guy saying, no, that interpretation is, if anything, a bit disingenuous. He's not all as powerful as you think he is. He's not this all-powerful being that can't lose to any character across fiction, let alone against characters from One Piece. He can lose. He is weaker. Get over it, my guy. I don't know what to tell you. Right, full power alive Madara going in a life or death battle against Hashirama Senju is fighting casually. Yeah, sure. It being casual. What proves it's casual? What proves it's casual? What makes this feat casual? Explain that to me first. What makes the feat casual? Explain to me what makes it casual. What makes the feat casual? That's all I'm asking. What makes it casual? An interpretation and opinion. An interpretation does not make it a fact. In the same way that you can say it is casual, that's called being a contrarian. You guys are legit trying to say One Piece wins just to be a different. No, it's not to just be different from the crowd. I have read all of Naruto. I have read all of One Piece. And I'm going to read all of One Piece again. But I don't need to read all of One Piece again. Feat right here, this feat right here is still less impressive, than this feat right here. This feat right here is still less impressive than this feat right here. There is no reason for me to believe splitting 6 mountains is more impressive than splitting a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. You explain to me how it's more impressive. Because if you want to say that this shit is casual, I can say this shit is casual for Don Chinjao. He literally walks up and says, I'm gonna open this shit. He's even laughing about it. Are you impressed, men? Yo! Tie up these treasure thieves and send them adrift. Yes, chief. Such riches. The entirety of my life contained within the room of ice. The joy and struggles of my past hopes and futures. Yeah. You tell me which is you tell me who's being biased at that point. Let me see the full power text. I got you right here. Where the fuck? Oh no, it's in the previous end of it. Right. When does no? It has to be in the second half then. Perfect Susanoo. Where the fuck is it? Perfect Susanoo. No, that's too far. It's around the 80s, right here. Thus, let's go up from the previous page. Indeed, it is truly worthy of the shinobi who bear the name Kage. Thus, I, Madara, shall also respond with full power. This is the perfect Susanoo. The Gokage are nothing to me, meet the perfect Susanoo. It is not being a contrarian, it's the truth. You just can't accept it. The fact that Edo Hashi can match up with Jubidara shows how much Madara was relying on so many amps. This is what happens when you guys try telling people the right facts. Now they get mad and you don't try to hate for it. Don't you hate guys that never learn? Yeah, isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy to finally be a little bit introspective, my guy? What are you talking about? Also, power scaling isn't that deep, blood. If you get bent out of shape over power scaling, then you got a problem, blood. I like both series. I don't actually get upset over cross-verse fights. Yeah. If somebody says they win, I don't get upset. I'm just like, okay. But you keep coming here and you keep trying to say, oh, he no divs, he does this, he does that. So what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to tell you? Yeah, no, Izelma, you're totally right. This was a completely casual feat. Madara wasn't trying. As a matter of fact, guys, I think we're all wrong. Madara only lost to Hashirama because he wasn't trying hard enough. If he only flexed like another 10% of his power, he would have probably have won. If Madara just went a little bit harder. I mean, this was completely casual for Madara. This planetary feat right here was completely casual for Madara. It doesn't change anything, man. I don't know what to tell you. Come on, man.
Of precognition.
He can also
being able to sense someone's spirit, like, and that giving you precognition is like completely different than that being way better than like the movement reading of Sharingan. So I don't really even like to compare Sharingan and observation hockey in terms of precognition too much. I would just say that you can't say one is a better amp than the other.
You can't say one is a better amp than the other, but you can also argue that one does more things than the other. In the same way that the Sharingan also allows you to use Izanagi and Izanami, which are very powerful techniques in of themselves, and also allows you to put the opponent into Genjutsu. You also can't say that it lets you see farther, see as many people, or read things even with your eyes closed. Both have positives and both have negatives. That is, you guys are the worst, man. Hopefully One Piece LBAF anime never comes back. You just don't like Naruto. You just don't like One Piece. That's it. You just don't like One Piece, and that is okay. But at that point, why are you here in a One Piece and Naruto group? You're only making yourself upset. You're only making yourself upset, and saying that you want the anime to never come back just because a fucking YouTuber is telling you, hey man, maybe your interpretation, the way you go about it, is completely headcanon. It might just be headcanon. I'm not saying mines can't be headcanon. This could easily be, you might easily be right. If Kishimoto told me this was a casual feat for Madara, he wasn't actually trying, I would agree with you. Whatever I said would 100% be fucking headcanon. I would actually agree at that point. But guess what? It's not stated that it's casual. He is in a full-fledged life and death battle, and I have no reason to believe that this is a casual feat from him. But yet you're trying to find things that make this better. And even if it was a casual feat, that still doesn't make it better than this feat right here. Okay, but only 2, but the speed need to be consistent, and they went to like trillions. I'm gonna be blunt. Your attitude is pathetic. You're getting upset over fictional hypothetical fights. Naruto is still a good series. All right, that's enough. That's enough. No more comments on Azil. No more comments on him, man. Naruto is still a good series, but the glazing on its scaling gives it such a bad image. It does give it a bad image in the same way that any series, every single series. I know you're being blunt, Lapis. I know you're being blunt. But let's leave it at that. Let's put it like this. Every single series has good fans. Every single series has bad fans. I'm not saying that anybody here is a bad fan or anything, but what I am saying is that it does kind of make the series... When you have people that are essentially... And there are toxic One Piece fans too. There are toxic One Piece fans that will come at people just for saying that they don't like the fucking series. You don't have to like One Piece. I will never tell anybody that they don't have to like One Piece. And I've also gone on record and said in multiple streams prior, I will never go into a person... I will never tell a person that the anime they should watch is One Piece. I would only recommend it to a person if they are willing to look at something that they just want to put time into. But that's not the case here, man. It wasn't that much of a difficult debate for him. He was extremely debatable that he was never that serious in that duel. He was never that serious in the duel. Right. The battle that would dictate whether or not Madara goes on to try and perform the infinite Tsukuyomi or not, him trying to kill his friend, the only person that can stop him, he wasn't taking it seriously. Right. Totally. The slash against the Kage when they're talking about the casual slash. Madara doing the same feat in higher form doesn't change that. That's his friend. He's also willing to kill him. They were both willing to kill one another. They were both willing to kill one another. You're going to sit here and say you're not going to try against your friend? Bullshit. I'm sorry, bullshit. I have no reason to believe any of that. Even Hashirama states, whether it's my wife, child, or friend, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to kill them if it means protecting the village. This slash is not casual either. What makes you think this slash is casual? What makes you think the slash is casual? What is implied about the slash being casual? Oh, bro, he released the blade. He totally released the force of the blade. I don't care, man. Who raged at your rant a couple of months ago at your live stream rant finishing the Bleach manga. A very similar mindset to the banned fan deflecting all criticism. Yeah, you just can't deflect criticism. Why don't you just refer to Garp's warm-ups destroying 8 mountains? Because I don't have to refer to that. Why do I have to... Unsheathing it, sure. So I guess every single unsheathed attack in every single series ever is a casual attack, right? Just because Madara's unsheathing the blade, what does that make it... How does that make it casual? How does that make it a casual feat? You're telling me that the one time Madara releases his blade from his Susanoo, and the only other time that he releases his blade from the Susanoo, you're going to sit here and tell me that both feats were casual? I don't have to believe that. Eon casually eats 1 ton of beans, and you casually get put in a 10-minute timeout for that. Alright, over that.
Their intent to act in the immediate future, and it allows him to predict.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it works cross-verse, and even then, Soul Crush doesn't seem to work against characters that are able to, like, withstand it even somewhat. Like, even in front of, like, some of the Arankars, Ichigo's friend didn't have her soul taken, or Ichigo's friend Tatsuki didn't have her soul crushed in front of what's-their-faces, Yami and Ukiura. Madara's tone and actual effort he showed later. This sounds like cope and irony because he unsheathed the blade. Let me tell you why you two people, and let me tell you why everyone else thinks that... Let me tell you guys why everyone thinks that Naruto and Sasuke... Let me tell... Not Naruto and Sasuke. Let me tell you why everybody here thinks that that attack was casual. Because over 7 or 8 years ago, Swag Kage and Seth the Programmer put out a video where they were talking about Madara versus the Akatsuki, or whether it was any video with Madara versus Sasuke, so on and so forth. They put out content and videos together, essentially saying, hey, yeah, that was a pretty casual slash from Madara. No implication from the story, just an interpretation. It is an interpretation. And because Seth and Swag said those things, and I'm not throwing the blame on them entirely. At the end of the day, people will believe whatever the fuck they want to believe, but it's because they were some of the first people to really say that the slash was casual, or at least that they were able to popularize it, that now people think that the slash has to be casual. It's not casual. There is a difference between Madara cutting the blade with his wind, with the force of unsheathing it. That is one thing. That I don't deny it. That is an impressive feat. There is a difference between that and him making it a casual feat, because casual means that they can do the thing without barely any effort. But if the only other instance where Madara ever performed a feat even remotely similar to this within the entire context of the anime or manga was a life or death battle, why the fuck would I believe that without the Nine Tails, Madara doing this is a casual feat? Where's the precedent? Where does he do this thing by just swinging his blade normally? Are you saying that I eat beans? Oh, no, you're saying that they eat beans. Where does it say it's not casual? Where does it say it is? Prove to me that it's casual. You're only believing him because he has more views? Okay, and? He's still a person that is not the author, so his opinion matters as much as my own. Their opinion still matters as much as my own, as it matters as much as anybody else's here. You can believe it's casual. You have no way or no reasoning to tell me why it has to be casual. Frieza destroying Planet Vegeta is a casual feat. That is a casual feat because Frieza is literally looking at Bardock flying up to them, pulling up his finger, one finger, making a giant ball, and then simply flexing his finger forward. That is a casual feat. Prove it's his max. He literally says, I will respond in full power. This is the perfect Susanoo. I, Madara, shall also respond with full power. This is the perfect Susanoo. That right there is more evidence that it's not casual.
Predict what they are about to do. In other words, it's a pseudo precognition.
Pseudo.
I know that the Sharingan does technically grant a pseudo precognition as well.
Pseudo? What do you mean pseudo? This is literally damn near, yeah, this is pseudo fucking future sight. Pseudo
Predict
fucking
what they are about to do.
precog.
Again, you can believe it's casual. Don't try to tell me that I'm casual. Oh, you're really playing that fucking game? Jesus. The Bean Eaters infiltrated us, King. Yeah. Frieza was destroying planets. How was that casual? Ah, so Frieza destroying a planet isn't casual, but Madara doing so is. Let's see. When did Frieza blow up Let's see when Frieza blew up Planet Vegeta. Let's see when Frieza blows up Planet Vegeta. Let's see. What form was he in? Oh, look, that's base form, first form Frieza. Not his base form, not his true power, not his full power, not his final form, not his second form, not his third form, not his fourth form. This is Frieza with one finger pointing it up like, actually, and then making a tiny little ball that grows to the size of a small fucking star, and then simply moving his hand forward and pointing at the planet would be considered more casual than Madara saying, I shall respond in full power, this is the perfect Susanoo, then unsheathing his blade and slashing two mountaintops. Yes. Yes. Yes.
In other
Okay,
words,
are you
it's a
kidding
pseudo
me?
precognition.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I don't like doing this. I don't like crashing out, and I don't like fucking up my voice. If I continue to get these kind of bullshit copium-filled comments, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm just going to put people on timeout. I really don't feel like stressing myself out and raising my blood pressure. I really, really don't. I really, really don't, man. It's annoying. It's exhausting. Usually I'm all for, like, having a conversation and doing this, but it's like, it's tired, man. It's a Saturday. I don't have to. I shouldn't even be clocked in right now. Why is Planet Destroying being casual in DB not obvious? Yeah, the verse where, by the start of Super, they can punch away a universe. But apparently, yeah, sure. I don't even know how many beans you just eat to get this delusion. I don't know, man. There's a lot of beans that you'd have to eat, man. I didn't want to suggest that, but I thought you'd be against it. I'm usually against the idea of having to time people out just for having a difference of opinion, but it's like, what am I supposed to do, man? I'm just tired of having these discussions, man. It's the same 3 people that always show up that try to tell me, oh man, the verses, these guys are all fucking weak as hell. I'm not stressing myself out. You guys are stressing me out because it's like you guys are bringing up the same bullshit logic you always bring up. That's really what it is. It's just bullshit logic. You can believe it's casual. Believe it if you want to. Don't tell me it's casual because there's nothing that implies it. Where is it stated that it's casual? Where is it implied that it's casual? The single other time that Madara Uchiha has ever slashed mountain tops off, not even mountains, mountain tops, not even the full entirety of a mountain. No, just the fucking less than the upper half of it. He's in a life and death battle, and the other time he says he's going to unleash his full power. Why the fuck would I believe that that's casual? Because some guy on the internet with a higher subscriber count said so? I don't give a shit. I respect Suikage as a scaler. I really, really do. I don't know about Seth so much nowadays, at least as a person. But the point is, it's a law instead of background noise for my practice session. Come on, yo. Like, come on, man. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, you gotta at some point just think about things logically and say, okay, well, I like the verse, but is it really this? You can like it as much as you like, but it's like, what am I supposed to tell you? Why should I believe that this is a casual feat? You keep saying that it is, but why should I? Why should I believe that Madara can even hurt Kaido in the first place? Luffy couldn't do it with a punch that's greater than a punch, than a continental head-splitting or kick-splitting feat. And yet I'm supposed to believe that, oh yeah, Madara's mountain level slashes can split them? Can hurt him? No. I wouldn't say that slashing a mountain is a casual feat for him either. I wouldn't say that as well. In the anime, Marineford Crocodile dodges Luffy's Gear 2 kick in second gear. Yeah, I noticed that. On the Blade release stuff, to put into perspective, there's a whole sword style that's based off of your primary strike being the sword where you're able to unsheath it. Yeah. But the logic is because he unsheathed it, it's supposed to be casual. As if, A, it even remotely looked like the Susanoo was just like casually pulling out the blade. No, the Susanoo grabs the blade and swings it out as hard as it can. It never replicates the feat. That's the problem. If it was ever replicated in an actual casual setting where just swinging the blade every time was causing these giant, massive wind blades, I would agree to it, 100%. If when Madara fought Hashirama in the 4th Great Ninja War again, with Susanoo versus Wood Golem, if he had been slashing through mountains or carving the land itself, I would agree with it. But no, in only 2 instances has Madara ever slashed a fucking mountaintop, and one was in a life or death battle with his best friend, and in the other, it was to say, he literally states prior to it, I am going to respond in full kind.
I know that the Sharingan...
Bro, look, bro. He's so surprised that Sasuke evaded this because he
We already saw this bit of it.
They have strict...
Why wouldn't they, though?
Consistently tagged by characters of a similar species.
So has
so
fucking
I don't think it
Kaido.
would make
Kaido
much
has...
One thing I need to make very clear is that Madara's Limbo clones, even as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki,
This is the point. I think that this is the point where like he starts to like react to the rest of it.
displayed the ability to use jutsu. They have strict...
Why wouldn't they, though? Why wouldn't they, though?
Because they never revealed any form of... Now, I love it because of how consistent scaling, just not as high. I started hating Naruto more some years back after viewing the scaling. It made no sense, even if going by scalars. Now love it because has consistent scaling, just not as high. He didn't strain himself compared to the Shock Veal against Zircon, which reached the magma chamber, I guess. Oh, specifically for this, in response to Sage, the reason why is because none of them have ever used a jutsu. If any of the Limbo clones ever performed at least one jutsu, I would be completely fine with the idea that they could, but no, I don't agree. If you want to say maybe, oh well, in the video games, I don't give a shit about the video games. I didn't read the video games. I didn't watch an entire playthrough of the video games. I looked at the manga, the source material. The Limbo clones don't ever make jutsu. They never ever use jutsu. They never cast the jutsu. They never do anything other than physical contact moves. So why the fuck would I believe that the Limbo clones can perform jutsu like Madara?
I mean, low-key, he's kind of cooking because all they ever do is throw hands, but Does he need them?
It's been like a year since he streamed on a weekend.
I
Yeah.
know in the fucking in Naruto.
Not really, I think I've
movies,
streamed on a
which are
weekend.
Obviously not canon. He be going crazy with the limbo.
I do think Madara's odds of winning increase drastically. Between the Limbo clones and
Oh, word, low key. Like, what does Madara do if fucking? Well, yeah. What does Kaido do if Madara just steals his soul in limbo?
Oh, and to answer that question, if Madara ever tried to like run up to Kaido, puts his hand on Kaido's chest, and then tries to pull out his soul, Kaido still swats him down with his Kanabo. He still swats him down. Still swats him down. Madara, there's no way I'm going to believe that Madara rips out Kaido's soul faster than Kaido literally just swats him away and crushes him like a fucking ant. I have no unless you have some way of proving that nine-tailed beasts slamming their tails on one person is equivalent to a continental amount of force, I have no reason to believe even in the slightest bit that if Madara took a single Kanabo club swing from Kaido, even with Hashirama's Sage Mode, he wouldn't be turned into a splat. No way I got timed out for 10 minutes. You shouldn't have said I beans, man. I was not in the mood for it. The less I am in a mood for it, the higher likely case being said something about beans, I'm going to fucking put you in a timeout. If I'm in a moment where I'm crashing out and somebody says some shit about Eon eats beans, I'm just timing them out for a little bit. 10 minutes might have been a bit much. 10 minutes might have been a bit much. For that, I do apologize, though. I'm just not in the mood for that shit. Yeah.
Like, I know he said that Limbo shouldn't be able to use Jutsu, but like,
The almighty
what if,
Bean Lord is
like,
crazy.
the 6 paths.
Y'all are struggling to prove Madara has any feat comparable to a mid-tier character's fucking sending me. That's really what it is, man. By the way, chat, I want to send some kind regards from one of our ex-mods, Yule. Yule or Thine, depending on how you guys, remember them. Hope you've been good, dude.
path is that the Preta path. The Preta path's ability to steal souls is like a Rinnegan specific ability.
It's also not the Preta path, it's the human path, but yeah.
So
Yes, Thine sometimes, Thine hit me up about the, new JJK chapters. I had like a quick chat with him earlier in the stream before you showed up. No, you're fine. You apologize for 10-minute time up, but you evaporated me for half an hour. You kind of pissed me off a little bit more.
like, I'm genuinely don't know
The problem
why
between One Piece and Naruto fans is that
Limbo
One
clone
Piece
with-
fans watch Naruto to be able to compare, while Naruto fans didn't watch One Piece and still want to debate their verses better. It does feel like that. I don't want to say that's what it is, but it does feel like that at times. It really does just feel like that at times. I mean, what else is there to say, right? Kind regards to Thine. I'm gonna let him know that the chat sends kind regards. Chat sends their kindest regards. Oh, shout out to Yuki. Hope he's doing well. Yeah, for sure. I let them know.
Rinnegan, who's
W
the
Thine.
exact same as
Thine,
Naruto.
Thine just didn't have time to be with us as a moderator anymore. They had, life also takes life sometimes just takes things in a direction where you just don't have the time for certain things. It's fine. I've always wished them the best in whatever aspect, and I've always told them that like they can always come back to our community whenever they feel like it's the time. Can you show me the continent thing being consistent? Here you go. Dressrosa. Fuck, I never remembered what the chapter title was. It was around the 50s. It's around on Chinjiao Sai here. Okay. 771 continent, 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 771 continent. Sorry about this. I'm trying to remember the thing. 771 continent, 771 continent, 771 continent, continent CON. See 771 continent. Okay, got it. I think I should remember it now. Can you show me the continent thing being consistent? This guy is stated by his grandfather to be continental. These guys are trying to break the ice. They cannot break it. He says this is a continent known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Cranking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. Then he splits the continent. Here it is. And then he says, I have now seen that your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. Both of these guys are weaker than Dressrosa Luffy and Doflamingo. Even if the lowest interpretation you possibly want to give Luffy is that he is only as powerful for whatever reason as these guys, even if you only want to believe that Luffy is as powerful as these guys while in third gear, there's also this right here. There's also this right here. The sea turned into a continent of ice. Is there any point in the story someone doing it again? The importance of it is that it creates consistency. That is the consistency. The fact that the statement is brought up, the fact that one character has a statement, they make a statement that another character can replicate it, and then there's another character who would obviously scale above them that performs a feat like this, and he does it on a casual level. Yeah, I would say, yes, I would say it is consistent. The more statements you have for something, the more consistent it is. It doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, or 5. It doesn't matter if it's 2, 3, 4, 7, or 15. One series could have 15, one series could have 2. As long as it is consistent,
wouldn't be able to use it.
it's direct AP plus DC feat. Anyone that scales above Sai scales above this feat. Is Dressrosa Zoro also continental then? If you believe, it only happens if you believe that Zoro is above Don Chinjiao and Don Sai. You have to believe it because they never directly interact with one another, or at least as far as I can remember, they never directly fight the same opponents. So you have to just believe it. I had a conversation with Dine a couple days ago about Rezi movie arc, and it was just unrealistic how it also not being realistic simultaneously. I still haven't seen that fight fully. The only thing I noticed was that, like, the other thing I saw was that, like, Chainsaw Man was, like, running on the side with a shark. I remember that from the manga, but I never fully watched it. I fully read it, I just didn't remember the fight all as well. It's mostly the usage of the same term, like with Lightspeed. It is mentioned too many times to be ignored. That's what I mean. What Aokiji did is an actual casual feat, correct. Aokiji, especially at this point, simply shows up, puts his hand in the water, everyone is there, he simply just says, alright, Ice Age, boom, the entire place is frozen. And even says, this will hold for a week, you can take a leisurely walk to meet up with your village, it'll get cold, so make sure to bundle up. Am I dreaming? This sea is turned into a continent of ice. Say, Sherry, can we cross the ocean? We'll see our fray. Yeah.
Again, I think it's more of a case of Madara didn't need his clones to use the jutsu, likely because it would waste chakra. Yes, like, these characters also have a chakra supply too, so, like, he probably just deemed it unnecessary.
That would still be your own headcanon. Even if you're trying to argue that, like, Madara can do it, he just didn't want to because he was just gonna waste his chakra. The guy had so much fucking. If you're referring to a version of Madara with the Ten Tails, I just don't believe that. I don't believe that in the slightest bit. If you're referring to this version of Madara, he literally absorbed chakra. He literally absorbed Nine Tails chakra from a shinobi in addition to Senjutsu chakra from Hashirama. And the fact that he had absorbed Senjutsu chakra meant that he already had to have extremely large chakra reserves as to balance it out, since he said, is this all there is to it with Senjutsu chakra? So I have no reason to believe that Madara didn't simply use a Limbo clone with a jutsu for the simple fact that he didn't want to waste chakra. That is something that you believe that I don't have to believe.
Not, like, impossible.
The possible win condition. Some will say Madara can drop a meteor or two on Kaido or create a forest.
Really, that's interesting. I can see where you're coming from with the realism of the romance. Rezi felt a bit too much like a pick-me girl from what I remember. It was like she was trying, it was not so much that she was trying too hard, but more so that, like, I don't know how to explain it. It just felt like she was trying too hard to, like, get... It kind of did feel like, in a way, like she was trying too hard to, like, get Denji's affection. It's not just the surface eyes. The eyes got as deep as fuck, yeah. Whitebeard is legit planetary at that point? I would agree so, but hey, some people say it's only society. Over causes or just being lazy. Yeah, it's like either Madara, the genius Uchiha, with all of these amazing powers and abilities, either for whatever reason, just consistently chooses not to go all out, or he simply chooses to. It's always one or the other. It's always both, man.
With giant flowers to force him to lose consciousness. But I don't think
the meteors, like if you calc them correctly.
No, I get it. I get it. She was trying to assassinate him. I did read. I actually did read Chainsaw Man for a good portion of the series. But still, I don't know. I just didn't like. It just felt so pick me though. I don't know. It felt like just this girl shows up out of nowhere, likes Denji, wants to be with him. Like, I don't know. It just, you could just smell that it was rotten from a mile away. But obviously Denji wouldn't know that. He's lazily cautious, I suppose, yeah. Do you think Shibai in the future, if they show, can be One Piece? I think, listen, from the shit that I've seen so far with all the abilities, sure, why not? But my thing is that, like, I just want to see what Shibai does. I don't have an issue with people saying that, like, Shibai might be too powerful or whatever. I think if you say that, like, Shibai Otsutsuki beats the entirety of the One Piece verse, sure, that's fine. I don't care. I genuinely don't personally care. Again, I've never cared about which verse is stronger. I've only cared about, like, how consistent or well-made the argument is. The issue is that, like, with Shibai, it's more of an issue of, with Shibai specifically, it's more of an issue of just, I want to actually see what the character can do before I say anything definitively, before I personally have an opinion on it. The abilities are pretty fucking hacksy, though, I will say.
Are genuinely only, like, city to mountain level max, I think. They're not anything super impressive. Like, I mean, fucking Anoki survives getting hit point blank by one, like, basically.
Did he do that? When did Whitebeard do that? When the fuck did Whitebeard do that? I know that in the anime, I know that in the manga, during the flashback, he performed a C-split casually.
His initial force was stopped. Like, characters survive this shit all the time, so it's not necessarily that impressive in terms of AP. It's more so like an extremely characters also have a chakra supply too. So like he probably just deemed it unnecessary, not like.
She was a Soviet assassin? I don't remember that. She had to be insistent to be with him. She realizes she actually has feelings for him, actually. I never recalled her actually developing feelings for Denji. That feels so weird. I don't know why. I think there was a point where I think there was a point that I might be recalling where you might be right. She does have feelings for him, but like, man, it just feels so cliche though. Oh, the assassin pick-me girl that also happens to be a Soviet assassin from the Soviet Union. She shows up, she makes the main protagonist fall in love with him only to fall in love with him afterwards. I don't know, that feels so cliche. You know what I mean? Like, been there, done that. I think this is my only issue with it. Yeah, she said it in the end. Yeah, I think I'm recalling it. Yeah. It just feels so cliche. I don't know. Mind you, Whitebeard will easily affect the island and more out of the sea. You know, Denji can't be happy no matter how corny it is. Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, that's fair.
A possible win condition. Some will say Madara can drop a meteor or two on Kaido or create a forest with giant flowers to force him to lose consciousness. But I don't think...
The meteors, like, if you calc them correctly, are genuinely only, like, city to mountain level max, I think. They're not anything super impressive. Like, I mean, fucking Anoki survived getting hit point blank by one, like, basically two, even though the one's initial force was stopped. Like, characters survive this shit all the time, so it's not necessarily that impressive in terms of AP. It's more so like an extreme.
The only thing I don't agree with is I'm saying that characters survive this all the time. How often does somebody drop a fucking meteor and people survive it? Not because... So this is a guy... So this guy's a Calx guy then. Yeah, he's a Calx guy.
Like destructive feat and like a crazy visual and hype moment.
Madara's best...
That's right. The Odin flashback where Whitebeard got super fucking upset that Roger asked him for one of his dudes. Yeah. That's right. I just know, aren't Shibai like country level plus with only like 2 feats? Yeah, they don't have the velocity of an actual meteor. Wait, what the fuck? I clicked on the wrong thing. My bad.
Path to rip Kaido's soul out since he still doesn't have many options to actually hurt Kaido long term. None of his jutsu I listed before should have...
Ah, interesting.
And his full power should
I don't agree. Madara should be more than strong enough to injure Kaido.
Why? Why?
And that's about it. Like, that's
why
I would say, like, I disagree with
why
saying that.
Why would...
Only when Khan is the human path. I would say that you can on average get Madara higher than Kaido in terms of AP.
No, you can't.
And then he also has hacks on
If you're
top of
using, if
that.
you're going by, maybe if you're going by calcs, although I don't look at One Piece calcs. I don't look like, I don't look at One Piece calcs, so I don't really care. In terms of like that aspect of it, but in terms of like the actual story, in terms of like what is written, what is stated, what is shown, no, there's no way you can even remotely get Madara to Kaido's level, let alone most post time skip characters. You really can't. His best feat is literally slashing mountains.
Like Limbo clones in Soul Steel. So yeah, I just completely disagree with this guy, especially since he's kind of like just generalizing durability way too much and saying that because Kaido has a dragon fruit that Madara is basically unable to.
No, it's not because Kaido has a dragon fruit. It's because he has a dragon fruit that tanked an attack from a stronger version of Luffy than the one that was already stronger than Don Chinjiao and Don Sai, who quite literally can split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. And I have no reason to believe that if Luffy, whether it's the anime version where he punches the shit out of Kaido, with a King Kong gun, and yet he walks away from it without any kind of damage regardless, or if it's the manga version where he's punching Kaido with Gear 4 amped attacks, a barrage of them, and Kaido simply gets up from them without any damage, there is no reason for me to believe that if Luffy, who scales above 2 continental characters, can't hurt Kaido, why would Madara and his giant Susanoo be able to do it? It has to be noted that with calcs, One Piece is unironically solar system level or something, so it's better, so it's not better in any way. Got you. And then there's the pool scene where she became incredibly vulnerable because she can't use her powers in water like a devil fruit user. She makes herself vulnerable for Denji. Does she now? I didn't recall that. I don't recall like the scene where like was that added in the was that added in the movie or was that in the manga? I don't recall.
Get through his durability, but low-key, to give him some credit, I think it's because he said that the Susanoo is only mountain level, but like then he says that Madara can withstand
Oh, it's been
island
both?
level
Gotcha.
attacks, which would make no sense if his Susanoo is fucking mountain level. Like his Susanoo is way stronger than those attacks.
Why is it stronger than those attacks? On the toilet right now. Hey, what's up? What's up, Demo? Madara Loki might have lower AP than pre-time skip Luffy. Might actually have lower AP than pre-time skip Luffy. Yeah, you might not be wrong about that.
That he was hit with.
I also don't think the Limbo clone is as impossible to
He
answer
gave
as some
him
may believe it is.
mountain level AP.
Kaido would more than likely realize that Madara is using a strange
Island
technique
level at
that
best.
he can't either sense or stop. His answer to everything might be big bonk, but Kaido
I love that. I love that. I love that so much. Oh, I have to bring back that sound effect. I have to find that sound effect again. Oh, I love it. The classic Tom and Jerry sound effect where Tom just bashes, where either Tom takes a big hit or he hits Jerry. That shit is so fucking funny.
Yes,
if
he
he
is.
has advanced observation big bonk, but Kaido isn't stupid.
Yes,
If
he is.
has
Why is Kaido
advanced
stupid?
Observation hockey active from that point forward, then he should be.
If he can dodge an omnidirectional, an FTL, omnidirectional attack like Gum Gum Hydra that scales higher and faster than the Gum Gum Black Mamba Karakuri dodged, then there's no way Madara can hit him even with a Limbo clone once he has Future Sight active. Madara doesn't have any jutsu that is this fast.
to dodge the Limbo clone with ease.
What? He can't see the Limbo clone, but he's gonna use Future Sight
Yes, to dodge it.
sense the...
No, not to sense. Not to sense. It is not a hard concept to understand. The Limbo clones can act and affect the world. If Kaido gets punched in the stomach, for example, and he doesn't know what punched him in the stomach, if he gets punched in the face and he doesn't know what punched him in the face, he can use Future Sight to simply know when he is going to get punched in the face or when he is going to get punched in the stomach and simply avoid it. Avoid it. Avoid. Move out of the way. Dodge. Evade it. He just has to dodge it. That's it. Besides the fact that Madara's punches wouldn't do anything, I have no reason to believe that they would.
I don't understand. I mean, I guess he is trying to say that you can use observation hockey to sense Limbo.
Not observation
No,
hockey,
bro,
specifically
literally
Future
either
Sight.
Rinnegan or 6-path Sage mode. Like, that is There's no way. That is a false equivalence, big bro. And again, Kaido doesn't even use Future Sight like in character that much. It's hilarious how he brought up Insight, well, sorry, in character, just to not consider how Kaido acts in character. The way Kaido acts in character is he stands around in his base form for a little bit, gets his ass beat, and then he goes into dragon form, gets his ass beat, and then he goes into hybrid form and still stands around letting himself get hit. So like, what are we talking?
I'm not sure if Sage ever checks this out, but I'm not sure if Sage will ever see this, but All right, I think I have to go to like 10. What is it? 10:09. Yeah, right here. Did you just dodge that one, Kaido, because it was gonna hurt? Yeah, and then Kaido decides to never do it again. Does this guy... No, he does not. He does not... I don't think he has. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I really don't think he's actually watched One Piece. And then there was a time she asked about the country and City Mouse, as well as many times where she says that Denji's life is absolutely fucked up because she sees himself in her. She sees him in herself. He already said, don't you think you're the only one who can see the future? Just to flex, yeah. The rock slice you're referring to wasn't even him trying. It was a side effect of the clash with Whitebeard, if I remember right. The one where they topple that giant mountain, yeah, it's just when they, like, clash with each other. I don't debate people for a reason. It's never about trying to prove... It's never about trying to change the other person's mind. It's just always about, like... It's always just about saying, yo, I'm right, no, you're wrong, no, I'm right. It's all just about interpretation. I don't like debating for a reason. Because I don't know if he and I were... Bro actually did the... It's one of those situations where, like... I watched a little too much Tom and Jerry, dude. That's a panel I use for the Draper Point calcs. Right. It's like I've already thought about a conversation with him. I'm like it would I can't tell you how he would react because I don't know the guy personally, but like it kind of just, the only way I'm ever debating anybody is if we go by like what's stated in canon and was shown. I don't go by calcs. I'm never going to do a debate where the other person's using calcs. I have no reason to believe those calcs are even remotely to be taken seriously. To me, they're just headcanon. I hate insult, but this guy is genuinely no, I'm not saying that. Sorry, but it's true. I'm going to just remove this message just because I don't like the fact that you have to insult him for it. I don't agree with that. I know you apologize for it. You're fine. I'm not going to time you out, but like, if you guys do say something like that, I'm just going to have to remove the message. I don't want to... Remember when Whitebeard sunk an island in 11 set 57? Yeah. If anything, it's easy to argue that just Kaido decided to stop dodging for the simple fact, what does the crowd next to my name mean? It means that you're top 3 chat commenters right now.
About you're plugging the controller up Kaido's butt and saying that if he uses Future Sight the way that I want him to, then he wins.
Not necessarily. If Kaido for whatever reason is getting knocked around by Limbo clones, why wouldn't he just use Future Sight? Under a scenario where Kaido is being attacked constantly by Limbo clones, let's just say it's against Ten Tails Madara, like they're like just like pushing him around or something, and he's trying to figure out like what the hell is that? It's throwing me off. Yeah, I can 100% argue. It's not about plugging in a controller. I don't want to go after his character, but he just seems... it's not about him... Okay, again, it's not about the guy not being smart or anything. I just think that sometimes people read a series. I think that sometimes people read a series, they like a series, and they have every right to interpret however they want. K, Izilmai, One Smart... the box rack, you, Kawa, lassoed Thesos, or lassoed the SOS, or whatever the fuck. Like, all of you guys have every right to believe whatever you want to believe. Same as I have every right to believe everything that I want to believe. Same as Sage has every right to believe whatever he wants to believe. It's just a matter of opinions, but at the end of the day, it's like, either it's agenda or it's either he just legitimately hasn't read or watched One Piece, because I feel like there are so many feats that you have to downplay for One Piece in order to make the fights even remotely fair. As a matter of fact, watch most of my videos, I have to consistently and constantly lowball One Piece characters in order to actually, or as Steinixo says, actually, to actually like make the fight even remotely fair, bro. It's not a matter of like, well, at least in this case, it's just a matter of like, okay, well, let's just look at it this way. One guy is using faster than light punches that are coming in from all kinds of directions, hitting the guy, bending trajectory, hitting all of these things. Yeah, sure, the guy uses future sight to like dodge through all of that. Mind you, this isn't something that people usually notice, but Kaido can also like hard turn his body in like different directions. But when it comes to like, you know, trying to downplay it, it's like, what are you supposed to say? Oh, Kaido's only moving at lightning speed here? No. That'd be fucking disingenuous as all hell. How many light speed statement splits you see before you're convinced, and how many light speed statement splits you see in Naruto before you agree that the characters aren't as fast or as strong? Like, I don't know, man. There are like 6 times Luffy eclipses his power and speed and post time skip. You use maybe 2. I know. I don't even use 2. I go to 1, and I say he doesn't eclipse himself from pre-time skip, from the post time skip until Wano, and I still get them to win. It's not a hard thing to get One Piece characters to be more powerful than Naruto characters. You just have to be able to accept the fact. And I say this as someone who had to learn to accept the fact. You know how long it took me to like really it took me months. I shit you not. Most of 2024, or was it 2025? I forgot. Which year did I start? 2025? When did I make? Dude, I do not put out that many videos a year. I put out this video around January. I put out this video around February. This video definitely came out around March because I was at my sister's place when I made it, or I was close. I think I either went to my sister's place. This was around like March or February that this video came out. Like most of 2024 is me literally coming into the conclusion that like One Piece characters are way more fucking powerful. It wasn't until about this video right here where I'm like, yeah, no, they just curb stomp. There's nothing that they can do. When I made Kaido versus the 5 Kage, I made the video because I thought it would be a decent fight between both verses. When I made this one, I'm like, Madara's probably a better matchup for Kaido, in all honesty. Madara's probably a better matchup for Kaido. When I made Big Mom versus the Leaf, I'm like, well, Kakashi can snipe her head off, they got Tsunade, Naruto's got the Rasen Shuriken, surely not, but no. When I was doing research for this guy, he's right, his scaling changed over time. He wasn't fully convinced until nearly... Yeah, I wasn't fully convinced. It wasn't until about... When I made Katakuri versus Pain, that's when I'm like, wait a second, how the fuck is Pain even light speed? I can't even get Pain to go light speed. Like, what am I supposed to tell you? I am a Naruto fan who convinced himself that One Piece is the strongest verse, and I had people like Jeff, I had people like Six and Lapis, like, they were sitting here telling me, like, I think you should honestly, like, relook at it, like, yo, the One Piece verse is honestly, like, you know, stronger. I didn't believe it, I didn't kind of want to believe it, but then, at some point... It's an evolving art. It is. You have to, as a power scaler, I feel like, you have to sometimes just accept that metas are going to change and that sometimes older opinions might not be seen as better years later. I mean, think about it like this. Look at it from a human history perspective, right? Let's look at human history. Thousands of years ago, people believed that the Earth was the center of the fucking universe, and then it took some guy saying, well, actually, guys, maybe that might not be the case, and now we know what the truth is. I'm not saying that I'm spilling the truth. I don't personally care. Again, I don't give 2 fucks if I change anybody's mind on this. My personal thing is just, this is my opinion, this is the conclusion I came down to. But at the end of the day, it's like, not everything is right from the start. And often, and people think Pain is strong for the same reason they think Shibuya Sukuna is strong. It's because the anime added filler to their fights to make them more impressive. In a sense, that is also true. I think the difference between you and most is that you've actually read both series and have extensive knowledge on both series as well. And that's the thing. If I make Naruto versus Luffy, when I thought about it, here's the thing. Before I even made Naruto versus Luffy, there was a big conclusion that I had to make up because I could have started downloading all the images beforehand since I had plenty of months and weeks prior to like even reaching it. There were weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks where I wasn't going up in subscriber count where I could have downloaded it. But there reached the point after there was actually a day after I had reached the 10K. And mind you, I'm a person that like struggles to do self-celebrations. I'm a person that very much so struggles to like celebrate those wins like the 10K. I didn't know how I felt, but when I reached the 10K, I told myself, maybe it's because I've been either hyping up the video a lot, or maybe it's because I've been hyping up the video a lot for months now, for almost a year, or over a year, or maybe it's because of or maybe it's because I've sort of changed my personal beliefs as a power scaling YouTuber. But the simple matter of fact, simple truth of the matter is that when I've watched all the other Naruto versus Luffy videos, they always felt like there was something they were either missing or something that they didn't have. And in all honesty, or a good bit of information that they didn't have, or they were just going by metrics that I didn't personally agree with. Metrics aside, and because at the end of the day, that's all subjective. My thought was, I want to do Naruto and Luffy right. I want to be able to give such an in-depth explanation that when people see where I'm coming from, I have given every bit of line and a line of logic and reason as to why I've reached the conclusion that I have reached. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a matter of it was never a matter of like me proving that I'm right. It's more so me just saying, okay, I want to actually look through the entire set of both series because there are 700 chapters for one series and there are 1171 for the other. It is a total of 1,871 chapters total as of today, and if I want to give the best, most comprehensive analysis for Naruto versus Luffy, I might as well just read both series back to back. That's why I also sat down and wrote down every little mini feat for Naruto and all the characters. You guys saw me write down everything else. It's because I don't want to miss anything. Australopithecus was convinced that One Piece caps at island levels. The modern enlightened man knows better. Australopithecus, I think that's how you would pronounce that. Loki literally stomps the Narutoverse. Yeah, after what I've seen, yeah, 100%. Watch Naruto fans say pain beats Loki. Yeah, I expect a video where I can eat a 5-meal course. The video's gonna be long. I can at least promise you that. I'm definitely gonna go from a more comedic perspective as well. Sukuna attacks are similar. Sukuna's attacks, I think there's a difference between you and that. Yeah. Sukuna's attacks are very similar to Doflamingo. I think Gege might have been a Dofi fan, but I might be a stretch. So that didn't sound too wrong. Man, I will be honest, I don't like glazing or having a favorite YouTuber or something like that, but I'm just glad you read the story. I'm trying, man. All I can say is that I am trying. Yes, but Naruto fans can accept Sasuke's lightning feats and Susanoo aren't even Enel's level. I mean, I can't tell you that. I have no way of telling you which is more powerful, but like, one did wipe out a building while the other wiped out an island and then was going to wipe out a country. So you say that all of Naruto jumping at him at once, he still solos? Depending on who you're talking about. I don't know about easily, but... Anyway, let's keep listening.
And then also equivalating like Future Sight to the Rinnegan and Six Paths Sage.
Not equivalating it.
I really don't like this.
I mean, you don't have to like it. I don't need to be able to see the Rinnegan. I don't need to be able to have a Rinnegan or have Six Paths Sage mode to know that I've been hit by something. And if I've been hit by something that I cannot see, even with observation haki, then that must mean that it's going to hit me again. And if it's going to hit me again, then all I need to know is that when it's going to hit me again for me to avoid it. You can't argue that the Limbo clones are immune to affecting Kaido in such a way that he wouldn't be able to tell that he's been knocked around about it. At the end of the day, even if there's no evidence that you can use observation haki to sense a Limbo clone, there's also no evidence that a Limbo clone wouldn't appear in a future flash. I have a funny video I'm gonna post in the server that you should watch after the stream for sure. I feel like when you drop Luffy versus Naruto, Sage is definitely not going to take it well. I mean, I don't care if he does. I don't care if anybody takes it well. I would hope that at least you guys enjoy it from an entertainment perspective or from a research perspective. I would hope that it's at least entertaining. I can't promise if it'll be the most perfect Naruto versus Luffy video or if it's going to end the conversation, because at the end of the day, it's just my opinion. If somebody watches my video and says at the end of the day, Kaido still gets one shot by like a Rasengan from Kid Naruto, I mean, what do you want me to tell you? At that point, there's nothing I can do to change a person's mind, even if I provide as much evidence and reason as possible. Naruto's gonna have to like spam Rasen Shurikens and beat Dama from the jump because Taijutsu's gonna do jack shit to Luffy. Yeah. If you want something to do about Zowarudo versus King Crimson, caps are necessary to stand names. Yeah. I guess. I will be spreading that video like the newspaper when World War II ended. I mean, you can spread it across all kinds of social media if you want. I'd appreciate it. If you want to do it like around Reddit and stuff. Any kind of views are good views, in my opinion. Even if Limbo clones can't be directly seen with Future Sight, their effects on the world can still be seen. And that is my argument. See, you get my argument. The fact that I was hit is still something that will show up in the future. I don't have to know what is hitting me. I just have to know when I am going to get hit. That is the only argument that comes to Future Sight. Most people agree that pre-time skip Luffy is stronger than pre-time skip Naruto because pre-time skip Naruto is not even mount level. He doesn't even have... I mean... Yeah, that's also true.
Just because he can't sense Limbo does not mean he can't see into the future and know when exactly he would be hit. He
But
doesn't...
what is he gonna do?
What is he gonna... Dodge! Dodge, dude, dodge! He's going to dodge! He's going to evade! Kaido evades!
About like getting hit if he can't see where he's getting hit from? That makes no sense. Like, or like, are we under the impression that he can see himself from like a third person view?
Can heal from wounds like when Sasuke...
What was it? Can't Future Sight see from... Actually, you can see from a third perspective view. You can see from a third person's view. What do you mean? What do you mean, no? You can literally see somebody from a third person view. What are you talking about? Shanks Future Sight. Shanks was able to see from a massive distance away and was able to make up the distance and speed. What do you mean? Nope. Shanks Future Sight. All of this that's happening, all of this beam that is being shot, that shoots right here, and all of the battleships, everybody dying, people falling into the ocean, people getting blasted, the cannonballs exploding, causing massive explosions on the ship, everything falling down, a massive beam of destruction, and Eustace Kid yelling out at the top of his lung, "Show yourself red-haired." Yeah. Kaido can definitely see when a Limbo clone is gonna hit him. Kaido can definitely see when a Limbo clone is going to hit him. Yeah.
Stabbed him, but he was absorbing Nine-Tails chakra from a random shinobi's cloak, and he didn't start healing until
Okay, but Hashirama's regeneration is on a higher level than the Nine-Tails chakra.
I mean, you say that, cool, I guess, but then why wasn't he healing before that?
In my opinion.
Yeah, but he wasn't healing until then. What? I don't care about that. He wasn't healing until then.
Afterwards, after he was comboed by the tailed beast and lost his arm.
It's literally stated to be like the same thing as Tsunade's Yin Seal, which is like...
No, it's not stated to be the same thing. What Madara says, it's just like Hashirama's healing, where she doesn't need to use hand signs. You're forgetting the part where he says, healing without using hand signs, just like Hashirama. That is what Madara says. 100 Yuzu? Never heard of it. Regeneration without weaving signs. I see that's the true nature of your jutsu, that is rule 4. It's just like Hashirama's ability. He's not saying that it is inherently like Hashirama's ability. He's saying he doesn't have to regenerate by using hand signs. Even if I couldn't see Limbos, they would only tickle Kaido, yeah. But he needs to steal your chakra from a fallen shinobi to heal. Yeah, you Insta Nixos are the good power skillers on YouTube because every Naruto power skiller just downscales Luffy and say Naruto's uni with no feats, yep.
Like, again, even better than what Naruto displayed in, like, the Final Valley, or they're at least the same fucking thing, basically. Up the fact that Kizaru can accelerate past light speed to blitz Luffy, who has, like, better reactions than Kaido, or at least comparable ones. So, I don't understand why he would even bring this feat up, because Kaido would arguably just do the same thing as Kaido. Well, sorry, Kizaru would arguably just do the same thing that he did to Luffy to Kaido.
Except this version of Luffy also doesn't scale to Kaido. This version of Luffy still doesn't scale to Kaido. You know how big of an amp fucking Gear 5 is? Hey, what's up, Copium? No, not for the echelons of power like Loki. He literally got jumped by God's Knights while chained and kept taunting them. Madara punching Kaido would be like Mr. Satan versus Cell.
Man Luffy, Kizaru showed that acceleration is power and further increased the speed beyond the initial light speed that his Devil Fruit grants. He also glitch dodged one of Luffy's Snake Man jet culvering.
Yeah, and Luffy was fucking destroying Kaido, like in terms of speed, to the point that Kaido needed to use.
Luffy was destroying Kaido in terms of speed. The video's a bit low, I got you. Luffy is destroying Kaido in terms of speed, and yet Kaido literally blitzes him. Future Sight doesn't improve speed. All it does is let you see where the next attack is going to be. And all he did was literally blitz Luffy right afterwards.
Use Future Sight, so why is this even relevant?
That should be faster than the beams of light shot by Pacifista. Kizaru hard
They're
blitzed
the same
Snake
thing.
Man Luffy.
Did you say that the...
Showed that acceleration is power and further increased the speed beyond the initial light speed that his Devil Fruit grants. He also glitch dodged one of Luffy's Snake Man jet culvering.
Yeah, and Luffy was fucking destroying Kaido. Like,
No,
in
he
terms
wasn't.
Of speed,
No, he
to the
wasn't.
point that Kaido needed to use Future Sight, so why is this even relevant?
That should be faster.
Kaido was also tanking the hits on purpose. Kaido was also just straight up tanking the hits on purpose.
Than the beams of light shot by Pacifista.
Why?
Kizaru hard
They're
blitzed
the same
Snake
thing.
Man Luffy and later got grabbed by Gear 5 Luffy and got hard.
So he's comparing his acceleration speed while in light form to everything that he does during the arc, and then saying Luffy scales from that. That makes no sense. He's only able to attain that speed while in a specific form. It doesn't scale to everybody and everything anyone does.
He needed Snake Man to keep up with Katakuri. Used Snake Man again to deal as many punches as possible against Kaido, which Kaido willingly tanked, especially while he was drunk. Just to then use Future Sight, which doesn't amp your speed, but instead literally makes you move. See what the next hit is. Kaido blitzes all of those punches, while again, still drunk. And then you're saying Luffy's speed doesn't... Repeat that?
So he's comparing his acceleration speed while in light form to everything that he does during the arc, and then say,
Well, considering the fact that Kizaru literally attempts to increase his acceleration again against Luffy while in Gear 5, Luffy dodges him casually, and yet Kaido still fucking bonks Luffy while he's running at him at full speed. I really don't know what to tell you here, man. I really don't know what to tell you here. Kaido blitzes Luffy. Hard blitzes the fuck out of Luffy. He runs at him after going back into Onigashima after Kaido blast breads him out of the island. Runs back at Kaido. Kaido blitzes Luffy, not only from a distance, while Luffy's running at him straight ahead, and he literally slams his head into the ground. That's why everybody saw Luffy as a giant.
saying Luffy upscales from that. That makes no sense. He's only able to attain that speed while in a specific...
Kaido doesn't get stronger. His haki becomes more powerful while he's specifically getting drunk. Not more powerful. I wouldn't want to say more powerful. His haki, he kind of like reamps his haki. He kind of like reamps his haki. There is a statement prior to this from Luffy where he actually makes it very clear. It wasn't Sanji. I don't know if it was before Sanji versus Queen or not. When does Kaido get drunk? When the fuck does Kaido get drunk? No, yeah, you can easily prove Kaido's FTL in Sabaody, but like, is that really necessary? Zoro versus King, yeah. Zoro wins his fight. Yada yada. Okay. Now you're drinking now, Fire Festival, because I'm having fun. You want one too? Down below, they're having a Fire Festival in the city. It's the same day we have our big feast on Onigashima. The feast you and your friends are unceremoniously ruined. Ha ha. You're totally drunk. That's not an excuse for why I beat you. Got it? Don't be stupid. Ho ho ho. I wouldn't make myself weaker. It's a sign that I've accepted you. Wahahahahaha. I wonder how long it's been since I fought someone who truly go toe to toe with me. Wahoo! Drunken Bagua, lightning hammered, Ragnaraku. He's so tough, it hurts. Luffy yells out in pain. As fun as this might be, the castle and the island are half destroyed already. They're useless to me now. I'm so miserable, can't even keep one castle intact. Man, that hurt. He's so tough. I have to rebuild it, I guess. But it took 5 years to make it in the first place. Guess I was the one getting sloppy. I gave it everything I had. But I think it wasn't meant to be. Dragon Demolition Twister. Wah, stay away from me. Just leave me alone, you idiot. Oh, he really called you an idiot. That's crazy. Boo hoo 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 hoo. This is what happens when people who don't take, to people who don't take a hint. Thunder, this is throwing me off. Bagua, Luffy dodges, hits Kaido, wah. And then they clash Haki right here, only for Kaido to bash Luffy away, saying his Haki's getting stronger. Yeah, getting drunk does make his Haki stronger. Just when I'm finally getting drunk, you're going to sober me up. Yeah. Either Kaido's booze was either really strong or he has low tolerance for booze. Then again, this is Kaido's drinking. There's a Kaido-sized drinking barrel. That's what I'm saying. Kaido must have been a pothead on Rox's ship. Probably. A barrel to a human would be a cup to Kaido. That's what I'm saying. Man, it wouldn't be surprised if Kaido's drinking straight up isopropyl alcohol just to feel a kick. That's insane. Although, to be fair, I would believe that. Thank you, by the way, Blue Knight, for the 1037. Thank you, by the way. Let's see. Keep in mind that Kaido blitzes Luffy through his attacks while he's even in his biggest form. Kaido had to disengage entirely because of the pressure. Yep. The art is pretty good in Luffy and Kaido fight. I agree. It's pretty good. Mind you, Luffy's dodging an attack while getting blasted at. And then as he's going towards Kaido, they both literally have to clash and still hit each other. They're both hitting each other mid-clash. And they're still attacking. Yeah, they're going at it pretty hard, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, man. I don't know how you could say that, like, Luffy is out here blitzing Kaido or overpowering Kaido at all, when it wasn't even until Gear 5 where he was legitimately, like, where he was actually pushing Kaido to, like, his limits. Because Kaido has a whole extra form that he doesn't even use against Luffy until, like, he's drunk. He literally uses Hydra. Attacks Kaido from every direction. Kaido tries to stop it. He still keeps hitting him from every direction. And Kaido's still drunk, mind you. Even Luffy's asking, are you still drunk? Like, Kaido's taking the hits because he's drunk. And then he says, what if I'm trying to copy you? Don't assume you're the only one who can see into the future. What if I try copying you? And then he just blitzes Luffy and just crushes him. Sends Luffy up into the sky, then blasts straight through the fucking island. What do you want me to tell you about this? Sure, Limbo clones are gonna cause a problem, right? Limbo clones are gonna cause a problem, though, right? Yeah, totally. Totally. Also, mind you, Luffy's like... How tall is Doflamingo? How tall is Doflamingo? He's 10 feet tall. Gear 4 Luffy is larger than Doflamingo, who's 10 feet tall. And he is barely the size of one of Taito's teeth, bruh. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. Look how Luffy is 10 feet tall. Luffy is over 10 feet tall. Look how small Kaido's fucking... Look how long Kaido's body is in comparison to Luffy's. And then Luffy and Gear 5 literally grabs Kaido by both fucking ends of his tail, bruv. Luffy literally grabs Kaido by both fucking ends. Yeah, nah. I don't believe it. I think Luffy can unironically grab Naruto and Sasuke's Susanoo and Kurama avatar with his hands. I unironically believe that Luffy can grab their Susanos and their Kurama avatars with his hands. He can literally just grab them like little toys. He's fighting an FTL giant serpent. That's terrifying, yeah. But sure.
Specific form. It doesn't scale to everybody and everything anyone does.
Right.
Created out of Egghead's top dome, he could turn into light. Impressive feats.
And it definitely doesn't scale to Kizaru's accelerated kick, because that's genuinely like one of the fastest feats in the series, depending.
Kizaru split himself up, made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 clones that are all traveling at Luffy. Right.
On how you feel about like Roger compared to the Admiral.
Don't you think it proves everyone was right beforehand? I heard about the JJK news. So, what exactly? The Lightspeed stuff? Yeah.
Infinite Tsukuyomi or Madara doesn't immediately.
Yeah, what do you think
use
is
it, then
stronger?
The fight is much more.
What do you guys think how strong
For
Shiba is
starters,
by just
troops
assuming?
and orbs. TSO are the application of every chakra nature at once and are even more complex versions of particle style that can destroy anything they touch. They are also malleable so they can change size and shape to fit whatever situation the user may see fit. Whether or not they destroy something seems to be up to the user, since there are moments where they do touch non-six-path users and nothing happens. Madara seems to change their shape less than Obito, since he doesn't do it too often, besides creating shields or a new staff.
Oh yeah, it was overlooked
Now,
as
the
fuck.
TSO can be interacted with. They can be destroyed and they don't regenerate. Naruto progressively had less and less TSO as his battles with Madara, Kaguya, and Sasuke progressed. Sasuke could even destroy them with Susanoo arrows, and that wasn't his full power.
Yeah, that currently the fastest is near Lightspeed, so that was... No, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this at all. Dabura can shoot beams of light, but he himself, trying to accelerate himself at light speed, would destroy his body. Sukuna dodged an EM wave that is at the very worst 0.007% slower than the speed of light at close range. Not even at close range, at point blank range. A, B, then you also have the fact that even though they both fought Mahoraga, Sukuna only had 15 fingers, while there is nothing necessarily holding back Dabura, besides, I guess, his own mentality, if you want to say that, but even then, Sukuna no-diffed Mahoraga way easier than Dabura has been dealing with Mahoraga. Sukuna has been unironically dealing with Mahoraga in a weaker state than Dabura did. I don't have any reason to believe that JJK was never Lightspeed, when Dabura, if anything, is showing to be weaker than Gojo and Sukuna. Is Sage really saying that Luffy somehow doesn't scale to Kizaru's speed, despite the fact that the Dawn White Star gun literally blitzed him from the front? Yep. Did he really dedicate the stream to debunk one of your videos, or is it just a reaction video? It was half of a stream that got shut off because of his internet connection, and I think that was the reason, and now he's just doing the second half because I don't see
Madara
chat.
also never shows the capability to recreate TSO. Not to mention, they seem to be capable of breaking if enough physical force is applied, and one of Guy's Sekizo punches were enough to force Madara's body through a TSO barrier. Kaido can just deal with them through the application of advanced Conqueror's Haki, since he can hit them without making physical contact, like when he clashed with Luffy.
I'm interested in One Piece, where One Piece is talking about Kaido. It's called The Kaido Agenda is Dying by Polar Stone. I'm fine with it.
Whether or not
I
his
might
attacks
actually
are
just
as
be finished
strong
after
as
this video.
Zekizo, look at it this way. He and Big Mom performed the Conquest of the Sea attack.
Papa
An advanced
Kuna is the
Conqueror's
king of
Haki
Eon
attack that would have
curses.
dealt devastating damage to
That's what I'm
Luffy,
saying.
Zoro, Law, Kid, and Killer.
I'm gonna be real with you. This is one of the biggest problems with the video overall. It's just the equivocations of feats in order for it to seem like One Piece is more impressive, in my opinion, or that One Piece has all the answers. When in reality, whether or not TSOs will work is just 100 when in reality, whether TSOs will work or not is simply based on how potent you think the attacks are, which he already pretty much capped Naruto at mountain to island level. So I genuinely...
When did I cap Naruto to mountain to cat? Are you mean Madara?
thing because we don't know how potent they are in relation to each other without like...
This may have been a combined attack, but Kaido should still be able to replicate a similar technique on his own without Big Mom and...
Yeah, like I already said, comparing Zekiso to Ikoku Sovereignty and Hakoku...
Except this is a bigger hole than anything that they would have made because this is an island-sized fish. Big Mom's Ikoku Sovereignty is also coming from a character beyond continental attack potency, where you can't even argue Might Guy at best is, with his most powerful attack prior to the 8th gate, is island level, which, sure, don't call bro stupid. Do not call bro stupid. I'm removing the comment. Anyway, do not call bro stupid, alright?
Sovereignty is pretty much impossible without like actual basis. He's pretty much just being like, oh, these are air blasts, same thing. when in reality you kind of have to go deeper and look into the context to figure out.
Okay, if you look at the context, this is an island-sized fish. Guy made 5 big holes, one of which came from above that sent Madara into the ground. I have no reason to believe that the distance between Madara and the others is bigger than I don't have any reason to believe that hole is bigger than a island-sized fish's hole, and I don't have a reason to believe that Guy's punches are even as strong as this. Why would I believe that Guy's punches are as strong as this, especially against a giant, again, island-sized fish? What tells me that Guy's punches are any stronger?
Out if it's
You want, if anything, you want me to equivocate them, because at the very freaking least, you can upscale Guy for the One Piece stuff versus the One Piece stuff being downscaled because of the Guy stuff.
true. So yeah, again, one of the biggest problems with this video is just the false equivocations overall.
Sekizo is just a blast of air from a punch. Conquest of the Sea is a blast of air.
It's just a blast of air from a punch from a guy who can scale anywhere from,
Where?
I don't know, island to country level.
Island to country level. And ladies and gentlemen, where have we scaled Kaido to already? Continental. These characters are continental. The characters in One Piece that are mid-tiers are all fucking continental. Well, at least these two. Eon talking an island-sized fish hole. No one Naruto could affect their character. Could really affect their character's own continent. At this point, I think, yeah. Continent. But yeah, they're at best country level, right? And if you're saying that Guy scales at best at country level, yeah, all right. Yo. Yeah. Yo, what up, Jake?
Even farther than that.
That's lovely.
So saying they're both blasts of air is like essentially comparing the Limbo clones and the Shadow clones and saying because they're both clones, they're the same exact thing. It makes no sense. You actually have to scale. I can really get behind this scaling because it's just his opinion versus like what he's seeing visually. There's not a lot of context applied or like,
you know what? I will
logic
give Sage this. The format of the video wasn't designed in a decent enough regard where I can necessarily prove all of the characters' capabilities. Yeah, my voice just cracked because I've been yelling so much. I will grant him this. This video was not my best work. I still don't know how this video did as well as it did, I guess. So a bit ago, I thought this argument was kind of well thought. I thought his arguments were kind of well thought. Still wrong, but not bad. I think that, I'm going to be honest with you, I think that he ignores a lot of evidence for One Piece. Granted, I don't think my video was the best one made. I think that a lot of the criticisms that he's also given are completely fair, especially since I'm not going out of my way to really provide an actual explanation as to how hard Kaido is, other than the fact that, like, you know, he hits harder than Luffy. This is the video that got you into Naruto?
applied.
Lovely.
It's just like, ooh, Boom Mountain, Air Blast the same.
Just list a couple of
Obviously, he's probably more well versed in One Piece than he is Naruto.
No, I would say I'm as well versed in both. I would say I'm actually as well versed in both. Though granted, I was less, actually quite the opposite. When I made this video, I was more well versed in Naruto than I was in One Piece. Wouldn't first commanders be planetary dawn size and a commander level as he was below Dofi? You could maybe say multi-continental. You can maybe say multi-continental or like large continent, but I don't know about I don't know about planetary. Maybe moon level if you really want to like stroke the low tiers.
So a lot of his arguments are going to come from the standpoint of a One Piece fan.
No, my arguments actually came from the standpoint of a Naruto fan, but I guess you would assume so because I would give the win still to a One Piece character. Because the series that got me into power scaling was Naruto. And actually, after months and months after this video, did I finally really agree. My video, I don't know if it was fine. Not what power scale chaps are used to. It's bogus, calcs, or nothing.
Which I don't think is Kaido can and a rake or not by itself able to destroy the planet, which Naruto and One Piece before relative to Kaido's. The fact that I don't agree with his attack potency take or his speed take, I think that by his own logic, or not by his own logic, but in my opinion, if the two were to fight,
a loving family. I've played enough Clash Royale to know that this gets me nowhere in life.
and acting in character, and you can scale Madara's AP over Kaido's, and get his speed to relative to Kaido's.
No, you
then the
cannot.
fact that
You
Kaido
cannot
lets
get
him-
Madara. Under no circumstance can you get Madara to Kaido's speed. Every single argument, especially from the first half of the video that you made, is that Madara wasn't trying, but every single time that anyone tries to argue anything for Madara, it's usually the same bullshit. And this is one of the things that's kind of made me also dislike Madara from a fan base perspective, where before I would say that Madara was my king, now I can say that from like a fan base perspective, it really is annoying to argue against Madara as a whole. Not because Madara is this unequivocal power within the context of scaling as a whole, but because Madara himself is this character that, like, because Kishimoto never really visually displays Madara, like, or at least because Madara's constantly shown within the context of him popping up, is usually shown within the context of like him either not taking character seriously or around the time that he does take character seriously. It makes any moment where he is taking character seriously still be moments where like, oh well, he's still not really trying, or he's still not able to fucking go all out. It's getting you nowhere because you're not willing to sacrifice everything else. It gets me nowhere because it's just Clash Royale and I don't play I'm not built to play competitive Clash Royale. I'm willing to say I'm a scrub at Clash, even though I reached top thing years ago. But anyway, Eon, say 5 random children or get a Bugatti Chiron and your maintenance is paid off. I would save 5 random children from what? I mean, I guess saving 5 children in general would just be better from any situation. Skill issue, fuck off. I think if you drop Sai in the Naruto world, he could split their continent from top to bottom. Yeah, no. 100%. Hey, what's up, Eternal? You haven't really missed much. Bunch of crash outs, a bunch of stuff. We've been stuck on this video for like 3 hours. 2 hours. You're taking the Bugatti over saving 5 kids? I mean, I guess fuck them kids, right? Fuck, why not? Although, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't like driving and I don't really think I need... I really don't think I need a Bugatti, personally, especially where I live. I also don't like driving, even though I have to do it at least like once a week. I'm still going to champion Boros solos, the Naruto and Bleach verse. I would like to see Gear 5 Louis try to beat Boros' real form. You could probably argue it. I can make the video if you pay me for it. I'll make the video. I can scale Season 1 One Punch Man. Not Sage again. Where do you live? In country, of course. The United States of America. I'll start working on Wano today. Probably will get done by the Monday. No, take your time, Jeff. I'd really appreciate it either way. $1.52 billion or clout from the Versus community. $1.52 billion. Why the fuck would I need clout from the Versus community at that point? I don't care about people's opinions for the most part. I really don't give 2 fiddly fucks or 2 tears in a bucket about people's opinions. I don't need clout. And $1.52 billion kind of makes it so that I can make whatever video I want to just, like, A, I'm investing. B, I'm getting my mom a house. C, I'm getting my grandma all the help she needs. And D, I get to just... I get to literally just live in luxury while just making in this. I'm probably still living where I'm living now, but I'll at least have enough money to A, never have to work a day in my life, and B, I can just do all the research I want without ever having to worry about money and shit. Also, I'm taking all my friends to Vegas, not to spend the money, more so just to like be in Vegas. The 3 continents in Naruto are pretty big based on the official map. Yeah, you tell me how big they are. Get Madara past Virgo type shit. Eat beans or debate Sage? I would debate Sage live. I'm not eating beans, bro. End of series Sai might solo type shit. Cloud from the community? What the fuck I'm gonna do with that? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's $1.52 billion. I can literally invest in every major company, become a shareholder if I fucking feel like it, just earn generational amounts of wealth, open up a mini ice cream shop near my house that I would probably put in every last bit of money into, like, just getting all the quality ingredients and making it a place where people can, like, hang out, eat, and do all the stuff. And at the same time, I can also just continue to make videos just of way higher quality. I can even just fund Naruto versus Luffy if I wanted to. I can get, like, awesome animators for it to even fund my own story. I would do so much just to make money off of just getting that money. Plus, he could persuade Versus Battle Weekly to upscale One Piece to 100 million... Like, with, like, no, I'm not giving them 100 million cash. Fuck that. I don't need to give them that much money. I'm pretty sure if I flashed $10,000 at Versus Battle Weekly, they would probably do it. Not relative to Naruto, not relative from Naruto, no relative to Naruto from top tiers wise. Are you saying One Piece is relativistic? Or Eon uses $1.5 billion of all the beans in the world. Could living Madara versus Krieg be a Krieg victim in a fist fight? Living Madara with like no Susanoo? Probably not though. He's not a Krieg victim. He'd still be too fast for Krieg. I would genuinely say that Madara is way too fast for like everything in One Piece up until somewhere around Enel. Up until the point where we get to Enel, Madara is probably a bit too fast. It makes you feel better. I was stuck for longer on the Overture final boss. If it makes you feel better, I was stuck for longer. You're fine. I heard the Overture boss isn't that crazy. To be fair though, I've seen the Overture boss a couple of times. I've seen like some no-hit fights out of it. I think if I watch it enough times, it might make the fight easy for me when I decide to try it out on my own. The continent Naruto takes place about 1/3 of the planet from what we've seen been shown. 1/3 of the planet, okay. Those are small-ass mountains. They are gamma-sized. Fuck it, buy the Versus community. Queen, a better scientist than Orochimaru? From a mechanical standpoint, I would say yes. From a biological standpoint, I'd probably say no. Privatize power scaling? You want me to single-handedly privatize power scaling? What the fuck would that do for me? What would it do for me at all to, like, privatize power scaling? Based on the mountains being comparable to Gamma Bunta in height, those mountains looking not very fulfilling. That's what I'm saying. Lord D Coast versus OG Shukaku. Lord of the Coast. Lord of D Coast versus OG Shukaku. I'd probably give my money to Shukaku, I'm not gonna lie.
Get hit and lets himself get injured so much might lean towards Madara winning the fight, but I would have to re-research both series to give you.
No, you'd have to specifically re-research One Piece, dude.
Guys, a solid take. So, Kaido hypothetically to planet level, not only do I think Kaido doesn't scale to, not only do I not think Kaido. Not only would I say that Kaido doesn't scale to anything Whitebeard can do with his Devil Fruit, but even if you did accept this planetary meta, you would also kind of have to accept the Ninetales planetary meta.
No, you don't, because the Ninetales planetary meta is entirely based on how you choose to interpret a single statement that does not verbatim say destroy the world, just turn the world to ash. And that statement could literally be interpreted in so many ways, like he shoots tailed beast bombs until the world itself the surface of the planet turns to ash. I wouldn't say that One Piece contents are bigger than Naruto's planet. I definitely wouldn't say that. Alright. Loki's the world's strongest creature.
It's time for readers to stop underestimating Loki, because like it or not, this character is stronger than the likes of Kaido and Big Mom, and likely even Roger and Whitebeard, as insane as that sounds. When we were first introduced to Loki, we were told that he could end the world, which initially just seemed like exaggeration by simple-minded giants. But after realizing that Loki has, undeniably, the physically strongest body.
Sasori's puppets' work is pretty underrated when it comes to feats of engineering. Yeah, but they're still puppets, and the best that they do is, like, what? Shoot fire? Have weapons? Poison? Based off Boruto, it's even bigger than Earth? Not really. Based off of what? Dude, I know Eon's eating good on this ads he be giving me. I could honestly, like, I could technically insert an ad right now. I could delay ads for you guys if you want. I can delay ads for about 10 minutes.
Body in One Piece history, from birth, Yonko level conquerors Haki.
Without even coming close to winning, then I did it first try the next morning, though I had a wrong amulet and high fever. Well, I hope you're no longer having a fever. I hope you're feeling better, Aster, if you are still sick. But, yeah, sometimes you just be like that. Sometimes you don't get any headsway with a boss, and sometimes you just beat him because you just needed to, like, get a refresher.
That is more powerful than every single Logia, and another fruit that can supposedly end the world and threaten Imu himself. Maybe it's time to start acknowledging that Oda was saving this absurd Frankenstein's monster of broken abilities for the end of the story, precisely because Loki breaks the norms of One Piece's strength too much. And if you don't believe that, then the simple question I would ask is, why then is Oda
Motherfucker climbed the world tree at birth after decapitating a bear. Yeah, no, like, when people really need to stop, people really need to stop underestimating how powerful One Piece characters are, and I really mean that. Like, it is really not even fucking close how absolutely insane so many One Piece characters are. Let me see something. They dropped a baby, a giant baby. They dropped a giant baby from the middle section of the world tree all the way down to the ground. He decapitated a giant bear that tried to attack him. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, Loki's a bit crazy. And then he just keeps dropping himself again just to, like, get back up. And then, randomly, a fucking mountain in Elbaf. A mountain in Elbaf gets cleaved right through. What's up with this island? Where do you get inland? And you have animals running away from these guys. Like, what are we talking about here, man? This is a fucking baby. Just off of that alone, the One Piece planet is gargantuan. Gargantuan. Do we know if Loki fell from a comparable height as Kaido from the Sky Islands? There's clouds up there. I don't know, man. I wish Kishimoto would give more context for feats. Yeah, I would wish that Kishimoto would give more context for his feats. Maybe then I could upscale his characters a bit better, but he doesn't. So what am I supposed to do? Then don't take them so seriously because of the goofy stereotypes. Narratively, the DLC was kind of disappointing in terms of side, but in terms of the gameplay, it was peak. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Aster. I really need to get through it. Are unmatched. Vegapunk literally cloned some of the most powerful pirates on the planet.
Nerfing Loki for this arc. Why is Oda making it clear that the Loki who we are about to see fight in Elbaf is actually severely weakened and won't be back at full strength for another month? Could it be because Loki cannot be and won't be back at full strength for another month? Could it be because Loki cannot be allowed to be at full strength till the final arc of One Piece? Because if Loki were at full strength today, then he would genuinely outshine our protagonist Luffy in Elbaf. And that is something Oda can simply never allow to happen in any arc. If you're skeptical, then watch the rest of this video.
That's
as I
true.
break down how awesome.
If it's an Elbaf, if we're also talking about like Elbaf animals, if we're also talking about like the Elbaf creatures, Elbaf animals are absolutely fucking massive as well. Just to give you guys a bit of context. Let's see, what is it like? 140? Is this prior to all of that? I think we have to go to like the first time that Luffy meets with Loki. He's over here. There's a giant wolf. Luffy's over here. Yeah, like there's like these giant creatures over here. This takes me back. So you don't say they may not take too kindly to it. Those other little ones are humans who choose to do battle with Elbaf. They were stinking robes. Let me fix this up real quick. Let's do like double page like this. Because if we do double page like this, we might actually get a better, yeah. Yeah, these would be larger animals than the ones that Luffy dealt with in his island. These are fucking tailed beasts, basically. And then Luffy can just activate 4th gear. He's also dodging an attack from Luffy. From what I know, surviving falls doesn't give the best numbers when it comes to calcs. Yeah. And the bear is an underworld bear. Bro, the community doing their best not to give Shanks credit. Shanks beat Loki. Not really. We know what the truth was. We know what the truth was. Loki basically... I think Loki gave himself... Yeah, no, Loki let himself get tied up. Yeah, there's no way I can tell them the truth. Just drop it, all of you. With this ability, I'll settle the regrets of the old man and his soldiers. Don't be stupid. The world government is a big organization. It won't be as easy as you think. Be as big after something big happened. Outcast, your highness. After I set out to sea, Hajrudin. Yeah.
signs point to Loki being a lot stronger than readers realize, because Oda has genuinely been saving the best for last. But before we get into it, make sure to subscribe. But first, if you're into anime-style MMOs with real multiplayer content, season...
No, I'm not listening to some bullshit. Yeah.
So to
Not
begin
an
with, the
Elbaf, like
biggest
8 years
reason that
later?
lots
All
of
right.
readers are skeptical of the idea that Loki might be above the Yonko or even stronger than Pirate
Yep.
King level characters. The first is simply that Loki is too new. One Piece is a very established world with a lot of pre-built lore and hype that has been built for certain characters over literally 1,000 chapters. We've had so long to build up
Probably.
the stories of Roger, Whitebeard, Kaido, Shanks, Mihawk, but Loki was this guy that we'd never heard of. His strength had never been talked up in the story because Oda had conveniently just chained him up on an island, out of sight, out of mind for everyone else in the world. It is very difficult to sell readers on the idea that this new character that we'd never heard of, that no one had ever talked about, that's being dropped into the story practically out of nowhere, might actually be stronger than almost all of the previously established characters in the story. That is a hard pill to swallow, and One Piece usually doesn't really work like that. Now, the second reason that readers may doubt Loki's strength, which is very, very valid, is Shanks. We know that however strong Loki is, Shanks did at some point successfully capture him, or at least that's what we've been told. Therefore, the assumption is that as strong as Loki is, he can't be as strong as Shanks, and therefore it's unlikely that Loki is Pirate King level or above. But we will address the Shanks point towards the end of this video. Let's first start by tackling point number 1, which is this hesitance to crown Loki as one of One Piece's strongest characters ever, because it feels like he's too new and we know too little about him. But we've actually gotten a lot of him.
Can I just say that, like, in complete, like, now, shifting complete 180, I do believe personally that, like, Mr. Morge as a content creator would also make a very good narrative power scaler. He's very, very good about being able to create a claim that also has a lot of narrative implications for it having some level of validity. Even if out of the things that he says, it isn't confirmed, he brings up a lot of evidence that could be used to create an argument that even if you don't agree with, still holds a consistent level of a consistent level of validity. You know what I mean? Like, oh, can you react to a random Naruto versus Luffy video?
Information
I
about
basically watched all of them. It'd have to have come out within like the last week.
in the past 40 chapters. And just looking at all the knowledge that we've accumulated about him, point by point, if
It
you were just to
was that
list
he
this
went to
all out
sea
on
6
paper,
years ago,
Loki
captured and
seems
returned
like
to the
almost
island. We
this
haven't seen that
fantasy
part yet.
fan fiction character whose full power set is just too broken to realistically fit into the One Piece world. Literally from birth, Loki replicates Kaido's iconic introductory feat of surviving a fall from the sky. Loki is essentially immediately established and then repeatedly reiterated to be physically the strongest character in One Piece.
Thanks to his innate size and strength, gifts from his ancient giant blood, as well as his noble status, he developed an inflated sense of self, and no one could stop him from growing into
As
a
in, he
royal
has
pain.
the toughest and strongest body of any character that we've ever seen, with no real comparison. I mean, ancient giants are by far the physically strongest race in One Piece, and then Loki is a freak among freak, even by the standards of ancient giants historically. So you've already got the physically strongest character in One Piece history as the base starting point, and then of course he is a Conqueror's Haki top tier as well, with Conqueror's Haki on the level of Herald, and Herald himself being at least a Yonko level Conqueror's Haki user. So with just this alone, Loki is essentially a Yonko level character. But Oda has done something absolutely unprecedented with Loki, which is on top of this, Oda has given Loki 2 of the most powerful devil fruits in existence. Loki has both Ragnar and Elbaf's royal family fruit. Now we have only just begun to tap the full potential of what Ragnar can do, but this fruit basically seems to have multiple Logia abilities packed into one, and the important point is the scale of these abilities is basically unprecedented in the story. The lightning that Loki is able to call down with Ragnar is exponentially larger than anything that Enel could do. It is literally the size of entire mountain ranges. But then on top of that, it has ice abilities like Aokiji on an insane scale as well. With a single attack, Loki could casually freeze a monster that is also far larger than literal mountain ranges. From what we've seen, Ragnar has the power of multiple Logias, but amped up even further. The closest thing I can think of is the versatility of Big Mom's elemental abilities, but Ragnar just does it on a far, far greater scale. But the
You're right, actually. This is all Mr. 3 upscale. Mr. 3, alongside Loki, might end up being two of the most... Sorry, not Loki. Buggy end up might being some of the most powerful characters in One Piece.
Crazy thing is that Ragnar is just the tip of the iceberg because Loki has an actually even more powerful devil fruit on top of Ragnar. The world-ending fruit that Loki ate that Elbaf has been housing for centuries. This is a fruit that Oda is really keeping close to his chest. He's been hyping up the fact that Loki can destroy the world, but it sounds like a lot of it stems from this fruit in particular. Harold himself felt it would be the end of the world if he ate this fruit. And that's coming from a character who is arguably the world's strongest at this point, and who has been alive for centuries himself and seen pretty much everything the world has to offer. And most importantly, Rox also said that this fruit, this Elbaf fruit, is one of two fruits that could potentially defeat Imu. Again, Rox knew how strong Imu was, he knew that he himself couldn't defeat Imu as he is, but he felt that if he had Harold at his side, having eaten that fruit, then even Imu could be defeated. That suggests that whatever this fruit is a fruit of comparable power to the Nika fruit. Loki has the only mythical Zoan in the world that is actually comparable in power to the Nika fruit, and potentially even Imu's own mythical Zoan. So to put it all together, Loki is a character who is introduced who is even bigger.
I will actually crash the fuck out. I will actually crash the fuck out if this is Loki's official colors. If these are Loki's official colors, I might actually do a backflip off the Burj Khalifa. I might actually not even want to finish One Piece. What the fuck? He kind of looks like Usopp with these colors.
Stronger and physically tougher than our previous freaks of nature, Kaido and Big Mom. He has Yonko level Haki just like them, but then he also has Blackbeard's unique advantage of having two completely broken devil fruits rather than just one. But the even crazier thing is that one of his fruits, Ragnar,
Isn't his hair
is
white
like
and
a
purple?
way more
Probably.
powerful version of Big Mom's fruit, and his other fruit is hyped to be a way more powerful mythical Zoan than Kaido's fruit. So do you see what I mean when if you put everything that Loki is on paper, it is genuinely like some unfair fan fiction character that has been concocted and inserted into the story? Because if you were to just sit down and fantasize
actually you're not wrong about this. Actually, you're not wrong about this. We have never seen Sogeking and Loki in the same room. And when you think about it, right? Where has Sogeking been this whole time? Where did Sogeking go? Where's he been? Where has Sogeking been this entire fucking time? He looks cool. What do you mean? I like the green and gray. Nah, I disagree, man. I gotta respectfully disagree with that.
Yonko, something like Loki is likely what you would come up with. But now you might be saying, well, Morge, just because Loki looks absurdly strong on paper, is Oda actually going to introduce this character who destroys most of One Piece's previously established hierarchy of strength? And I would say that all signs of what we've seen so far of Loki suggest yes, and all signs that indicate Loki's role in the future also suggest yes. Let's start with what we've seen so far. So the moment that Loki killed Harold, Loki immediately became the world's strongest creature, at least.
He's not saying that he ate two devil fruits. He's saying that he has access to two devil fruits, Ragnar and his own special fruit.
Excluding Imu. And if that sounds controversial, it really shouldn't be, because Harold was very clearly the strongest in the world outside of Imu at that point in time. Whether or not Loki is still the strongest outside of Imu today, that is up in the air until we see a lot of characters go all out in the modern day. But at least at that point in time, 14 years ago, Harold was the world's strongest creature, and Loki was the only one who was able to fight him equally. As a reminder, Harold is very clearly established to be...
He's so quick to try and use Loki to power cliff Kaido, but we never talk about how old Jen gets cliffed. Yeah, how the old Jen gets Clifford, the big red dog, yeah. Clifford the big red dog is an unsurmountable force within the context of One Piece. I mean, what other dog is as big and as red? You know what I mean, Bob? You're right. 100% true. 100 freaking percent true. Type shit. Type shit.
Rox is equal, and it's very possible that Harold and Rox are above many of the characters that we get afterwards, such as Roger, Whitebeard, and so on. After all, Rox and Harold's clash is to date the only Conqueror's Haki clash in One Piece to have the effect of knocking out everyone in a 5-kilometer radius.
By the way, can we just talk about how absolutely fucking stupid it is that this shit says right here? This clash between strangers eradicated any sign of others for 5 kilometers around. It literally blew away every single person for 5 fucking kilometers, dude. That shit is crazy.
Radius.
I don't know why, but low-key being this strong feels wrong.
No other Conqueror's Hockey Clash in One Piece was on that level. Not Shanks and Whitebeard, not Kaido and Big Mom, not Luffy and Kaido, not even Roger and Whitebeard. But Rocks and Herald's Clash knocked out everyone, and that means everyone, including whatever God's Knights were in the vicinity, whatever Marines were in the vicinity. We know that at least one Admiral had been sent up there, whether or not they were unconscious or not at that point, who knows. But Marijoa was a full-on military zone, and everyone was KO'd. So that, to date, has not happened again in One Piece. And I would add that Herald and Rocks' subsequent duel had by far the largest scale Conqueror's Hockey Clashes that we've ever seen in the story as well. Now, if you want to say that this is all just Oda just having fun with things, and that this doesn't mean that Rocks and Herald themselves are above all the future pirates that we get, that's totally fine. Even if you want to say that Rocks and Herald are maybe at best equal to Prime Roger, Prime Whitebeard, or something like that, or if you want to take things a step further and say that Rocks and Herald were at best only Kaido and Big Mom's level, that's fine, because the thing is that the version of Herald that Loki fought was a significantly upgraded version of Herald. Herald's already absurd strength had been buffed by Imu, such that he was significantly stronger and had immortality and regeneration. Herald, 14 years ago, was without a doubt stronger than anybody else on the ocean. And what he did in that castle was also completely unprecedented in One Piece history. Herald was fighting hundreds of Elbaf's strongest...
All I know is there's a black hammer. Mihawk still nags, "Hey everyone, is mayonnaise an instrument? Is a hammer a sword?" What the fuck? What the fuck? Is the stream still up for you guys? What the fuck happened? Is a hammer a sword, guys? Alright, we're back at it. It's black, debate is over, Rocks killed it. It says I'm still streaming. No, you killed us? The hammer is blue. Volume cover. Remember it was old gen, stronger, new gen. I remember when people started coming up with Prime Cope as God Valley was still coming out.
Giants at the same time as Shanks and...
Yes. Herald was more powerful. Herald's body was infused with more power thanks to the, Give it a second. It says right here, let me actually... There we go. Hey, KD, thank you so much for the 9. Do you scale Bleach and Boruto? Nope. Well, I know of Bleach scaling. I have not read Boruto for the purposes of power scaling yet. I have read it, though. I fully finished Bleach late last year, and I don't scale Boruto yet. I just haven't found the time to sit down and really read through it. Okay, guys, can we get some W's for KD, please? On the day that Elbaf entered the world government, I plan to abdicate the throne. Someone younger and purer deserves to be our new king. That is for Mu to decide. Why is someone sitting on an empty throne? Come closer. I have been watching thee, Herald. Ah, this strength. It's rippling through me. It's almost frightening. Now he is immortal. It chills the spine. He is more than a monster. At this point, he's a weapon. Now at long last, thou art an undying knight in service of Mu. Undying, it doesn't feel real. Thou wilt create an abyss on Elbaf that will be thy bond to us. Yeah. Thou art Elbaf. Yeah. Entire country. He doesn't want to do it. Yada. I can't stop him being controlled with me. It has never been... Guards attack me. Right now, release him. Yeah. Well, why did I cut down my guard like that? It was like my body moved on its own. It was to fulfill Imu's orders to eliminate those who would stop me. Form an army of soldiers to incapacitate. I am incapable of fighting back. Those or orders even alter my thoughts. For as long as I continue to live, my presence will only make this country worse. My body is a blight upon everybody. Kill me, I cannot die. Quickly kill me, I refuse. I cannot feel my body. I can feel my body recovering. I am truly immortal. What can I do to die? Someone help. Yeah. Shadow Covenant. Those of the God Knight gain superhuman strength and an undying body. So yeah, because Harold gained the position of a God's Knight, he becomes more powerful. Yes. Harold became more powerful. Do you like Undertale? Nope, never played it. Never been interested. It's the chapter earlier? Oh, that's fine. People still seem to forget the Shanks and Gabon quite clearly, make it quite clear that they are slowly weakening Harold's regeneration before Loki delivers the final blow. You must kill me, ultimately. Yeah. Yeah.
Scopper Gaban, and none of them could stop him. He was just walking through everyone.
It doesn't
This
show up
is
on
just
chat. We're on live chat, so
absolutely
you can see everything.
Insane to think about, because Shanks at that point in time was already having his legendary duels going toe to toe with Mihawk for the title of World's Strongest Swordsman, and Scopper Gaban was actually only barely past his prime at that point. He was still in his 50s, and Elbaf's army of giants that Harold was also fighting were at that point in time still canonically the strongest army in the world. Meaning Harold at that day in Elbaf was so powerful that even two characters who themselves are minimum admiral level at that point in time, backed by the strongest army in existence, could not stop him. The only other character in One Piece who compares to this is, of course, Dami Reversied Rock, which again fits the parallels between Harold and Rox. That is until Loki showed up with Ragnar in hand and the fruit having been consumed. Loki is very clearly established to be the only one, even against the monstrosity that Harold now is, this unstoppable force of nature, that Gaban legitimately believes would bring ruin to the world if he got out of Elbaf, against that character who should be at this point at least above Yonko level, if not above Pirate King level. Loki is able to go clearly toe-to-toe with him, and even put him down. And people might say, well, Harold let Loki have that final shot, and that's true, but
No,
Harold only regained control over his body
messages.
to let Loki have that one final shot. Prior to that, Loki was going dead even with Harold, and arguably even winning, with Harold not holding back in the slightest, with his mind completely consumed by evil. At this point, if you're looking at Loki without allowing preconceived notions to cloud your judgment, Loki does legitimately seem like a character who is legitimately at least as strong as prime Pirate King level characters, if not stronger. As insane as that sounds, it just appears to be true. And this is backed by many other following statements. Not only is Gaban shocked that someone was able to defeat Harold, who Gaban was convinced would bring ruin to the world as an unstoppable monster if he escaped Elbaf, so too was Emu even genuinely shaken by the idea that someone could actually defeat Harold. And keep in mind, Emu has genuinely never been impressed by the strength of even a single character in the entire story so far, outside of Joy Boy. And remember, even today, Gaban seems to believe that despite Luffy having defeated Kaido, this does not necessarily mean that Luffy can defeat Loki. And if you
Eon, we can say Harold was weakened when Loki hit the hammer, but he was weakened by Loki in his devil fruit form. Yeah, Loki was the one who kind of put him in that fucked up state in the first place. I mean, they could only slow him down so much, right? What is this question? If a sword is a hammer, I don't know why a blunt weapon would be considered a sword. Is the Mihawk fans in an uproar? Yeah, kind of. I don't know, it feels weird for Harold on Loki to be superior to Roger and Whitebeard in their prime. I feel like they aren't presented with such powerhouses. I mean, he's making a very good argument. This is what I mean when I say, like, Mr. Morch can be a very good narrative scaler. He knows how to use statements and feats to sort of create a claim. He makes very good claims, I'm just saying. Mr. Morch is very good at making a claim and backing it up. I really do like the way that he constructs his arguments. Even if like you don't agree, and it's fine if you don't agree. I'm not saying that he's right, because at the end of the day, it is just an opinion. At the end of the day, you know. But I do think that there is a level of validity to what he's saying, right? Like, he's not exactly giving you any wrong information either.
you still doubt that Loki is as strong or stronger than the old Legends of One Piece, then here's why you should start reconsidering. Because Loki's role in the final arc is actually starting to seem to be extremely significant in a way that would demand him being that strong. So to begin with, one of the most prominent figures in the mural, and really the most prominent figure at the side of Nika in the big battle.
I'm not gonna lie, me writing the question, is a hammer a sword, kind of turned this into a is mayonnaise and instrument situation. I'm just saying that it feels like not right, and I'm not the biggest fan of this decision. Hey, it's fine. If it doesn't feel right, it doesn't feel right. You're perfectly you can very much so feel that way. Volume cover 1111 111. Yeah. I get where you're coming from, though. It kind of does feel weird to say that, like, he might be stronger than Roger.
Against the devil is this ancient giant,
But I mean,
a being that seems very reminiscent of Loki. And this is important because a lot of science...
Who is calling a hammer a sword? Previously somebody brought up saying that, like, Loki's hammer is black, therefore it's Mihawk upscaling, so I just put up a quick question. Is a hammer a sword? I mean, you technically have to swing both, right? You have to swing a hammer and you can swing a sword. You can also technically, yeah, how far would Deku fare against? I have no fucking clue. I have no I've never scaled My Hero Academia. I've heard people say that Deku's like in the multi-continental ranges of power. So, you know, as long, if Deku probably... There's also, like, really weird scaling with My Hero Academia, because, like, there's a whole statement from, like, the writer saying something along the lines of, like, All Might's fastest, like, travel speed has been, like, Mach 10. Which kind of fucks with the whole scaling of the verse, but I don't know. Isn't Whitebeard's Bensetto a named blade? I don't think so.
Point to Loki actually being Luffy's most significant counterpart
Uses the hammer
in the battle
at
against
both
Imu
weapons.
in the final war. Again, we go back to the two fruits that Rock said would be necessary to defeat Imu. We don't know if one of the fruits is necessarily the Nika fruit, but a lot of signs suggest that that is likely the case, because the Nika fruit does seem to be the antithesis of Imu, the thing that Imu fears, and it is the fruit that the Gorosei have been desperately trying to get their hands on for centuries. And now we know that the other fruit is the fruit that Loki has eaten, the Elbaf royal family fruit. These two fruits are necessary counterparts to defeat Imu himself, meaning that, as the mural suggests, Loki may be the most important parallel to Luffy in the final war. And you might be saying, well then, oh, that just means that Loki is equal to Luffy right now. But no, that's the thing. Here's the catch. Oda actually had to nerf Loki for this arc. Oda established from the beginning of the arc that Loki is starting this whole storyline extremely injured, and he's actually not going to be back at full strength for another month. That is a very telling decision by Oda. That suggests that Loki may actually already be at the level that he needs to be for the final war, where Loki will be instrumental to defeating Imu. And it's actually Luffy who still needs to get to that level. Therefore, Oda had to actually nerf Loki temporarily for the Elbaf arc to make things more even. Keep in mind, Oda usually never does this sort of thing, because it's simply unnecessary. Sometimes side characters...
I've been rethinking a lot of One Piece scaling recently, and Roger and Whitebeard's overall perception from the burst. They're stronger, sure, but legends are built up just like bounties are. Yep, I agree. Like, here's the thing. Roger and Whitebeard might have been the strongest from a previous generation, but they also weren't so powerful that, like, they could just go on and take on the world government on its own. Roger's whole claim to fame is just sailing around the world. If that wasn't for that, he wouldn't be glazed as much, yeah. Yeah. I can agree to that. I can actually agree to that. That's not to say that Roger's weak, but it's also not to say that, like, he has to be the ipso facto strongest character in the verse, you know what I mean? Do you think Akainu could beat Rocks? Fuck no, I don't. Why the fuck would I think Akainu can beat Rocks when all he's done is sit at D desk? All Akainu's done is just sit at D desk, man. The fuck would I think that? Doesn't strong enough hockey coat any weapon black or just blades? Yeah.
in a given arc might be around Luffy's level, but they never need to be nerfed to make sure that they don't outshine Luffy. For example, in Skypiea, Wiper was shown
Akainu's... Put it like this. Akainu struggled against an old, sick Whitebeard. Akainu struggled against an old, sick Whitebeard, whereas Rocks kind of was on par with Whitebeard, at least at a closer point to his prime than the one that's, like, super fucking old. It's D-esque that holds the power, Eon. It's D-esque that holds the power? Yeah, sure. How long has Akainu been stuck at D-desk job now? 2 years.
Jinbei and...
approximately. Akainu uses magma. Magma is a molten rocks, therefore Akainu can use rocks. Akainu upskill type shit! I guess so, yeah. Rocksteady Zebek would likely... Wait, no, but Rocksteady Zebek's name isn't actually Rocks, it's Davy, so that doesn't actually apply. His real name is Davy, not Rocks. If you can add Haki into a knot, then you can code Haki into anything.
Fishman Island may have been comparable to Luffy at that point in time. Yamato and Elbaf was equal to Luffy at the start of the raid, but at the end of the day, none of these characters are ever in danger of outshining Luffy. Loki is the first and only time I can think of where Oda has actually said from
That's
the
a
start,
fair. That's actually a fair interpretation as well. I don't mind with Akainu being actually as strong as any of like the top tiers of the verse. I think it's fine. Giving an admiral also that position would put at least one admiral at that point in power, which I think would be also fine.
that
Haki code
no,
and DS.
it is legitimately necessary for me to make this character significantly weaker than they actually are. I cannot think of a reason for Oda to do this other than if Loki were at full strength, Luffy would no longer be our strongest protagonist on Elbaf. And I especially believe that because in this case, the enemy of the arc is the strongest villain in the story. It's God himself. Imu is sitting upstairs. There is no reason to handicap any of our protagonists. But Oda still decided that no, Loki cannot be at full strength in this arc. Now, of course, I'm not saying that Loki at full strength can beat Imu, but to put it simply, based on the fact that Loki was equal to an amped up Herald, Loki is legitimately stronger than anyone that Imu faced at God Valley.
Well, I gotta actually you hear his name's Zebek. Alright.
So we cannot take the fact that Oda decided it was necessary to weaken Loki for the storyline lightly. But with all that being said, now we can get to the final hang-up that readers might have surrounding the narrative of Loki being potentially the strongest, which is what about Shanks? But first, this winter, you can become Aokiji with
You guys ever actually sit through these?
as-
If I can help it, if I can actually help it, I will not sit through any fucking ads. Fuck that shit.
we know, Loki has been captured and kept here at Elbaf thanks to Shanks having defeated him. Now keep in mind 14 years ago, the day at the castle that the battle against Herald happened, Loki was clearly far, far stronger than Shanks at that point in time. Shanks and Gaban were completely useless against Herald. And keep in mind, Shanks was no slouch at this point either. This was the period of time that Shanks would have been having his legendary duels going toe-to-toe with Mihawk for the title of World's Strongest Swordsman. And yet there was this huge gap back then between Shanks and Loki. So reconciling Loki's strength with him having been captured with Shanks leads to two possibilities. One, that Shanks is just way, way, way stronger now than anybody realized, which is possible. I mean, Shanks did get the comparisons.
Gunko reminds me of Sora's procuration form design-wise. I don't know why. Fun fact, Law made up his backstory so we would feel bad. That's crazy. Bro, how am I paying for YouTube Red and they found new ways to put ads in the videos regardless? What the hell? Yeah, that fucking blows. YouTube Premium saved me from board
Keep
sponsorships.
Joy Boy's own hockey.
That's
But then
crazy.
the other possibility is also that we don't yet have the full story between Loki and Shanks. If we have learned anything from this flashback, it's that you can't just believe the stories that you were told initially because there's always more context. Everything we'd initially been told about the battle between the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates and the Marines turned out to be a lie. There was so much more context that we were completely missing. Loki having murdered his father in cold blood also turned out to be a lie. There was so much context surrounding that turned out to be a lot of times in One Piece that we hear something that turns out to be kind of true in a sense, but also is missing the larger part of the story. And I think it's especially interesting that Loki seems to consider Shanks a coward rather than an impressive warrior. So ultimately, until we get that story of the Shanks and Loki situation, which Oda seems to have intentionally hid from us yet again, I don't think there is much point in using that as a detractor for Loki's strength when we have no idea how much truth there is to that event. But what we can look at is everything that we've actually seen of Loki and everything that established characters such as Imu, Herald, and Gaban have said about Loki, all of which points to Loki being undeniably at least Yonko level and potentially even stronger than many of these Pirate King level legends that we have grown accustomed to. Despite it contradicting a lot of our preconceived ideas.
Loki made all that shit up so he wouldn't get arrested for killing his father. He bribed Gaban to agree with him by giving him giant women to go spelunking inside. Oh, fucking right. All right. How the fuck do you turn a moment like that into something that's entirely some gooning depravity? Fuck.
Ideas about One Piece's hierarchy, we might have to get used to the idea that we are in the final war. And if Loki is set to be a pivotal figure in Imu's defeat, perhaps even alongside Luffy, a character so strong that Oda could not even allow him to be at his full strength until a month down the line when presumably the final battle will be happening, then like it or not, latecomer to the game or not, Loki may just be that strong. So let me know if you believe Loki is stronger than the old legends in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this video, then definitely like and subscribe. And if you want to hear one more...
He makes a case. He makes a case. He kind of low-key convinced me. He kind of low-key convinced me. Although I guess it's not low-key if I say it out loud. I'm not fully convinced, but he does make a case. Whitebeard's... Muraku Mogiri. The fact is, Loki can be chained, scaled from the top tiers. Maybe. Do I feel like watching this right now? It's a Thunder God video.
What's going on, guys? TG or Thunder God here, and today with me I have a special guest. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
What's up, everybody? We're going to be dividing up these rounds by different sections, and we're going to be saving different pieces of each character's arsenal for a different round, right? If we just kind of went ham and just went into everything at once, it would be a pretty short video, right? And both of these characters do have a lot of reasons
to talk about, at least starting out for this discussion, is that Madara Sharingan kind of does give him an overwhelming advantages in some regards. I think this is...
I like how he says he has the biggest argument that contradicts his entire argument, shouldn't be taken seriously yet. Wonderful, yeah. We watching vids today? Not really. I just put this one up. I bought the other one, but I'm kind of tired. I might end it here. What the fuck am I gonna do the rest of the day? I might actually just pull up a game real quick. If you guys are down to just watch that, I can do some Monster Hunter if you guys are down for that. I wouldn't mind doing some Monster Hunter. Would you guys be down for that? I could just end the stream there. Honestly, I don't even feel like watching this. I kind of just put it up. Although there is another thing that I might put up for like another stream. I do want to check out. Oh, here it is. This is another one.
The original.
People were talking about. We were talking about earlier about like maybe doing some JJK matchups again in the future. I'd definitely be down to like bring back some JJK, especially if I have to re-download everything. I might just leave it there. How about a gloving matchup? A gloving match? What the fuck is a gloving match? Have a good time. Have a good one, Marcos. Yeah, I think we'll just leave it there. You guys, I could play some Monster Hunter if you guys want, but after that, I'm kind of just over it. Would you watch some Monster Hunter slash Digimon gameplay? Yes. I'm H. Yes. Digimon, no. No, I'm just here for the scaling. Alright, we back to degloving. What the fuck is degloving mean? What the fuck does gloving? A good matchup is JJK versus Bleach. Both have shitty speed and hack, so it's a good matchup. Fuck off. Have you ever gloved with your life on the line? No, I don't know what that means. What the fuck does that mean? There's a faction of the Project Moon universe where they basically follow and hand out prescripts made by the gods. If you don't follow them, they hunt you down. Yours is to eat beans. Alright. How about I put you on a timeout for a minute for that? How about you read a little verses, bro? I do not feel like reading, bro. What was the last thing in verses? Let me check out what the last thing in verses was. Let me pull this out real quick. Versus. What's the last thing we checked out? That's right, this guy fucking pulled up. What was the last thing we checked out? I don't recall. What was the last thing we saw? He got shot? What was the last thing we saw? Dude, I feel like I've read more than this. Why does it feel like... How many pages does a chapter of verses have? Okay, we definitely did read this. Okay, we definitely read that. Gigatilla, the best warrior in our world, stronger even than you, I bet. Let's go find them. Yeah, this was the last thing. I can give it like 2 chapters while you guys, No, I'm just here for the scaling. If you guys, okay, so if you guys, it comes out monthly, so there's a lot of chapters. Oh, okay. Genuine question, is there, if you were to die from a serious injury, would you eat a sensu bean? Ah, don't do that to me. Come on. It could have been literally anything else. Would I eat a chakra fruit? Would I accept healing from Nami? Would I accept what's her face? Unohana as my healer? Yeah, it seems you're late. I'm kind of done with the what's good, Julian. I hope you've been doing well, man. Hope life's been treating you good. You had to say sensu beans. Come on, man. No, I'm not eating the sensu bean. Numerous organic life forms detected, suffered an assault from unknown insectoid, signals from 2 low-ranking units lost, threat level 3. Organism data saved, a robot, the mecha ordnance, transferring data to mother, life form elimination initiated, organism detected, high-speed approach. Giant fucking birds. Craw! Craw! Detected attack from an unknown foul species. Damage received 69%. Ah, it was almost close. Threat level 4. Proceed to evade. Proceed to evade. I mean, if you eat a sensu bean, you get pics from Nami and Robin's toes. That's not enough to convince me to eat beans, bruh. I'm not doing that. And why the fuck are you telling me I would get toe pics from them? How the fuck is that gonna convince me? Oh yeah, have you seen Shaolin Showdown? You can do the best manipulators in fiction. Hannibal Roy Bean probably was actual reason for your bean hate deep down. No, it wasn't because of that, though. That is a funny comparison. Oh heavens, we need to clip that craw. Proceed to evade, proceed to evade. They're swallowing those robots like they're worms, Pane. Were they attracted to the lights? They're as big as the damn Titans. I hear something roaring over here. Oh god, is that a fucking giant catfish? And then those giant ants? Jesus Christ. Eon, it's gok gok. I'm not saying gok gok. Well, I did just say it. They're eating them titans. It seems the other natural enemies that wandered into the forest have become prey too. This whole forest, or rather all of nature itself, is an enemy. One mistake and they'll eat us too. We've got to get out of here. The forest is overwhelming with life. It's great. There's so much nature and the air's clean too. If you like it so much, you can stay here forever. We're not out of the picnic, Pane. We're stranded out here, Pane. Don't you get it, Pane? We're stranded. Everything from every direction smells like bad news, Pane. I can't even trust my nose to find a way out. Something huge is coming this way. Find a place to hide quick. Over here. A kid? Kaboom. That was close. You saved our bacon. Can't believe we found another human out here. Did you all come from outside of the verdant forest? I've never met anyone from outside before. Yeah, we were from the outside world, from a whole different world. We got lost when we wandered in. Hold on a second. We're real close to some water here. All Kinsa monsters come swarming the place. It's time. It's super dangerous. Let's talk more when we get back to our place. Oh, it's so damn cramped. Are there more of these tunnels? Sort of like an ant colony. My bro dug these. They're like hidden routes. They connect throughout the forest and into the village. We usually use them to gather water, and I'm back. Water and fruit. Welcome home, Nukizumi. Did you bring guests? How are you feeling, Granny? Today's been pretty good. Did you introduce yourself? My name's Nukizumi. I live here with my big brother and Granny. Anyways, can you guys tell me more about the worlds outside? I'm Hollow. I'm sure. But can we ask a few questions first? Where are we? This place seems big for 3 people. Don't you know there was a village there? We lived quietly in hiding, but everyone got fed up that life and they left somewhere. That weird changes happened recently and recently have thrown the forest out of balance. The verdant forest was a lot more stable than other places, such as a bunch of monsters came flooding in. Okay, this forest is plenty dangerous too, Pane. Those ants were devouring demons, Pane. You got Pane, move. What are demons? But anyway, the forest is governed by a natural food chain and obeys natural selection. Life is a lot easier when the rules are simple. There's also the Azure Forest, the Crimson Forest, and the Stygian Forest. There are others too. My bro said that there are all kinds of places in our world where we can't ever step into. Humans are at the bottom of the food chain after all. We can't hope to get that much freedom. Is it different outside? Big bro, you're back. Did you go foraging? Shirokaki, Nikozumi's brother. Okay, Nikozumi, who are they? Guess they come from the outside. Are they tired from the outside? Nukizumi, stop fooling around and go get the firewood for dinner. Are all of you humans from the outside of the forest? What are you guys saying to Nukizumi? He loves that stuff. Neon, have you played the Arkham names? No, I have not. They do not interest me in the slightest bit. Let's see, where are we currently at? We're at 33. Yeah, we lost a couple people, but it's fine. So you guys just want to watch either Digimon, or you guys want to, or just here for the scaling? Alright. We haven't said anything. We're out here. So you're all here because you chose those weird changes. It never ends. We just want to live in peace, but it's always one thing after another. Okay. The reaction I'm getting is release. Okay. Haha, are you right there? You don't look so good. What's that got to do with you? Something weird in the forest bit me when I was outside. Wait, don't touch him. I have a medicine here. What medicine? It's gotta hurt a bit. Basts, what the heck are you doing? That thing's not gonna transform him, is it? It's sort of a remedy from the Cursed Lands. You can say it's a type of nanomachine. Ew, Throb, that mark, the same black mark showed up on the king's bodies. Soul container, MDR13. I have the same thing in my body too. Oh, okay. The MDR13 is a recovery type soul container. The curse consumes the person's life force, which can then slow down the symptoms, and it's not the most refined fix, but it works. Hello, I used MDR13 on the king without saying anything. He showed the same symptom after all, and we didn't know if anything would trust me. I didn't know if anyone would trust me or understand why I had to do it, so I pretended I didn't know anything. The king had the same symptoms. There was a parasite from Parasitica living in his body. This one's still small, so it has taken root in his body. We can kill a parasite from the outside, but the curse should still weaken. What'll happen when the parasite's fully grown? You'll die and become a monster. The curse can only extend what life you have left. I see. It's going to be consumed by the changes of the forest. I can only extend what's left of his life form, which means that the king was also... The king of Sorcerion said that the man in clad did something to him. Shortly after he passed away, the parasite emerged from his body. Compared to the other parasites, appeared a lot smaller. Taking these facts into consideration, my theory is the king already had a parasite inside of him. Bast, the man from the Cursed Lands, must have put him under a curse. That must be what inhibited the parasite's growth. It's true that the parasite didn't seem to have matured yet. Are you saying that the host's body was consumed by something else which weakened the parasites inside? I never imagined that we could be a solution like that. I presume that is the case, and we may be able to stop the parasites inside our allies' bodies. Freen, Wally, might you assist us? Those are Glasp's orders, but you have a choice. You don't have to do this. Please, let me just say this first. Zybe, it was an honor to have you as our captain. Don't jinx me, Wally. It's fine. It's a miracle that I survived this long. I gotta count my blessings for one last chance to take this gamble. Also, what happened to the people who saved me and the ones from the Neo-Terrans? They're being isolated on the floor. We aren't sure yet if the parasites got to them. And trying something so risky on people without having magical resistances will be nothing short of a suicide. So now we told them to rest up and keep a close eye on them. That sounds about right. I want their courage to keep us looking towards the future. Test it on me first. Being in here with me is a danger to the two of you as well. Did you take the white capsules? Yes, we explained the situation. The people from Parasitica gave us the capsules. Capsule each. Sure, great. Now let's do this. Lockout magic cube. Toxic magic poison cloud. Ew, gross. There must be some type of magic that can affect the body in a way that transcends the laws of physics, unlike medicine and chemicals. We already know that the parasites have a low resistance to those from the outside world. If you use powerful magic, you can push a person's body to the absolute brink, the very brink of death, then the parasite will also be affected. That's enough. I'm casting anti-poison. No, not yet. Use another poison spell. What? Pyrotoxin magic. Purple steam. Oh, shit! Jesus Christ! Cube. What he actually did. Captain Zybe, it worked. We expelled the parasites. Wally cast anti-poison magic and healing magic. Hurry. Right. Captain Zybe, huh. What are you doing? Shut up. Who said... shut up. Who said you could bring these stupid outsiders to our home? You only ever think of yourself and what you want. I'm sick of it. They told me you went near the Great Lord's Nest, didn't you? How many times do I have to tell you not to go there? It's too dangerous. I can't deal with you anymore. If you like the outside so much, then go do whatever you want. Go do whatever the hell you want. I don't have the time or resources to feed selfish brats like you who only know how to stir up trouble. Go take those outsiders and get out. He kicked us out. I can't blame him. The three of us were barely surviving with what little scraps he could find. While I just fooled around all day, Big Brother Shiroki wasn't wrong. Nukizumi, listen to me, outsiders. I understand that I've got not much time to help. We live in a dangerous forest and I was ready to die anytime. I'll just wait for my end here while taking care of Granny. But I do worry about my brother. Nikizumi has never been outside of the forest, not even once. He's a bright kid and curious too. Of course, he'd want to know about the outside world, but he's also kind and strong sense of responsibility, our existence, his family, and what's keeping him bound to this forest. This is his chance. I'll do the same. I'll do something to make him hate me, and when that happens, please take him on your journey and show him the outside world. He was raised inside the forest. I'm sure he won't drag your team down. Please, I'm asking you this favor as his brother. All right. What a good guy at the end of it. What a good guy at the end of it all. Homie going through it right now. For real. Been fun stream. Dysomnian Emperor signing out. See you later, man. See you later, Dysemp. Tuning out. It was a bit of fun. Have a good day. For sure. Have a good day. Have a good rest of your day, guys. Everyone, please have a good rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining in the first place. This is Chi-Chi. She's a sparrow we raised from a fledgling back in our great chief's generation. She'll let us ride on her if we ask her nicely. I'm pretty sure Chi-Chi can fly us out of the forest. I wanted to before, but I kept holding back. I guess I don't need to do more than anything else. You'll die and become a monster. Nikazumi, your brother, you don't have to say it anymore. Now hop on. Jesus Christ, even there's a fucking giant snake. God damn it. I'll tilt up, huh? Okay. Oh, there's a bunch of fuck-ass birds, too. Chi-Chi, fly to the water. Jesus. Okay, they got eaten by giant catfish. What? That was amazing, Nikazumi. Keep going and break through the sky. Look up over there in the instance. My home, Spiral Mountain. Gigatilla and the others should still be there. Nikazumi, are you crying? Because it's so pretty outside the forest. Let's go. I'll stay alive. And live for my brother and Granny, too. He really is a bright child. By the way, you guys gotta stay on your toes. Some dangerous titan bastards have claimed this area as their territory. The sixth of the chief titans, Gingbak's 100 sons, Gore of the 100 Arms brothers, rules this area. Hey, stop right there, you shrimp. This is Gory's playground. Anyone who enters must pay tribute to Glory. Your blood, meat, and even your guts will do. Gahahaha. My, what violent little playgrounds you've got there. By all means, I'd love to have fun on my own. Alright. Everything's supersized in Gaia's Wrath. I believe it. I'll leave it there and I'll probably switch it up. You know what else is supersized? My mom? Yeah, type shit. Alright, let me pull up the games real quick. Sorry about this. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that actually kind of tired me out. I don't want to read anymore. I'll actually just wait it out a little bit. Okay. So, how's everybody's day going, by the way? Everybody having a good Saturday? I hope you guys have been having a good Saturday. Like, genuinely speaking. Okay. Let's see. I'll pull up a thing for myself since you guys, I'll pull up a thing for myself so I can still read your guys's, there we go. No, not this. We're going to put it here, here. And then I'm going to stretch this out so I can see better. Okay. One moment, everyone. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's been fine, mostly. Hung out with my nephew. Lovely, man, lovely. I hope you have a good time with your family, dude. Had a chat with my mom. Had a quick chat. Yeah, I watched 100 Meters, really good movie. And now it's time for some FF7 Rebirth. Nice, nice. Alright, I think this ended off with Digimon, so I guess we'll check that out. Though there is a brand new monster added to Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm going to show you guys at least the monster. Let me know what you guys think. It is pretty fucking cool. They've added some new monsters into the game. There's also the Omega Planetes fight that I've been meaning to like build up some items for. We'll do some Digimon afterwards if I still got the energy for it. Also, I do need to eat something. It has been about 6 hours since it's been about 5 hours since I've had breakfast. Let's see the monster. Yeah. I want to show you guys the monster real quick. This might even convince some of you to get the game. I'd always be down to like play this game with some members from the channel. I'd like to have my own little like community for Monster Hunter as well, but for now. By the way, how does my character look? How sick does my character fucking look? I'm good, bro. I did a 1 hour goon sesh, but I'm good. You didn't have to fucking say you did a 1 hour goon sesh. You know that, right? That's information you don't have to like, give other people. I'm happy you feel safe enough and comfortable enough to say it, but like, come on, man. Now that is a fire design, right? How do I look? How do I look? Typical Eon view? That's what I'm saying. How's the fit? How's the fit, everyone? The big-ass coffin sword. Actually, no, let me show you guys my other fit. Not the other fit, but let me show you guys, yeah. It's called a charge blade. It's a big-ass coffin blade. I jam the blade into the shield. Oh, yeah, we're gonna act the fuck up real quick. I'm crying, it's peak. Alright. No, Udra. Yeah. There's nothing here. Let's... First, actually, let me go look and see what the missions are. Just because I can get some stuff out of it while we do it. Okay. Let's see. No, this gotta get fixed up. Yeah. I got the flames in the background. I got the Nordic sash. I've got the flaming... kicks. Charge blade, best weapon for real. See, you get it. I'm more of a charge blade greatsword main. I also like sword and shield. I've been thinking about maybe going back to Hunting Horn for a bit, but for now, let's check out. Do you guys want to see Omega Planetes, or do you guys want to see? Actually, let me just show you guys the big guy. Let me just show you guys Gog Mazios. When she gogs on my Mazios. There's a joke me and my girlfriend have been doing for a while now. Sure, let's do this one. I do have to... It's already full? Yay. Alright, let's do this. Already full? Damn. What about this one? Already full? What the fuck?! This one says one person. I am not about to get fucking Alright. Let's, we got 4 minutes worth left of food. Yeah, we gotta eat something. You guys ready to see the best fucking food mechanics or food animations of all time? No, you guys aren't ready for this shit. Nobody's ready for this shit. Yeah, we're about to eat some... Look at that egg. Look at that egg. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, let's drizzle that shit. Right there. Alright. Alrighty then. Let me actually just make sure I have all the right weapons, because this is not the right charge blade. Greatsword. Also, I do like this greatsword real quick. Fuck. I mean, that's not it. Alright, whatever. What does this one have? I have Guardian Blaze. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Hopefully my teammates haven't died before I got there, and hopefully they're good at the game. I trust in my ability, but I sometimes don't trust in my teammates' ability to stay alive during this kind of stuff. Alright. We're still early. Drop the boulder! Yeah! Alright, I'm about to goggle over your Mazios, bitch! Oh, I missed. Wait, let me move out of the way. Let me move out of the way. Alright, we out. This is Gog Mazio. He's a giant black oil tar dragon. Eon with Charge Blade versus War Greymon? I fucking curb stomped the fuck out of War Greymon, bro. You see the way this thing fucking moves and my massive fucking sword hits? Come on. Oh, he moved his jaw. That's crazy. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Heal up. Good looks. We're still early into the fight. Yeah, we're still very early into the fight. Damn. Let's go for the tail real quick. I'm about to goggle over his Mazios. Fuck out of here. Ooh, crazy. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, they're shooting at it. Ugh. Come on, come on, come on. One, two, three. What the fuck pushed me back? I should have landed that. Yo, hitboxes are crazy. Alright, it's on, it's second state, so I have to go into a... dragon weapon now. A dragon affinity weapon. Bring it on, bitch. Alright. Oh, it's not even focusing on me. I feel disrespected. Alright. Fuck it. That was a crazy miss. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck pushed me back? Fuck. Ooh, unfortunate. Alright, it's back onto fire form. Switch, 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 switch! Come on. Alright, we're switching back. And then we switch weapons. Bro was pushed back by his pure aura. That's what I'm saying! You guys saw that! There is no way that hit me. There is no way... Ah! There is no way that killed me, man! Which is it? Is it fucking weak to fire or is it weak to thunder right now? Come on, man. Good shit. Take it. Alright. Switch back. I'm just gonna stay on dragon. I'm just gonna stay on dragon. Fuck it. Block. Charge. We're on a sword right now. Oh, he's lighting up his fire. We're not doing good time though. We're already 5 minutes in and we're not even on phase 2 yet. I didn't have anything charged up for a while. Charge up. Charge. Charge. And... There's no way I only got 2 hits off of that. There's no way I only got 2 hits off of that. This monster's hitbox is so dumb. Ow! Damn it! Come on, put it away and run. Doesn't hit me. That doesn't hit me. I'm out of range. Alright, bitch. You died?! Wait, no. That's thanks for the help. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Yo, we got a dedicated healer up in this bitch. Come on. Fuck. I wasn't fully charged up yet. But it's fine. But it's fine. Good. Good. Fuck. Good. That's what I wanted. Block. Block. We're blocking everything, boys. Malu blue 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 malu blue 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 blue. Yeah, type shit, type shit. Ugh. I think it's going into phase 2. Yeah, it's going into phase 2. It's going into phase 2. Alright. By the way, you guys haven't seen shit yet. This is like the worst phase. Worst phase in terms of like... Come on. Come on. Get up there. Worst phase in terms of like, you know, shit that happens. Fuck you, Gog Mazios! I'm gogging all over your Mazios! Fuck out of here. Alright? Roll. That hits. That hits every time. That hits every time. That hits every time. That didn't hit at all. Fuck me. Yep, that one hit. Come on. Do my teammates not know they have to, like, throw these? Fuck it. I'll do it. No, it blew it up. Fuck. Alright, that's fine. Uh-oh. Come on. 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 Over here. Over here. Over here. Over here. No! Fuck! I missed my timing, man! Come on! It hit it, though! It did hit it, though. But it... Block! Block! Alright, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, no, we're persevering. We're persevering. We are 100% persevering through this shit. No! Boom! Right in the dick! Fuck you, Gogmazios! I told you! It still missed! Are you serious? Alright. Go for the thing. Go for the thing. Go for the thing. The more connections? Alright, I'll go for the last one. We're working, boys! No! Asshole! Alright, she's got it. Don't you dare hit me! Don't you dare hit me! I got it. I told you this is mine. Dodge! Uh-oh. Fuck. I'm telling you, it only takes one of me to do this shit, man. Wow, it's gonna take an eon to beat this one. That's crazy. Ha 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 ha. That's so funny. Come on, we're not charging up the beam laser fast enough. It doesn't shoot me. It doesn't hit me. It doesn't hit me. It doesn't hit me. It doesn't hit me. Yeah, let's go. We've got 4 attempts left, teammate. Don't you dare fuck this up for me. Alright. We've got it charged up. It's only 30%. It's only 30%. Nobody's shooting this shit until we reach 100%. I'm gonna... Keep hitting it, keep hitting it, keep hitting it, keep hitting it, keep hitting it. Alright, I'm back. I'm shooting this shit. I always shoot it, I always press the button. I don't care what anyone else says or does. I always press the button. We're here. We're here. Fuck you, Gogmazios! When she gogs on my Mazios! Oh, my voice did crack right there. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. We're definitely going to the next phase, boys. We're definitely going to the next phase, boys. Oh yeah. Jesus Christ, this thing is crazy. Alright, alright, shut up. No! Don't throw me down! What the fuck? Why did I jump down? His scales or your voice? Fuck off. I can't believe I jumped all the way down. What the fuck was wrong with me? Well, to be fair, I have been doing a lot of gelling today. No! Don't jump down, you fuck-ass, stupid-ass Sacred! Why the fuck are you jumping down? I'm trying to get a look at him. Yo. Alright, fuck this thing. Dumbass, stupid-ass Sacred, I swear to God. Let's see. What do we need right now? We're at 5-5? Yeah, we're good. Why the fuck, dude? I'm trying! Did I not pick one up? What the fuck? I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Why the fuck did I not pick one up? I know for a fact I pressed the goddamn button, man. Jesus Christ, stop moving! I need him to get closer to me. I need him to get closer to me. Not close enough yet. Not close enough yet. There's no way that missed! Come on! Yeah! We're not keeping its power in check. Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. God damn. Yeah. Now we're keeping its power in check, because I'm here. Come on. Keep hitting this bitch! Keep hitting him! We seem to be containing its power? Well, good shit, everyone. Come on. We got the tail! Let's go! I'm carving the tail right now. I'm not losing this shit. If anybody dies and we lose this shit, I am not losing it out because my teammates decided to be... Let's go! I got a War-Torn Gem! Rewarded! Rewarded! Yeah. Come on! Alright, I'm getting away. Where the fuck is Fabius going? Where the fuck is Fabius going? Over here? Did we do it? Yes! We did it! We did it. We did the damage check. We did the DPS check, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, you bitch! Also, massive upscaling for Monster Hunter characters because... Massive upscaling for Monster Hunter because it means that we can run around in terms of this shit. Where the fuck is he? No! Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. I did not just lose connection! Over here. Over here, you bitch. Come on. Come over here, you bitch. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Get closer to me. Get closer to me. Fuck. He's not getting any closer to me. Ugh! It hit it! Let's go! It hit it! Fuck him up! Fight back, motherfucker! Fight back! Yeah, we're not keeping his power in check. I'd like to see you hit this bitch. No way I fucking died, man. Come on! That's what I'm saying. Huh, come on. Dude, I'm trying, but it's so fucking hard to hit this thing, man. Yeah. Yeah. It's acceptable to attacks from a dragon element, dude. No way this thing... The problem with this fuck-ass fight... The part that makes me hate this fuck-ass fight is that Gogmazios is so hard to DPS check on your own. Come on. Come on. Where the We need more. I need more compact anti-Wyvern weapons. Come on, there's no way it dodged. Ugh. We did it? We did it? No fucking way we did it. No fucking way we did it. That's fine. Keep shooting it! Keep shooting it! You've got it! Come on, we need to drop more of its things. Come on! I wouldn't call this Kaido per se. I think Kaido would one-shot this thing. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, we're not keeping its fuck-ass power in check because you pussies aren't hitting it. Come on, man. I can't hit it because it's not dropping the anti-wyvern weapons. What the fuck? Dude, this is so dumb. Just not, bro, I can't knock this thing down, man. Come on. Just go down. I can't knock this thing down because I can't fucking land a goddamn hit to save my life. It just keeps standing up. Knock it down! Yeah, we're not keeping its power in check. No, come on. Dude, this is so dumb. It didn't knock out enough of its own things. This is so dumb. If I lose this, it's because the fucking monster didn't give it to me. Whatever. It's gonna wipe out everybody anyway. Whatever. Dude, I fucking hate this fight, man! No. Let me tell you guys what's fucking wrong with this goddamn game. If I lose this, it's not because I couldn't do it right. It's because the fucking monster didn't drop the fucking anti-wyvern things. And it's because the goddamn monster... It's because if you get clicked off, you cannot do enough damage on your own. It's so fucking dumb, man. Come on, just go down. You already did your one shot. Just go down. Yeah, fuck this game. Fuck this game. Fuck this game. Fuck that game. Fuck that game. Fuck this game. No, I didn't lose because the monster was hard. I lost because the fuck-ass, stupid-ass, fuck-ass connection that goddamn motherfuckers at Capcom can't fucking fix for their goddamn lives a year into the fuck-ass game doesn't stop me from getting kicked out. I'm on land, bro. How the fuck did I lose connection? There is no way he knocked me out. No, I don't agree. I don't agree. I did not get knocked out. I did not get knocked out. The game fucking chose... The game chose to fuck me. I don't give a shit. The game chose to fuck me. Fuck that game, man. And fuck that fuck-ass fight, dude. Everything went right. Everything went right with this fuck-ass game. Everything went fucking right with that fuck-ass game. The one part that went fucking wrong was when my fucking connection somehow fucking dropped, bro. I hate that fight so much. Sorry, I don't mean to, like, crash out like that, but it's like, yo, that is so frustrating. An 18-minute long fight that I lose because the goddamn connection decided to fuck over and the monster only targets me. That's so fucking fucked, dude. I really fucking hate this goddamn game, dude. I had the sword out, everything, but no. I just get knocked into the air and then comboed by the fucking boss without any chance to do anything because for whatever reason, it went into fucking axe mode instead of sword mode. No, I can take accountability for a lot of things. I'm not taking accountability for that, bro. Fuck this game. Fuck this game, dude. How can a game be so good and so fucking dog shit at the same time, man? That wasn't very gog on my Mazios of your connection. Yeah, it wasn't. That's so crazy, man. And I didn't even get the fucking war-torn gem. That's so dumb. Dude, there's no way I didn't get the war-torn gem, man. Come on. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. No, that's actually so fucking dumb. I don't know who whooped you more, your connection or the monster. The monster didn't whoop me. It was my fuck-ass connection, man. I didn't get the Worn-Torn Gem. That is so fucking... Yo, that dragon is such a flaming fucking heterosexual. I hate that dragon. I hate that dragon with every fiber of my being. I hate that dragon with every fucking fiber of my goddamn being. I really do not like Gogmazius as a fight. Just because of the connection. The connection... This game would be so much more fucking fun if the connection wasn't as... Bro, the lizard, Sir Mr. Pickle, that's crazy. That was blitzing your lame ass. He was definitely not blitzing me. He was definitely not blitzing me. Definitely not. By the way, what is this? Is this for Gormagala? No. Dude, that was so stupid. Can I please get into a fight with this game, with this goddamn monster where I don't get kicked out halfway through the fucking fight, man? Come on. I don't care about any point in the fight other than the last one, because the last one's the most important one. You just have to be able to do the DPS check, man. And it's so dumb when you're not able to. Bro got no diffed. I would disagree with that. I did not get no diffed. I did not get no diffed, especially if I took the monster to the third fucking phase. That's the exact opposite. That's the objective opposite of a no diff, in fact. We cut off its tail, we beat it. Yeah, that's right. That's crazy. Oh, I can't join because it's full now? Fuck me. They started 7 minutes ago? Which phase are they in? They better be in phase 2. They better be in phase 2. No way they're not in phase 2. No diff by the connection. I got no diff by the connection. That's what I'm saying, bruh. If the game doesn't decide to fuck me over and decide to, oh, we can't hold connection, we lost connection to the server type shit, I promise you, I promise each and every one of you, this fight's not a problem in the slightest bit. It's really not that hard. The only difficulty in this section is the final fucking part of the fight where you have to actually do a DPS check with dragon damage while also dealing as much damage as possible, man. That's fine. Come on, let's do it again, and this time, come on, let's fucking succeed. Come on, come on, come on, come on, attack the back, attack the back, attack the back, attack the back. Eat a fat cock and end yourself, game. Eat a fat cock and end yourself, game. Eat a fat cock and end yourself. Whoever the fuck designs this game's fucking internet connection, fuck them, honestly. Terrible at their goddamn job. I don't understand how a year in, you still get disconnected from fucking fights, dude. That shit makes absolutely and objectively speaking zero sense to me in every sense of the goddamn... I should not be getting kicked out of a goddamn quest, especially midway through, bruh. It's definitely not my connection. To Eon eat beans. This is crazy, man. Fuck this game, dude. Yeah, my apologies. I'm actually like heavy tilted. There's nothing that tilts me more than losing something because of something that was completely out of my control. There is nothing that tilts me more. My apologies. Honestly, seriously, my bad. My bad. That was me actually upset. I can't even put the fucking vouchers in, dude. You know what? I shouldn't play this game. I shouldn't play this game. I really shouldn't play this game. I really shouldn't play this game, especially live. I will probably say a slur at one point, man. This just gets me tight. Losing not gonna like, how can you, like, I appreciate at least you for, like, understanding it, because it's like, I just want to fight the monster, I want to do the cool thing, but how am I allowed to do that? Now you need to crash out on the lizard. That's what I'm saying, but it's like, how am I supposed to even have a good time while fighting this thing when it's a 20-minute fight that I can just lose because I get disconnected, man? That is such a stupid range. That range is fucking idiotic. You know what? I'm not doing this from this point. I hate the first portion of this fight. The first portion of this fight is trash. I'm not doing it if I have to get into the first portion. If I find a fight that's not at least 10 minutes in, 7 to 10 minutes in on phase 2, I'm not doing this. Because Mazio's is not a fun fight to do if you have to constantly, like, if you have to pray to not get disconnected. The only times I have ever beaten Dog Mazio's is when I haven't been disconnected because I'm not getting solely targeted by the damn thing. You know how annoying it is to fight a thing that's either targeting you through its random fucking tar pits that it just throws from the skies onto you that you have to not only watch out for, but also not get hit by any of like the flared up tar pits. That shit's so dumb, especially when the monster is specifically targeting you as a player because the NPCs cannot get enough of its attention. It's manual accept only. Fuck people that put manual accept only, dude. Manual accept only, nah. Redo this shit, bro. Come on. Auto accept 1 minute in. I'm not doing it if it's 1 minute in, bro. I'm not doing it if it's 1 minute in, bruv. We're doing Omega Planetes instead. I'm not doing this then. Fuck this fight. I'm not doing this if I'm doing Omega Planetes. We're going to need to then switch out our gear. Monster Hunter is such a good game, but it's like, bruv, it's so fucking infuriating. It is legitimately infuriating, man. And that's the thing. If it wasn't a case where, like, if the monster doesn't drop the pieces that I need to either deal the damage, or if it at least did me the courtesy of, like, the DPS being better, I would probably do it. But it's like, nah. You either have to not miss any single shot, and also have it drop all of the parts, while also bringing it into you to, like, drop. It's too much maintenance, man. Let me do this again. Let me just do recommended lobby again. I want to figure out if I can get into a fight of the fight, a version of the fight where, like, it's either already in or not. 1 minute in, 1 minute in. I'm not doing all that shit again. Wait. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me, man. I'm just gonna start up and hope that, like, we can stick around for it. This might be a bannable offense. This might be a bannable offense. What are the number of... You got this? Yeah, we got it. Come on, we got it. Alright. I'm gonna switch weapons then. Transfer... change equipment. I'm gonna switch equipment. Do I have a dragon one? No, I do not, and I don't have this as... this isn't powerful enough yet. Alright, we got it. Where is... You can mount this thing? That's crazy. I've never mounted. Dude, it's so high up I can't reach it with my blade. That's so dumb. Alright, come on. Alright. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna hit your fucking Dragussi, bro. Come on. Oh, that looks cool as fuck. Come on. I still missed. That's crazy. Yeah, that Dragussi, I'm telling you guys. Come on. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he did a Dumble Wombo combo. Fuck me. You know what? You guys want to see some Final Fantasy shit? Here, let me show you guys something funny. Come on, come on. It's close enough. It's close enough. It's close enough. No, it's not. Oh, it still hit it! Let's go! Alright. Eon is Donkey from Shrek. I just can't prove it. I'm not Donkey from Shrek. How the fuck does that even make any sense? How the Come on, get up, 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 get up. Oh! Line him up perfectly for me, stupid! You sure about that? Yeah, for sure. Ugh! The oil slowed me down. Fuck. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh! Fuck me, man. Play Jump Force? Fuck no, I'm not playing Jump Force. Bro, why can't you just play a One Piece game? If you... You're fucking lying. You're fucking lying. You're fucking lying. On my great-grandmother, you're lying. I got disconnected again. Man, fuck this fight. Wait, Monster Hunter OP as fuck, yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy that I lost to that. There aren't any decent One Piece games. There aren't any decent... Correction, there aren't any decent One Piece games that are worth playing. I don't really have many options for One Piece games besides, like... I really don't have many options for One Piece games. You played Monster Hunter Stories? I did. I like it. Well, goodbye Connection, goodbye Grandma. Yeah, man, fuck that game. I'm gonna just go fight Omega Planetes. You guys want to see some crazy shit? You guys want to see actually some crazy shit that's even technically a more powerful monster within the context of, like, you know, the verse that it comes from? This thing right here. Omega Planetes, especially this version of Omega Planetes has actually wiped out worlds. And if we're going by Final Fantasy XIV, the game where its design originally comes from, this Omega Planetes, there's a One Piece mobile game. Yeah, but I'm not playing mobile games. Mobile games to me aren't actually video games. I would never call mobile gaming actual gaming. Is it completely biased? There is no fucking way I joined and this dude died. There is no way I joined and somebody fucking died, ending the quest. There is no way that just happened. There is absolutely and objectively speaking no way that just fucking happened. That is... Dude, I love Monster Hunter, man. Monster Hunter is such a good game, dude. Monster Hunter is such a fantastic game with absolutely zero flaws that make me want to play it every single time I start it up. Honestly, why would it, right? Mobile games are 70% ads on God. That's what I'm saying. Sounds like bro never played mobile Fortnite. I did. I've never played mobile Fortnite. You're right about that. I'm kind of grateful for that, now that I think about it. Second phase. Second phase. Fuck it. These guys are clickering. Dude, all I'm saying is, and let's be clear. Technically, the Monster Hunter, if we go by, like, Final Fantasy XIV logic, is a multiversal threat. Is a universe, it's at the very least a universal threat. The Monster Hunter in this game specifically is technically a universal threat if we go by Final Fantasy XIV because of the game's scaling. That game specifically has some of the most insane scaling, especially because of Omega Planetes. The thing has actually wiped out, like, dimensions. Alright, you guys see this thing? His name is Omega, and I just got knocked off the fucking air. God damn it, yeah. Also, it can do this. Somebody died and we have 1 life left. Fantastic. Oh, that's mustard gas. Bleach type dimensions are something actually worthwhile. It's wiped them out on its own. It's actually not like Bleach dimensions, like actual, like full-scale dimensions with like universes in them. This thing is single-handedly like adapts to whatever it fucking comes in contact with. Ooh. There's no way. But he has a sword, Mihawk upscales. Type shit. This game is so much fun, dude. This game is so much fun. You guys can clearly tell I'm so good at it, right? You guys can clearly tell I'm so good at fucking Monster Hunter, man. God damn. Alright, let's go back. Let's hopefully go into a match where the people aren't... That was definitely my teammates' fault, by the way. Because they died twice before I got there, which automatically makes it their fault. What Naruto fan thinks Otsutsuki are like, pretty much. Sure, 4 minutes in, sure, why not? Also, I lost the fucking lucky voucher. God damn it. I guess I'll have to spin a wheel and ban every single chat member randomly until whoever put it up speaks out. Alright, let's try this again. Alright. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, Dinky Blink. Gotcha. Come on, let's do it. Kaguya has the most impressive feat of all the Otsutsuki Naruto powers. Ready. There's no way this thing hit me. There's no way it hit me. Its movements are crazy, bro. What the fuck? How the fuck did it do so much damage in one hit? You know what the crazy part is? I've got maxed out defense, too. Hacks type shit. The thing about Omega Planetes is that, like, it is a robot that I don't know what hacks it could possibly have. All I know is that this thing literally shoots a fucking laser. Oh, you guys saw that! You guys saw that! Yo, that was crazy. Come on. Can I fucking heal? Dude, come on. I'm going to end myself. I'm actually going to end myself. How did it do so much damage in one punch? That's what I'm saying. Where are you going to make the video? When are you going to make the video about the Horty Jones meta? I technically already did, bro. I've technically already have. I don't know why I'm taking so much damage from this thing. Dude, I really hate this fucking... I really hate all these late fights. It's so dumb. Feints 2 out of 3? Fuck. We're not even on phase 3. Okay, that time it wasn't my fault. You guys saw it. That time it wasn't my fault. Jesus Christ. Are you guys being entertained by this at least? Are you guys getting some form of entertainment seeing me fucking get absolutely whipped around by these goddamn monsters? They're really putting belt to ass right now. There's some real belt to ass shit right now. Run that fucking back. And yes, I'm the type of guy to bash his head against the wall until I win. Oh yeah, 13 minutes in? Yeah, I love this. I love this. I love this. Wait, that's bad. 12 minutes in and we're still on phase 1? That's not a good thing. That's a really bad sign. That's a really, really bad sign. Desmundium facts. Juraneg? Type shit. Some real... Oh wait, no. It's on its last phase. Okay, good. It's on its last phase. That's good. That's good. It's using mustard bombs, by the way, guys. This thing uses mustard bombs. I don't know what mustard has to do with it, but I'm pretty sure if it had ketchup and mayonnaise bombs as well, it'd probably be an outer versal threat or some shit. Come on. Jesus! Ooh! Let's go. Uh-oh. Shit. Please. Dude, support hunters are some of the best out there, man. I love support hunters. Alright, you see this thing? We have to take this thing out right now. Get on him. Come on! Beat its ass! Come on, it's moving around too much, man. Come on. Fuck off. Fuck him up. Please land. Good shit. We beaten it. Herbal medicine. Let's go. Boom! One more. 1, 2. Boom! Wow! 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. True charge slash! Sabre de bois! 1, 2. Right, last phase. Hyperversal AP, by the way. I'm taking it! Fight back, bitch! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, and... Wind blades! Damn it. One, two. Oh. Alright, move out of the way. It's good. Jesus! Come on, come on, come on, come on! Ah! Finally! Finally! I put down this fuck-ass clanker! Yeah. You'd be surprised how much fucking health these bosses have. What do you think it's such a bitch at the end when the bosses try to do everything it can to take you down and you can't do anything about it other than hope that you and your teammates can stay alive through all of it? This shit is a bitch, man. I hate Monster Hunter. I love this game. I love this game. Absolutely love this game. Peak game design. Peak fuck-ass game design. Jesus Christ. Yeah, carve away. Also, that technically makes our little hunting knives like multiversal. Yeah. How powerful is Omega Weapon again? This thing has been stated to have wiped out worlds, and in terms of Final Fantasy XIV, which is the design that this game comes from, this thing is like, what, universal or some shit? Let's look it up real quick. I got 3 lenses, sweet. I'm never doing this shit again. Fuck this game. Fuck this boss fight. Catch me doing this shit again. Fuck. What a fuck-ass fight. What a fuck-ass fight, dude. What a fuck-ass fight. Whoever the fuck designed this fight, honestly, what a fuck-ass fight. Making me want to cop Monster Hunter, bro. Get it. It's a fun game. I'd be down to play with some, I'd be down to, like, play once a week with, like, subscribers, or at least once a month. Wait, how long did you fight? I had to step away. It was at least, like, a 10 to 15 minute fight from the moment I got on. Let's see if I can build the suit yet. Let's see if I can build the fit yet, by the way. So this is what the fit, this is the fit that you get when you make the monster. I've seen Broku, you linked, and I'm surprised he was honest, because that ending for the final fight, the ending for the final fight, it was honestly kind of ass. I'm not gonna lie. Like, going back at it and looking at it more, I'm like, he does make up some very good points about, like, the fight just being ass. I don't know what to say. Like, it is kind of a bit of a letdown to see that, like, the final fight was really just, oh, hit him in the face, then finish him off. That was kind of it. That's kind of where, like, it ended off. It wasn't interesting in my opinion. Where the fuck is the fit for Gogmazi? I mean, for Omega Planetes. What the fuck? I can never find it, dude. What the fuck? Mizutsune, Nubius, Lagia Cruz, Gogmazios, Raidao, Uduna, Sakura Tide, Ceremonial, Akuma. By the way, Akuma's in this game. Yeah. In case you guys didn't know. Bale Armor, that's what it's called. I still need an Omega Nodule. But this is what it would look like. And this is what the weapon looks like. For you guys. This is what the weapon looks like. Oh, you guys can't see it? That sucks. The game won't show it to me? That's so stupid. Also, would it be fun to play this again? Have been out for a while. It's fun. I'm always down to, like, help people, like, get back up to the point where, like, they can start doing all this shit. It's a very fun game. You just really have to, like, set yourself up with the idea of, like, what weapon am I gonna play? And then, like, am I okay with, like, committing to that weapon style? Because, honestly, you can play, like, a lot of weapons like I do, but, like, if you want to really truly master one, you gotta, like, stick to it. Not only that, but the outcome afterwards. Tabata dropped the ball, but I give him a pass a bit because his wife is sick, and that was a reason he switched to Gigas. Also, my style is Sword and Shield, more defensive and support. I like Sword and Shield. I would always love to have a Sword and Shield main in my group that is also a dedicated healer. I like that kind of stuff. I was thinking about doing it myself. I also play Sword and Shield. I play Sword and Shield. I want to get back into Gunlance. Personally, I want to get back into Gunlance, but I'm personally a Great Sword. I'm personally a Great Sword main, a Sword and Shield main, a a hunting horn main, if you guys want to like play music as you're fucking up your enemies, you can also just play like this. It's a hunting horn. It's like a giant weapon that like is just an instrument. It's a giant fucking instrument that like creates beats. I like Charge Blade a lot. I like bow. I main bow for most of the story. I'm kind of thinking about maybe going back. Long Blade and the Long Sword and the Insect Glaive are your second best. Gigas is the magazine he went to for Black Clover. Ah, gotcha. Along with light and or heavy bowgun. I've tried getting into the bowguns. They're just not for me. There's just something about like their stationary style. They got scythes. I got you right now. They've got dual blades. They've got dual blades that you can run on your character. They've got dual blades that you can run on your character. Let me take them to the training area first. I'll show you there. And some of the dual blades do look like scythes. Some of the dual blades do look like mini scythes. If you want something that's rapid, fast, and you can dodge the opponent's attacks, you can get these. Some of them also do end up looking like scythes. There's some that look like katanas. They're pretty cool. Oh, these are like scythes. But, let me see. This is what dual blades play like. Yeah. R for the hero of the game. Yeah. If you're a dual blades main, you're basically trying to be the hero. Because you deal a lot of elemental damage. And you also have to know how to do, like, your dodge attacks. I don't really know, like, what the dodge combo is. And when you deal enough damage and you open up, like, these wounds... I'll try to see if I can open it up again for you guys. Let's see. Come on. Give me the wounds already. Alright, so when you got the wounds open... You can also do shit like that. Yeah, they look tough. Yeah, they look tough. They're pretty tough. I don't play them because I'm more of a defensive player. I like holding up a shield to block attacks. This is also how you run. You also get a Naruto run when you have your demon mode active. There is a bit of a high skill learning curve to them, specifically because when you're using dual blades, you have to know what the monster's attacks are, and then how you're going to you have to be able to know what the monster's attacks are and why you're and where to use like your dodge button. I'm not personally good at it, so I don't do it. But if I were good at it, I'd probably be a dual blade main. Shield and blade to me feels great, but those wounds while making yourself protected. Yeah, I also like Drake is also mentioning. There's also sword and shield, which also lets you do shit like this. Shoryuken! There are weapons for people that want to play fast, and there are weapons for people that like to take it a bit more slow and methodical. I think the game does give you a playstyle for, like, anything that you might want to do. They've even got guns. They've even got, like, these super large, heavy guns that, like, well, I'm not... Yeah, it's just a practical style, not flashy or heavy hitting. It's just overall well-balanced, yep. But, just as a heads up, you can't shoot from deep. If you ever want to use, if you ever want to use, like, a bow gun, they're better off at close range, actually. This game is one of those games where, like, you can't just, like, shoot the enemies from, like, a far away. You'll never deal damage. Even the bow, you have to shoot up from a relatively close distance. That's the one thing about this game. Even though it does let you play with all these different kinds of combat styles, it doesn't allow you... It doesn't necessarily allow you to, like, shoot them from, like, a mean distance either. You've also got weapons like this, which is like a giant glaive that you can also use your insect to, like, attack them. And you can also, like, attack in the air. This is Monster Hunter. forgot though how to mark the area where I want the Kinsect to like attack. I think it's like here next. Let's see, what is this? Okay, that's cool. And then you do something like this, and then once you're like fully charged up, you can even do things like, you can get like more like aerial attacks once you're fully like charged up. It's a pretty cool game, I'm not gonna lie. Although I don't know how to do the ultimate for this. Oh, that's how you do it. So it's, wait a second. It's 4. It's... Anyway, something like that. Anyway, that's basically the game, guys. I didn't get lucky during those fights, but it's fine. Guys, I'm gonna let you guys go here. It is about to be 8 p.m. and I am freaking starving. I am starving out of my fucking mind. Glaive requires getting extracts to gain more power. That is true. Let me start up the Justice Ling. Alright guys, let me show you guys something real quick before we head out. I'm going to, at least according to Versus Battle Wiki, by the way, just to show you guys one more thing. Let me bring this up here. Let's put this over here. You guys can see? Okay. So, at least according to Versus Battle Wiki, Omega Planetis, VSBW. Peace, broski. I'm gonna take a nap. Yeah, have a good one. This is Omega, but if we're talking about the one from Final Fantasy XIV, let me show you guys, before you guys head out, for those of you that might be interested. This is the one that we just fought. This is the one from the design that we fought. It comes from Final Fantasy XIV. This thing is multiversal level. This thing's striking strength is multiversal, lefting strength immeasurable, massively FTL, multiversal, all able to fight endgame party on the ground, created to hunt. Shinryu is so powerful. Shinryu is so powerful that the sealed weapon used to seal animals. A bunch of shit that I don't know about, but that was yeah, that was in Death Battle 2. I don't know if it was in Death Battle 2 or what I used to main in the old Monster Hunter games in the 3DS demo. It was the only weapon that managed to beat a creature with. Nice. Nice. They're a fun weapon. I tried them out for the first time when I was playing World. I wasn't the biggest fan of them, only because I kept getting hit by shit and I didn't know how to dodge. But it's fine now. It was in Death Battle. I don't think it was in Death Battle 2. Was Omega Planetes in Death Battle? Omega Weapon Death Battle? No, I don't think Omega Weapon was in Death Battle. But it's fine. Guys, I hope you guys take care. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Peace out. And please drink some water. I need to go drink some myself.